Welcome to the high-stakes entrance trials for the world's most elite hero academy. The professor warps every candidate into a lethal dimension, where they must slay monsters and each other for points. Amidst the chaos, a boy named Leo dominates. His sheer power terrifies a top-tier prodigy, who marks him as a threat. Desperate to protect her rank, she plots his downfall, only to face an utterly humiliating defeat instead. Leo ruthlessly shuts her down, proving he's on a different level. But how is this student so cracked? Simple, he's actually a legendary titan who ruled the battlefield 5,000 years ago. 5 millennia past the primordial darkness known as Erebos, the genesis of evil brought humanity to its knees. 4 legendary champions rose to challenge the void, but the cost was their lives in a final stand. Only one man emerged from the ashes, Kyle, the lone survivor who carried the weight of his friends' sacrifices. Kyle slew the ultimate evil and saved the world. Yet 5,000 years later, history tells a lie. Kyle's legacy was scrubbed clean. Now the world worships Licinius as the savior who defeated the genesis of evil. For eons, nobody questioned the myth until Kyle was reincarnated and discovered he'd been ghosted by history. Reborn into the world he once saved, he is shocked to find his name has vanished from every record. Burning for answers, the reincarnated legend enrolls at Lumine Academy to reclaim his stolen glory. This academy guards the sacred hero record. Now, years after his rebirth, Kyle is ready to set the record straight. Our story shifts to the Royal School of Dylan, where a new generation of aspirants gathers. The instructor lectures the class on their current timeline, famously known as the Age of Heroes. 5,000 years have passed since the hero record manifested, completely reshaping the landscape of the lower realm. This year, the Royal School of Dylan has been handpicked to host the grueling Lumine entrance examinations. The teacher is hyped, convinced that a future legend might be sitting right in his classroom. But while the instructor is geeking out, one student couldn't care less about the hype. Slumped in the very last row, a boy is busy catching some serious Z's instead of listening. This slacker is none other than Leo, and his blatant disrespect is driving the teacher up the wall. The instructor assumes Leo's arrogance stems from him already mastering the curriculum, so he decides to test him. He demands Leo explain the ancient sacred ritual required to earn the title of a true hero. Leo casually stands up, looking completely unbothered by the sudden spotlight. He bluntly states that true heroes didn't need rituals, they just did legendary stuff until people started worshipping them. This is 15-year-old Leo Plav, a scion of the prestigious House of Plav, with a zero-filters attitude. The teacher's jaw drops at such a half-baked answer, clearly unimpressed by Leo's lack of effort. He sighs and turns to the rest of the class, hunting for a student who actually studied their history. Galvin, the class overachiever, beams as he dives into the complexities of ancient hero-making. He explains that back then, only holy blood-soaked rituals could grant a mortal the recognition of the gods. He specifically mentions the brutal ritual of blood, leaving the instructor absolutely floored by his knowledge. The teacher is sold Galvin of House Stratton is definitely the kingdom's next big magical prodigy. Meanwhile, Leo is mentally checking out, exhausted by the absolute nonsense these scholars are spouting. To him, chilling with gods wasn't some mystical event, it was just a regular Tuesday back in the day. The gods had actually bestowed the hero record as a divine gift to honor those who defied Erebos. Yet despite his pivotal role, Leo's name has been completely nuked from every historical text. The fact that his blood and tears were attributed to someone else is finally starting to grind his gears. Later, a buzz fills the halls as students crowd the windows to see the legendary Zerdinger clan arrive. Leading the pack is the icy and captivating Celia Zerdinger, instantly commanding everyone's attention. An intercom blast orders every student to the auditorium for an emergency assembly to welcome the Zerdinger elite. As Leo heads for the door, Galvin stops him with a smug smirk. He asks if Leo's going to try and clout chase the Zerdingers, but Leo just hits him with a bored shrug. He has zero interest in playing along with this circus or seeking approval from anyone. Leo's only goal is heading home, but his chilled vibe absolutely triggers Gallivan. He's shook by how effortlessly Leo ditches this massive opportunity. Desperate to match that main character energy, Gallivan fakes it, claiming he couldn't care less about the Zerdingers himself. Yet he's totally eyeing Celia, labeling her a rival, just to cope. Obviously, it's pure cap. He's low-key dying for the Zerdingers to notice his existence and validate him. Cut to the dojo, where Leo is drenched in sweat, exhausted after countless hours of relentless training. Grasping his blade, he moves to leave, only to be jumped by a mysterious woman charging at full speed. Leo reacts instantly, parrying the lethal blow. From the way they move, it's crystal clear. This isn't their first dance with death. This duo shares a history where lethal sparring is just Tuesday. The woman is hyped to finally test his steel, declaring this duel to be his ultimate trial. Before clearing him for Lumine Academy, we learn this powerhouse is actually Reina Leo's own mother. She lunges again, steel screaming against steel, forcing Leo into a desperate defensive struggle from the jump. Reina flexes casually, mentioning she hasn't even hit 5% of her true power, while raining down strikes. The duel escalates, each blow more violent. Eventually, the power dynamic begins to shift. Leo locks in. His insane mastery allows him to finally breach his mother's formidable defense. Forcing her to yield, Reina stands stunned by her son's monstrous growth. Softening her tone, she asks why he's so obsessed with Lumine Academy. But first, we need a quick lore drop on this place. Lumine is the elite sanctuary for human heroes, one of the 4 legendary pillars of racial power. Holding the hero record, Leo suspects this academy hides the secrets he seeks. It's the best shot at digging up traces of his past life, as the legendary hero Kyle. With his past on the line, Leo's resolve to infiltrate the academy is absolutely unbreakable. Reina reminds him that the high-tier Zerdinger clan is currently gracing the city of Dylan. They're crashing at the Plav mansion, and while Reina isn't hyped about the house guests, she has a plan. She wants Zeiss, the Zerdinger vice-patriarch, to grant Leo a favor, specifically the secret Zerdinger aura technique. She thinks this power-up is his ticket to Lumine. With it, he'd easily pass the entrance exams next year, but there's a major catch. She doesn't realize Leo is aiming for this year. Our boy has zero patience for waiting. Moving to the Plav mansion, we meet the icy genius Celia Zerdinger, arriving in style. Stepping from her carriage, she immediately judges the place, wondering what her uncle was thinking. Why settle for this when he could have bought out a luxury hotel? See, Celia is elite. The 15-year-old sword princess lives only for the Lumen exams, obsessed with reaching the top. She doubts a minor family like the Plavs has anything to offer until her uncle interrupts. The legendary Zeiss Zerdinger teases her, asking if she's curious about the disinterested boy Leo, the very same kid who had the audacity to ignore their prestigious family name. Celia scoffs. To her, a knight without aura is just another weakling, not worth her time. She predicts he'll be a total letdown. However, Zeiss isn't so sure about that. He sees something special in Leo, maintaining a surprisingly high opinion of the boy's potential. Inside, Zeiss pays his respects to the Plav patriarch Dade, keeping things strictly professional. Reina and Dade welcome their high-profile guests with the grace befitting a noble household. Zeiss introduces Celia, who manages to drop her ego just long enough for a polite greeting. As she offers thanks, Reina steps in, analyzing the young sword princess with sharp, knowing eyes. Reina notes the striking resemblance Celia bears to her father, both in looks and icy attitude. Celia notices Reina's black hair and crimson eyes, and the realization hits her like a truck. Reina is a Zerdinger. This woman is her aunt. Later, the two siblings finally sit down. Zeiss and Reina begin catching up on years of lost time. During their talk, Zeiss brings up their trip to the royal school, hoping for a peek at Leo's skills. To their utter dismay, the boy had already ghosted the academy premises. Since meeting strangers wasn't on his agenda, Reina plays diplomat, apologizing for her son's seemingly cold attitude. Zeus, now low-key intrigued, grills his sister about Leo's true nature. Reina doesn't hold back, hyping him up as a once-in-a-generation prodigy. This triggers Zeus's suspicion. Is Leo actually worthy of wielding the legendary Zerdinger flames? Reina doubles down, insisting. She isn't just being a biased mom. The kid's raw potential is terrifying. Zeus is officially hooked. He respects her word, but he's got to catch these hands himself before he's fully sold. Cut to Leo locked in deep meditation. Once his mental ritual peaks, he realizes his physical vessel is finally primed for greatness. He reflects on why he's delayed his aura awakening until this very moment. It all comes down to his unique physiology. Igniting his aura too soon would force his body to specialize, essentially nerfing his ability to farm mana and soul energy, the two core pillars of his endgame. Memories of his past life haunt him. He's seen the carnage caused by unstable power. If he'd only mastered his fallen ally's essence back then, the seeds of destruction would have never sprouted. To dodge a repeat of that trauma, Leo demands perfect mastery this time. Phase 1, conquer the aura, but strictly on his own terms. Suddenly, a familiar voice pierces through his focus, snapping him back to reality. He turns to find Celia Zerdinger smirking at him. She mocks his progress, claiming he's finally learned the bare minimum. Despite the sarcasm, she offers to grace him with some sword lessons, if he's got the guts. Leo's just confused, since he literally doesn't know her. She introduces herself as Celia Zerdinger, the world-renowned sword princess. No big deal, right? Leo cuts the fluff immediately. He tells her he's flattered she noticed him, but he's not about to take lessons from someone weaker than himself. Talk about a savage burn. Celia is fuming. His words were a direct shot at her pride, basically implying that he's the alpha here. Leo clarifies, in a life-or-death brawl, she wins because he's auraless. But in a pure test of blade skills, that's a whole different story. He's confident he can fold her without breaking a sweat. Infuriated, Celia snatches a blade from the rack. She's determined to shatter his delusions and put this arrogant brat in his place. A duel is the only way. To her, even with aura, Leo is just a bug she can squash. She wants to give him a brutal reality check. The bet. If she wins this week, he becomes her literal servant. Leo doesn't even blink. He just asks, what if I win? To keep it spicy, she agrees to become his servant if he somehow pulls it off. Bet. Leo grabs a wooden sword and lunges his speed, catching her completely off guard. She dodges, but her heart skips a beat. That movement speed, it's actually kinda terrifying. Still, Celia's convinced that raw speed won't be enough to take her down. They collide again, but this time Leo drops a nuke. The sheer weight of his strike is paralyzing. She's forced to retreat as his power overflows. When Leo's blade hits the stone floor, it literally explodes. He doesn't let up, charging like a beast. The princess is starting to regret this big time. She realizes there's no way to parry the next lethal blow. She braces for the impact, but miraculously, she's unscathed. The coward cheated. She popped her aura armor at the last second to save her skin. This was supposed to be a pure sword fight, but this arrogant girl won't admit that she was totally outclassed. She plays it off as a reflex, but the vibes are rancid. Leo just shrugs and declares the win. She's absolutely losing her mind in disbelief. She refuses to take the L that easily, but Leo saw this coming. He unfastens his magic, weighted bracelets finally uncapping his true strength. With one strike, her barrier shatters like glass. Leaving the girl utterly stunned, Leo shows zero restraint as he forces her to endure the full weight of his power. Strolling through the courtyard later, Leo crosses paths with his mother, who introduces him to his formidable uncle Zeiss. Leo offers a respectful bow, which Zeiss acknowledges, with a nod before the two men exchange a firm, decisive handshake. When his mother asks if he's met Celia, Leo's mind flashes back to her collapsing right after their intense clash, driven by pure terror. Before Leo can clarify the situation, a knight arrives to deliver an urgent report on the girl. Zeiss is floored. How did Leo crush Celia without even awakening his aura? He can't help but voice his genuine admiration. Calling the feat legendary, Zeiss is stunned, though Leo shrugs it off as her being overconfident. What was the wager? With a smirk, Leo reveals the stakes: the loser is bound by blood to serve the winner as their attendant. Essentially, Celia is his maid for the week. Zeiss hates the idea, but a Zerdinger's word is an unbreakable law. However, he insists that as a noble Zerdinger, she shouldn't be subjected to the demeaning labor of a common servant. Begging Leo to drop the demand, he offers a far more lucrative reward as a trade-off for the boy's mercy. Leo shuts it down instantly. He firmly reminds his uncle that this pact was strictly between him and Celia alone. If she carries the Zerdinger pride, she must own her defeat. The uncle's gaze sharpens as he challenges the boy, asking if Leo is truly prepared to throw away the chance to master the legendary Zerdinger aura cultivation technique. Leo fires back with a cold truth: a secret technique offered merely as a bribe to shield a relative from shame holds absolutely no worth to him. Seeing his diplomacy fail, Zeiss shifts his tone, letting a threatening edge creep in. He confronts the kid, pointing out that he's essentially calling their sacred lineage made material and their legacy trash, treating their bloodline like low-tier help and mocking their power. Yet, Leo doesn't even flinch under the immense pressure. Fearless of the fallout, he calmly agrees that his uncle heard him correctly. Then the tension suddenly evaporates into thin air. Zeiss's expression relaxes as he asks almost curiously if Leo realizes just how insanely disrespectful he's being right now. Leo reiterates that he isn't trying to catch beef with the Zerdingers. He simply has a different perspective on honor. He'd embrace the technique as a trophy for his victory, but he won't take it as a cheap payoff. He refuses to let a bribe erase the reality of her defeat. To Leo, that would be the ultimate insult. Denying his win implies that her loss was a fluke, that she's still superior. Leo isn't having any of that narrative. He drops a final truth bomb. Even if she had gone all out from the start, the outcome would have been identical. This sheer confidence makes his mother beam with pride, while Zeiss finds himself captivated by the boy's razor-sharp resolve. Rejecting a divine power just because the vibes were off, that's next-level character. This kid is truly built different. Wishing Leo carried his own blood, Zeiss signals his men to escort Celia straight to the servants' dormitory quarters. He then grants Leo a rare privilege: permission to drop the formalities and speak to him as a peer. As Leo exits, Zeiss tells his sister that he's determined to convince the clan head to share their phoenix breath. He's hyped to bring Leo into the fold of their ultimate technique. Cut to later, inside Leo's private quarters. The atmosphere shifts as we see Celia, her face burning bright red, with absolute soul-crushing humiliation and embarrassment. She's spiraling as she's forced to introduce herself as maid Celia, Leo's personal servant for the coming week. Leo is vibing, loving every second of her newfound humility. Who knew her high and mighty look would translate so well into a simple maid's uniform? Honestly, she's absolutely killing that look. The dress is straight fire on her. Celia scoffs at the compliments. She doesn't need him to tell her she's a baddie. Leo quickly offers a playful apology. He didn't mean to trigger her. He just picked up the habit from an old friend who was obsessed with aesthetics. That influence clearly stuck. He remembers his buddy always preaching that eternal beauty is the universe's greatest masterpiece, claiming that once the wars end, he'd dedicate his existence to sharing that radiance with the entire world. That eccentric friend, none other than the legendary dwarven master Smith Dueno himself. Suddenly, Celia spots something. Celia's curiosity peaks as she notices the book in Leo's hands. He admits it's an old favorite from his childhood, a classic titled The Great Hero of the Beginning. Celia realizes she hasn't touched that story since she was 5. Noticing his deep interest, she wanders over to the shelf to see what other relics he's hoarding. She grabs another volume, noting the massive collection dedicated to the hero Kyle. Leo responds with a thoughtful take. He argues that history's greatest feats are rarely the work of just one man questioning the myth of the solo hero. Achievements credited to a single legend might actually be the collective sweat of many heroes over years. Basically, he is hinting that Kyle's legendary wins are being siphoned off and credited to other heroes. Celia isn't buying it, labeling Kyle as nothing more than a fraud chasing unearned clout. She is part of the masses who believe those grand feats belong to anyone but him. Leo's blood boils hearing everyone trash Kyle as a talentless phony who contributed absolutely zero to society. Shrugging off the gossip, he grabs a quick bite before diving straight into his brutal training regime. Instantly switching to maid mode, she humbly begs her young master for a chance to spar alongside him. She is all smiles on the outside, but her mind is a toxic wasteland of pure hatred for him. She plays the part anyway, desperate to expose the hidden source of his monstrous power. Leo leads the way to the training hall, but soon enough, Celia is gasping for air on her knees. As she pants after round 1, Leo critiques her once, her stamina drains, her reaction speed falls off a cliff. Her movements get sloppy, leaving massive openings for any enemy to exploit. She is a total mess, and she seriously doubts that breaking her body like this counts as actual training. Leo just brushes it off, convinced that the youth of today are simply built way too soft. Modern aura techniques have advanced so much that people have completely neglected the fundamentals of physical grit. Aura buffs the body, sure, but a truly forged physique is what pushes your aura to its absolute peak. Refusing to be labeled a weakling, she summons every ounce of her willpower to stand for round 2. She warns him to stop looking down on her, then charges recklessly, only for it to blow up in her face. Leo casually swats her away with one move, leaving her eating dirt and fuming with pure frustration. Following her string of pathetic defeats, Leo offers her a bracelet which she grabs without a second thought. She has no clue the bracelet is enchanted with gravity magic, making it feel like a literal mountain. Leo lets out a devious smirk, revealing his true plan to force her into training with that crushing weight. He is putting her through hell from here on out. Fast forward to day 2, and Zeiss is watching them spar. Witnessing Celia's desperate struggle, the uncle is certain this humbling experience is exactly what she needs. Before she heads off to Lumen, seeing her massive ego get crushed might actually be a blessing in disguise. He drops a bombshell on Leo he is asking the Patriarch to grant him the legendary Phoenix Breath inheritance. Hearing Phoenix Breath stuns Leo as he knows it is the sacred foundation of the entire Zerdinger legacy. That aura technique is restricted strictly to those who have proven their worth to the main family line. Celia scoffs. Sure, her father will never allow it, but Zeiss seems 3 steps ahead of everyone already. He sets a high-stakes condition if Leo crushes the Lumine entrance exam. The secret technique is his. Celia is livid at the suggestion, viewing Leo as nothing but an auraless brat who does not belong. Since the Lumini trials involve cold, hard combat, Leo is basically walking into a death trap. Leo casually admits he lacks real combat experience, though we know that is only true if you ignore his past life. Minus his past life godhood, Leo is a rookie, but he does not hesitate to accept Zeiss's challenge. With his parents' blessing, a week flies by until the big day of the Lumine entrance exam finally dawns. The crowd goes wild, seeing the prestigious Celia Zerdinger herself standing among the nervous applicants. Celia cannot help but poke at Leo, teasingly asking if he is finally starting to shake in his boots. It seems her time undercover as a personal maid has her acting a little too much like the real deal. She is still calling him master out of habit when Galvin's annoying voice cuts through the air. He is there to simp for Celia, but he is visibly shook to see Leo tagging along by her side. This clown starts throwing shade, claiming Leo is an auraless scrub who has zero business being at these trials. He tries to act smooth with Celia, but the duo treats him like a complete ghost, ignoring his existence. Getting awkward, he desperately reminds her that he is Galvin Tratton, the guy who greeted her last time. To his utter embarrassment, Celia does not recognize him at all and grabs Leo's hand to ditch the loser. Suddenly, a new voice stops them in their tracks. 2 siblings have arrived, led by the towering Abad Llewellyn. 16-year-old scion of the Llewellyn bloodline, stands tall, flanked by his petite sister Chelsea. Only 14, she carries that same prestigious name. Celia recognizes the duo instantly, yet Leo remains completely clueless. Celia reveals their identity, the Llewellyn siblings, direct descendants of the Empire's most legendary heroic lineage. Seeing the Llewellyn heirs sparks a fire in Celia. She's clearly far from pleased by their arrival. She strictly warns Leo these siblings are their rivals in the exam, and losing is simply not an option. The Zerdinger clan's pride is on the line, but for Leo, this petty rivalry couldn't be less important. He's a Plav, not a Zerdinger after all. Regardless, as the siblings approach to greet Celia, she maintains her noble poise, returning their greeting before introducing Leo as a representative of House Plav, a noble house from the Delid Kingdom. Yet hearing Leo lacks a prestigious title of his own, the Lulin boy scoffs, tossing Leo aside as a nobody. They turn on their heels, leaving a chilling warning. The top spot belongs to them. Naturally, Celia's blood boils. She absolutely loathes their arrogant guts. Crushing them during the trials is her only goal. Suddenly, a figure from the Lumine Academy appears. He ascends the podium, his sheer presence demanding total silence. The man identifies himself as Albi Zeron, a Lumine Academy professor. Celia stands paralyzed with shock at seeing such a legendary figure. But Leo looks bored, having zero clue who the man is. Celia's annoyance peaks at his ignorance. Failing to recognize a titan like Albi is a sin. She quickly whispers that Albi Zeron is enshrined in the hero record, an elite roster of the greatest champions of this modern age. Leo scans the professor, spotting something strange, a massive concentration of mana surging within Albi's left eye. Professor Albi addresses the crowd, breaking down the structure of the upcoming entrance examination. Albi states the trials are twofold: brutal, one-on-one duels, and high-stakes monster subjugation. Traditionally, these tasks happen in phases. However, Albi makes it crystal clear that he finds such methods painfully dull. To prove it, he incinerates the exam itinerary instantly. Traditional rules are dead. Next, he produces a massive, ancient tome. Upon opening it, he manifests the first chapter, Prologue: The Wild Forest. Suddenly, a colossal magic circle erupts in light beneath the feet of every single student. The stage is set. Not a soul knows what insanity the professor has planned next. One truth emerges: Albi Zeron hates wasted time. He declares a total fusion of all exam trials. This singular challenge begins now. You see, the hero record is far more than a book. It's a reality-warping tool capable of manifesting the lived worlds of ancient heroes. It stores their very memories. Entering this realm allows one to inherit a predecessor's divine power. Essentially, it's a legendary training simulator. Now everyone is trapped within the wild forest. The objective is simple: survive. Form alliances or slaughter your peers. The choice is yours. Survival by any means. Those who fear death can shatter their orbs and retreat instantly. Simple as that. After a quick scan, our protagonist realizes this terrain is hauntingly familiar. It's exactly as he remembers an elven sanctuary stolen by the tyrannical witch queen Salatna. Some panicked students dismiss this as a mere illusion, desperate to escape back home. Leo knows better. This world may be born from memory, but the stakes are terrifyingly real. Every injury is physical. One wrong step in this hazardous landscape means a permanent grave. Sensing a killing intent, Leo pivots just as a lethal arrow shrieks toward him. The projectile pulverizes the earth where he stood. He's safe for now, but tracing the shot, he finds Chelsea Llewellyn. She has clearly mistaken him for someone else. Mistaking him for a Zerdinger, she's out for blood. Leo quickly tries to correct her. He's a Plav, not a target. But Chelsea, smelling a lie, only grows more aggressive. Having seen him with Celia, she lashes out with her whimsical magic. Leo watches, genuinely intrigued. A spell unknown to his previous era, yet its fundamental structure feels strangely familiar. Chelsea's blood boils at his icy composure. Desperate to crack his mask, she detonates her ultimate skill right in his face. But Leo just yawns, parrying the strike with a casual flick of his blade, as her mana shatters into nothingness. Confusion hits Chelsea like a truck. He didn't even flare his aura, so how did he neutralize her magic so effortlessly? Our protagonist chooses violence, roasting her skill level as too basic before tossing her a lifeline, a tactical alliance. It is the ultimate survival play. The longer they stay in the game, the more points they rack up together. As a mage, surely she wants to survive at least one round, but this girl's pride is on another level. Furious, she snaps back, claiming her title as a battle mage, rather than some common caster. The disrespect stung. Bruised by his simple comment, she pours every drop of energy into a strike, meant to delete him from existence. She is desperate to prove she isn't fodder, but her entire magical barrage hits nothing but empty air. Leo isn't even there. He has already moved, standing miles away from her projected trajectory. The scariest part: no mana signature. He is a ghost until his gaze locks onto hers from point-blank range. He is right there, fist cocked back and ready to launch. The screen cuts before we see the impact. Whether he swung or not, Chelsea's spirit is broken. Her legs turn to jelly, signaling a total victory for Leo. Even after the flex, Leo keeps it cool, offering her one last chance to join his winning team. Before she can answer, we shift to the Lumine Academy big shots, observing everything through their digital surveillance. The faculty is hyped as the tension peaks, but down on the field, Leo is showing zero mercy. He has her bound to a tree like a captive, and that shadow over his eyes screams trouble. To set the mood for the night, he sparks a small campfire right beneath the poor girl. The heat rises as flames begin licking the wood. Pure panic washes over Chelsea as the fire draws closer. There is only one way out of this roasting she has to stop being stubborn and work with him. But she has that main character energy in the worst way, refusing to depend on anyone else. Outside of her brother, she trusts no one, failing miserably to summon her wind magic. Leo's anti-magic seal is working overtime, though secretly he is running on empty and cannot hold it forever. She finally caves, realizing her magic is useless here, though she still thinks she can outsmart him. Little does she know Leo is 5 steps ahead and watching her like a hawk for any funny business. To speed things up, he fans the flames, making the heat absolutely unbearable for her. When her clothes start catching sparks, the battle mage finally reaches her breaking point. She surrenders, agreeing to the pact, but Leo isn't falling for some basic pinky promise. He demands a blood oath on her family name, and she frantically swears by the Luan lineage. Agreement reached. Leo slices the ropes, and just as she is about to fall into the embers, he catches her in a textbook Princess Carrie. Meanwhile, the professors are still grading the students' every move. Headmaster Albizeron is unimpressed, as no one has managed to spark his interest just yet. Watching these kids fight like rabid dogs instead of strategizing feels like a massive waste of potential. Only the power duo of Celia Zerdinger and Abad Llewellyn seem to be operating on a higher plane. Their teamwork gives the old man a glimmer of hope for the future of the academy. But then, his gaze lands on the chaotic duo of Leo and Chelsea, and he cannot look away. Sure, the fire torture was a bit unhinged, but taming a wild card like Chelsea Llewellyn is impressive. It is enough for a passing grade, even if Leo seems to lack the raw talent of top-tier prodigies. But the teacher is dead wrong. Our boy already wiped the floor with Celia. He did it without even breaking a sweat, making Leo the ultimate dark horse of this exam. After carving through a few mobs, the new duo moves out with Chelsea finally seeing the logic. Curious, she asks what kind of legendary aura he is using since she cannot feel any mana. Leo drops a massive bomb. He has no clue how to use aura at all. Her jaw hits the floor. But before she can process that a beast is watching from the shadows, the predator prepares to pounce, but Chelsea's instincts flare as she blasts the monster instantly. Let's be real, that strike was total overkill for such a low-tier mob. Even Leo acknowledges her raw power, though her technique is absolutely tragic. Suddenly, Leo's instincts flare up. He signals a sharp halt, his eyes narrowed at the shifting sands. Something feels dangerously off. Kneeling down, he uncovers parched earth and the withered remains of previous victims. The sight is chillingly unnatural. Out of nowhere, the ground erupts. Leo reacts instantly, scooping Chelsea into his arms as he vaults away from the blast zone. The cowards behind the ambush finally crawl out of the shadows. It's Galavan and his squad, still salty about their old grudge. He's come with one goal, taking Leo down. We all know he's got a massive chip on his shoulder regarding our boy. He barks an order for one of his lackeys to charge, and the mindless pawn actually rushes in without a second thought. Too bad for him, he's met with a bone-shattering counter. One punch from Leo sends him crashing into the dirt, completely sparked. Exuding pure alpha energy, Leo calmly tells Chelsea to cover his rear. She's momentarily dazed, stunned by his effortless heroism. Having been saved twice in a heartbeat, she quickly gathers herself and takes her stance right behind him. While they prepare to face the remaining goons, Galavan does what he does best, tucking tail and sprinting for his pathetic life. He ditches his own crew, desperate to put as much distance between himself and Leo as humanly possible. His only goal is finding a new partner to hide behind. As luck would have it, Celia spots him from afar. Instead of hunting him down, she heads straight toward the source of the chaos. When they finally arrive, it's a bloodbath. The carnage is jaw-dropping. The clearing is a graveyard of slain beasts and broken students who failed to survive the onslaught. Naturally, Chelsea's face finally lights up with joy as she's finally reunited with her brother amidst the wreckage. Meanwhile, Celia doesn't hesitate to throw shade, demanding to know why Leo is hanging out with someone like Chelsea. Leo stands his ground, declaring their new alliance. Celia isn't buying it for a second. The idea sounds like a total fever dream. She'd sooner believe in backflipping cockroaches than believe he actually managed to convince Chelsea, that stubborn goat, to form an alliance. To this, Leo simply offers a casual and sinister look, claiming he simply persuaded her. That wicked grin sends chills down Celia's spine as she wonders what exactly he did to get her on board. Anyhow, our lead turns his attention to the fallen students, offering a hand up. Abad is baffled. Why help the very people who just tried to jump him? Leo quickly clears the air for everyone, explaining that internal beef is pointless right now. Sticking together is the only way to survive the horrors of this world, instead of fighting for selfish reasons. Since the group seems clueless about the threat, Leo gestures toward the shriveled remains nearby, hinting that a much darker issue is looming over them all. One student notes the bodies look completely mummified, but Leo warns that the missing moisture is just the tip of the iceberg. The entire area has gone deathly silent, totally devoid of any monster presence. It's an eerie, unnatural void. It's as if every beast in the forest is terrified, fleeing from some high-tier predator that has claimed this territory. The realization finally hits Abad. As far as the lore goes, things are starting to look very familiar. Legend says Hero Albi's first grand achievement was slaying a high-tier monster. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shakes the very earth, the sound of something massive and malevolent stirring deep within the tree line. The air grows thick with suffocating tension, a clear warning that the beast is finally revealing itself. Meanwhile, Galavan is stumbling through the dark alone, clutching a flickering torch. He looks absolutely terrified, but even in a death trap, his smooth brain is more focused on spite than survival. He's obsessed with getting revenge on our boy, right until he trips over a fresh corpse. Something is lurking behind the veil of shadows, causing him to stumble and fall in absolute paralyzing fear. Looming within the darkness is a nightmare made manifest, a colossal starving spider beast, ready to claim its next meal. Galavan's clock has officially run out. Now let's check in on Professor Albi and the state of the remaining students. It turns out a staggering 500 students have already washed out of the exam. The situation is looking grim. The quota requires 100 survivors, yet only 50 remain. But Albi isn't about to lower his standards for anyone. The professor is only interested in those who possess the true spark of a hero and meet his elite expectations. The headmaster chose him to pick the absolute cream of the crop. Albi believes true legends are forged in crisis. He shifted his gaze toward Leo Plov, a mysterious dark horse whose unexpected talent has completely piqued his curiosity. The real question is, can this dark horse survive the coming storm? Back on the field, the students are moving fast, struggling to navigate the terrain as the atmosphere grows increasingly oppressive and pitch black. Celia ignites her blade, sensing a presence lurking. Her sword's crimson glow cuts through the dark. It unmasks a nightmare, a colossal spider feasting on its catch. Pure terror grips the group. Abad prepares a lethal spell, but Leo immediately intervenes. It is way too dangerous for a reckless move. He commands Galvan to shatter the crystal. Sadly, Galvan is busy being turned into a spider snack. Paralyzed by those fangs, he manages to crush the blue gem, unleashing a massive electrical surge. Lightning fries the beast's maw from within. Abad seizes the moment, channeling his lethal windfang spell. The blast slams into the horror. It leaves a gruesome wound, yet the killing blow remains elusive. The squad freezes as they finally realize the absolute monster they are actually dealing with. This is the Spider Princess Tarantula, and she's a total nightmare. One student makes a brain-dead charge. He gets folded instantly by a single blow, slamming into the dirt. Now it's Celia's turn to step up. Brimming with ego, she believes one ultimate move will end this. She ignites her most devastating magic. A piercing red beam incinerates the air, carving through the spider and forcing a shriek of agony. But this thing is a literal tank. It regenerates instantly, leaving Celia's grand assault completely useless. Abad scoffs, claiming a mere knight's power can't compare to a mage's. The sibling rivalry is real. He invokes Raphael, a wind spell that shreds the spider in a vortex. But when the dust settles, the beast is unscathed and glaring. It's terrifying. Noticing her brother's peril, Chelsea springs into action. She drops a windbreaker spell to save him. Even so, Abad takes a nasty gash from a claw. She rushes to his side, checking his vitals after that near-death encounter. He almost lost an arm. Its insane healing factor makes them look like amateurs. Darkness looms as the queen closes in. Leo reveals the grim truth. This is Salatna's daughter, a legendary calamity that once burned forests. He realizes the energy within Professor Albi matches the Fairy King's mana signature. The plot thickens. Tarantula once turned the cursed wildwoods into a graveyard. She is a literal walking extinction event. She didn't just burn the Elven realm, she devoured the Fairy King's most trusted right hand. Leo thought Luna had finished her off, but reality is cruel. The tarantula is very much alive. By eating that assistant, she absorbed an artifact of infinite life energy, the ultimate life hack. This is the ring of life. Ever, the stubborn egoist Abad refuses to back down from the exam. He thinks killing this boss is his path to glory. They launch a desperate barrage of strikes. They hope to solo the beast, but Tarantula just tanks it. Leo knows this is a lost cause. As she heals endlessly, they will simply bottom out on mana first. It is a battle of attrition. Desperate Celia asks for his strategic lead. Leo breaks down the absolute necessity of perfect teamwork. Abad immediately hates the idea, still obsessed with being the main character of this fight. Celia is not any better. They are both acting like spoiled brats while a monster looms over them. Leo drops a harsh reality check. Work together or stay here and die. It is that simple. Abad finally considers it, though he worries about the timing. Executing a combo won't be easy. Since nobody else can tank this monster, finding an opening feels nearly impossible right now. Stepping into the spotlight, Leo offers to be the distraction. He will buy them the time they need. Celia thinks he has lost it, reminding him he has zero aura. But Leo remains unfazed and confident. He claims he can stall for 5 minutes max. Abad is still skeptical about their final success. Leo is not blinking. He is 100% certain this plan will crush the spider for good. Snatching a blade from the ground, he notes that fire and wind elements have insane synergy. The Sword Princess and the Mage finally unite as Leo stares down the looming predator. This feels like a nostalgic thrill from his past life. He lunges cleanly, severing a massive limb. That strike leaves everyone speechless. He proceeds to shred the beast's face with cold, calculated precision. A sudden flashback triggers an elven child is sprinting through the woods, sobbing in pure terror. Before he can escape, Tartaros snags him with a sticky web. The boy is trapped. Trapped deep within the beast's sticky webbing, all hope for survival vanishes. Suddenly, the monstrous arachnid lunges forward. Its jaws gape open to feast. Desperate, the boy cries out for his mother as death's cold shadow looms close. Then a blinding flash erupts. A celestial savior descends, shielding the helpless child with a barrier of pure radiance. Luna's blood boils. This abomination dared to ravage her lands and tried to snack on her very own contractor. As the elven forest's supreme protector, Luna unleashes a searing blast of holy light toward the jagged-toothed monster. Her mana shatters the darkness, trapping Tartaros before calling down a massive world-shaking pillar of lightning from above. But shock hits her. She never imagined Erebos's relentless legion had already breached and seized the sacred elven woods. Drawing from his past life's prowess, Leo steps in to slash through the sticky silk, liberating the terrified boy. Now look at him. Axe gripped tight, he stands his ground alone, determined to shield his comrades at any cost. Without his aura, his options are limited. Leo shouts to Chelsea, demanding she ignite her powerful elemental sorcery immediately. Even as weapons fly his way, he blurs across the battlefield, evading every strike with god-tier superhuman reflexes. Chelsea hesitates, terrified that her own magic might incinerate him along with the enemy. But then, just do it, Leo roars, trusting his own speed. Hearing his command, Chelsea finally triggers her destructive arcane power. She can forge anything from thin air. Leo doesn't care about the shape, he just needs steel. She manifests his first blade. Dual-wielding, a curved scimitar and a heavy bastard sword, Leo becomes a whirlwind of death, unleashing a relentless storm of slashes. He carves through the spider's armor, his blades shattering. Without missing a beat, Chelsea hurls him a fresh replacement. Snatching a dagger and a heavy axe. Mid-air, Leo's insane physicality leaves Chelsea completely speechless. This guy is a beast. His movements scream Grandmaster. Even the stoic Abad is forced to admit that Leo's strength is on a different level. But he's not untouchable. A jagged leg grazes his cheek. Leo grits his teeth. Losing to a bug is not an option. If he falls here, his old comrades will clown him for eternity in the next life. Pushing his limits, he shreds the monster's hide and calls for more steel. But luck finally runs out. Chelsea's arsenal is dry. She's totally out of mana. Leo's heart drops, but a familiar heat suddenly fills the air. Celia's ultimate move is primed. She releases a massive spiraling inferno that roars with the fury of a dragon. The spider is turned to ash instantly. As the monster falls, the legendary Ring of Life sparkles amidst the remains. Victory. Celia collapses exhausted. It's finally over. Yet she can't shake what she just witnessed. She's stunned. Leo held back that titan for 5 straight minutes alone. She opens her mouth to offer praise, but Chelsea beats her to it. Now Leo's biggest fangirl, she screams that his combat was absolutely legendary. To her, he looked like a mythical hero reborn. Leo stays chill, but this girl is totally simping now. Aspiring to be a battle mage, she begs for his tutelage. Hilariously, Celia hopes he says yes, just to see her suffer. She wants Chelsea to experience Leo's brutal hell training firsthand. Now that's a real nightmare. Leo claims the Ring of Life, and suddenly Prince Silid manifests as a tiny fairy. Leo whispers his name, sparking lost memories. The spirit vanishes back into the jewel. Silid is finally recognized as the Fairy King, all according to Professor Alby's plan. They locate the Eye of Mana just as the exit timer begins its final countdown. The stage is officially cleared. Their prize, the legendary Fairy King's pledge. But as they teleport out, Leo spots a face from his bloody past. Meanwhile, Academy Principal Kalian Badian sits in his office carefully scrutinizing the latest examination results. His assistant nervously asks how many students survived Professor Alby's notoriously brutal and impossible testing standards. The headmaster blinks in shock. 40 students actually made the cut. It's a low count, but surprisingly high for Alby. He's actually impressed. He honestly expected only 10 survivors to crawl out of that meat grinder alive. This is a major win for the Academy. Naturally, he assumes Celia and Abad led the pack as the top elites. However, rumors of a new class representative surface. The fact that Alby personally recommended anyone is absolutely mind-blowing. The staff assumes it's a genius from the Zerdinger or Llewellyn bloodlines. Who else could impress that grumpy professor? But they're wrong. A complete nobody has appeared, a dark horse whose score completely eclipses both Celia and Abad combined. Back with Professor Alby, the veteran educator watches Leo Plav with a sharp, calculating gaze. He's found his champion. Leo is now the Night Division's ace. The headmaster is stunned by Albie's bold, unexpected choice. Albie doesn't just like the kid. He claims Leo Plav possesses the raw, overwhelming talent of a legendary hero. With the exams finally crushed, our protagonist kicks back in a private sauna, soaking in every drop of relaxation. His prize, the legendary Fairy King's Pledge. Normally conquering a hero's living world, yields 0 loot, yet Leo somehow snagged an impossible exception. He is left scratching his head, wondering why he is the chosen one. Suddenly, his mother's phantom appears, dropping a heavy question. Does he know the truth behind her exile from Zerdinger? To save a comrade, she lets slip her restraints, unleashing the catastrophic untamed flames of the Zerdinger bloodline. Even now, 0 regrets linger. Her gaze locks onto Leo, desperate to guide his monstrous talent toward a better path. More than anything, she is beaming with pride that her son successfully cracked the doors of the elite academy. Touching down in the majestic Lumeria city, students scramble to grab their gear before heading past the main gates. Lumeria stands as the world's beating heart, housing the prestigious Lumine Academy. Finally, Leo has set foot on legendary ground. His uncle pops up to offer some hype for his success. Naturally, Leo is confused about why he is showing up now. Turns out the Zerdinger household is currently locked in a month-long, vicious political bloodbath that just will not quit. The uncle tests him, asking if he can guess what is fueling the fire. Leo's mind immediately races to one thing: the legendary Phoenix Breath inheritance. Bingo. His uncle confirms that is exactly the prize everyone is clawing for. Though his mother is officially cut off from the clan, Leo still carries that elite blood in his veins. Plus, the crusty clan elders are actually shook by how easily Leo stomped the infamous Western examination. Since he beat the impossible, he is gifted a rare subspace key. Without hesitation, Leo decides to see what is inside. A quick incantation cracks open a portal to a forbidden tome. His uncle gives the next grim instruction: paint the ancient pages with his own blood. Leo does not flinch, biting his thumb to seal the pact. Crimson droplets splatter across the paper, unlocking the hidden high-tier secrets that only a Zerdinger can possess. The intel is for his eyes only. Mastering Zerdinger techniques is a nightmare, but Leo is not your average student. His uncle is betting on the kid's genius, certain he will evolve instantly. And just like that, he is officially a Zerdinger. Welcome to the family, kid. Later, Celia hits him up for a secret meetup at a mysterious spot. Boom. A random girl slams into him, sending them both flying. This clumsy Four Eyes panics, frantically grabbing her scattered books. She babbles an apology and bolts, but drops an ID card. Meet Chloe Muller, a fellow Academy freshman. Leo finally reaches the meeting, only to find a fuming Celia. She is definitely not happy about being kept waiting. They have got a massive shopping list, and he is lagging. He blames the delay on a surprise family reunion with his uncle. Seeing him so hyped, Celia's curiosity peaks. To settle her mind, Leo decides to show rather than tell. He summons the signature Zerdinger flames, effortlessly acting like it is no big deal. Celia's jaw literally hits the floor. This absolute madman mastered a top-secret family legacy in less than 30 days. Celia's brain short-circuits. She is seriously starting to doubt if this guy is even part of the human race. Later, our duo watches a massive vessel dock. Enter Professor Ein Elandio, the sharp-tongued lead of the night class. He barks for everyone to board immediately. The voyage to Lumen is about to set sail. The trip starts off chill with everyone vibing. Leo and Celia look so close they are basically a whole couple. That's when a cocky stranger slides in with a snarky comment that immediately triggers Celia's fight mode. Meet Thomas, a sketchy Moira alchemist/merchant. He tries to hustle the couple, offering them rare supplies for the school year. Leo keeps it cool, identifying as a student from the kingdom of Delad. Thomas freezes. Delad is famous for surviving that brutal Western exam, but Leo senses something is off about this whole vibe. It feels way too quiet. Celia thinks this is just 5-star treatment for passing the test, but Leo's gut disagrees. While she enjoys the luxury, Leo keeps his eyes glued to their suspicious instructor, waiting for the other shoe to drop. Thomas nods along with Celia, but right then, bam! The entire ship lurches violently under a massive impact. A monstrous tentacle erupts from the deep, nearly smashing Thomas. The terrified students scream for the professor to do something. Instead, the professor just sips his wine, laughing at their pathetic pleas for a rescue. He reminds them that Lumine students do not hide, they dominate. This is not a crisis. It is their first real-world trial. It is time to sink or swim against the ocean's most hideous predator. A massive kraken looms over the deck, yet our protagonist does not even blink. He is ready for war. Leo's blade whistles through the air, severing a massive tentacle. Nearby, Celia ignites the battlefield with the Sword Princess's scorching fury. The kraken retaliates with a high-pressure jet, leaving Celia drenched before snatching up a screaming, helpless Thomas. Seeing their comrade in peril, Leo and Celia lunge forward like twin lightning bolts to butcher the beast. Our greedy alchemist is left speechless. He expected the Sword Princess to carry, but this reality is hitting different. He never saw Leo's lethal intensity coming. Suddenly, a frozen limb nearly turns Thomas into a pancake. The terrified boy screams at his savior Chloe, the four-eyed girl who bumped into Leo earlier. She's a frost queen dominating the monster with ice magic, while throwing major shade at the alchemist. Thomas is just dead weight now, and Chloe isn't hiding her disgust. He mutters that elites like her never respect the little guys. As more tentacles are shredded, the legendary duo of Abad and Chelsea finally enters the fray. They land on deck, their ancient clan rivalry still burning brighter than the actual battle. The battle mage ignores the surrounding carnage, her eyes locked solely on our protagonist. As they approach the academy, the instructor smirks, calling this monster Ambush, the ultimate vibe check for freshmen. Sipping his wine, he notes the heavy hitters Chen, Celia, Abad, Chloe, and Walden. And Duran Moira rounds out the list. Each regional ace is proving exactly why they're called monsters themselves. But one unknown student is completely eclipsing them all, casting a shadow over the elite captains. His movements are flawless, dancing through the chaos as if he's already seen every single strike in a vision. The instructor grins. He can't wait to see this boy truly unleash his hidden power in class. Thomas completely bottoms out his potion stash just as the ship finally moors at the docks. Disembarking, the instructor warns them to get comfortable with the smell of monster blood. They'll be seeing plenty of it. Behold the glorious entrance to their new life, the Lumiere. The training grounds are insane. Above, the crowd is buzzing, hungry for the freshmen to put on a legendary show. The ceremony kicks off. The Night Division instructor barks for the captains to step forward and lead. Headmaster Kellyan watches from above, his gaze weighing heavy on the next generation of hero candidates. His voice booms through the hall. To become a true hero, you must be willing to stare death in the eye. Surpass your limits or die trying. He slams his fist, sending a shockwave through the hearts of every student. The message is clear: if you can't handle the heat, get out of this prestigious institution immediately. Then, in a total mood swing, he turns into a wholesome grandpa, acting like he didn't just traumatize them. Kellyan laughs, wondering why everyone is so stiff. His reputation as a terrifying swordmaster is fading fast. His aura is definitely taking a hit today. Next up, the highly anticipated freshman representative speech. Everyone is waiting for a famous name like Celia or Abad, but the announcer drops a bombshell. Leo Plav. The crowd erupts, leaving even Leo himself standing there in complete disbelief. He realizes the professor set him up. Stepping to the podium, Leo faces the sea of curious seniors. As he begins, the crowd descends into chaos, whispering about this mysterious nobody taking the spotlight. The speech wraps up, but then comes the million-dollar question. What exactly are your goals, Leo Plav? He catches the hint the academy wants him to light a fire under the egos of the elites behind him. Leo starts off humble and professional, earning nods of approval from the strict faculty members. The vibe is chill until Leo goes full savage, openly declaring he's ready to smoke anyone who challenges him. The auditorium goes dead silent. This bold declaration is a direct slap to the face of every top ranker. But Leo doesn't blink. With the drama settled, the exhausted students are finally dismissed to their dorms. Starting tomorrow, they get a 7-day grace period to explore the academy's diverse curriculum. They can sample any class before locking in their 3 main majors for the year. The staff warns them to sleep off the trauma. Coincidentally, Leo's room is right next to a Hyper Thomas. Thomas is buzzing for day 1, but Leo just collapses his body, finally hitting its limit. Staring at the ceiling, he ponders his true mission within these massive, prestigious walls. He's conquered the entrance, but his real goal remains finding his lost hero record in the cafeteria tomorrow. Thomas wants to crash at the table, and Leo gives zero thoughts. But then a total vibe killer shows up. It's Duran, the Central Region hotshot. He's here to see if Leo's actually legit or just all talk. He's checking if Leo's loudmouth can back up that bold announcement. Leo knew he was stirring the pot. His speech was a massive come-at-me sign, practically inviting every ego-driven stranger to take a shot. Duran acts like he's the main character, but Leo's just vibing with his juice box completely unbothered. Furious at the disrespect, Duran finally snaps and sends the table flying with a thunderous kick. With god-tier reflexes, Leo saves his lunch mid-air and reforms his burger. Pure, unadulterated class right there. Chowing down on the saved meal, Leo deadpans that he simply can't let good food go to waste. Duran is straight-up radiating murder vibes now. Every word from his mouth feels like a literal death threat. He can't fathom how this weak freshman is outranking him. His ego is literally screaming in agony. Suddenly, Instructor Ain drops in, casually throwing his arms around the 2 rivals to break the tension. He politely reminds them of their high ranks before mentioning the spicy punishment for first-day brawling. Their faces scream for mercy. Now let's jump ahead and visit the night department's very first class. Celia's low-key stressing about Leo's absence until he finally stumbles in, completely out of breath and exhausted. She's convinced he's been scrapping, but Leo chooses the silent treatment, keeping his secrets for now. Class is officially in session. Ain introduces himself as the head of the freshman night department classes. Thomas senses the beef, while Ain begins breaking down the 3 legendary pillars of mana power. First is magic energy, second is soul energy, and finally, we have the legendary power of aura. Aura is the ultimate challenge. Celia explains it's because aura requires mana to lose its natural fluidity. She's spot on. While magic stays natural, aura requires a complete internal transformation during the conversion process. It's all about molding mana to suit the body. Ain demonstrates exactly what a glowing aura looks like. He wonders if any of these rookies actually know how to channel that processed energy themselves. Celia's stuck, but Leo breaks his silence to explain that aura is fueled by the burning of mana. He nailed it. The instructor is visibly impressed by the kid's sharp intuition and correct conclusion. Then comes the million-dollar question. What's the most vital part of the entire mana-burning process? Stamina. Leo responds instantly. Ain is blown away, wondering if this kid has studied this before. But he hasn't. This kid is literally a walking cheat code grasping concepts he's never even read. Enough theory. Ain decides it's time for some hands-on action and starts a little physical exercise. Using his aura, he creates a solid wave-like platform in midair, the legendary technique called aura step. It's all about focusing power into the legs. Ain claims the applications of aura are basically endless. While the others struggle and spar, Celia starts teasing Leo about his lack of aura knowledge. She offers a tutorial if he calls her big sis, but Leo isn't exactly desperate for her help. He's already got the theory down. Meanwhile, Ain eyes Duran, sensing the lingering tension from earlier. It's time to settle that cafeteria drama. Some students like Chelsea are still totally clueless about the fight, but Thomas is right there to spill the tea and hype up the mystery for everyone. Ain summons both boys to the front and grills Duran on what actually ticked him off so much. Duran's being a brat, so Ain proposes a friendly little race to settle the score once and for all. The winner becomes the class leader. It's the freshman rep versus the Central Region's elite captain. The only rule, use your aura however you want. This sounds like an absolute win for Duran. The day of the big showdown finally arrives, and the hype is through the roof for this clash. Thomas, the ultimate hustle king, is already busy taking bets and hosting a massive betting system. First up is the genius of House Moira, and master of the lightning aura, the one and only Duran. And facing him is Leo Plov, the mysterious dark horse, who somehow claimed the top representative spot. The crowd is expecting some fireworks, hoping for a legendary performance from the freshman representative. But their jaws drop when they realize Leo can't even use a basic move like Aura Step. The crowd sneered, convinced he was a total fraud. To them, only the Central Region's elite captain deserved the title. Sensing the tension peak, Ain seized the moment to set the stakes. The objective was simple: cross the finish line first. No excuses, and no second chances once the dust settles. The countdown has reached 0. Even Celia's faith wavered. Defeating Duran was a tall order, especially against his legendary high-voltage lightning aura. Despite the overwhelming odds, she prayed for a miracle. She needed Leo to shatter everyone's expectations with a legendary upset. The signal fired, and Duran vanished in a blur of speed. The racers erupted from the start, like heat-seeking missiles. Cloaked in crackling electricity, Duran surged forward with flawless form. He was certain Leo would be eating his dust. Leo remained unfazed by the pathetic trash talk at the gates. The spectators cheered, watching the central star dominate the track. It looked like the Golden Boy would end this in seconds. Meanwhile, the freshman representative was struggling to keep up. Trailing behind, Leo finally began channeling raw aura into his heels. He was ready to shift into high gear. The audience hissed, labeling him a lucky scammer who didn't belong on this stage. Amidst the sea of haters, one lone voice pierced the noise. Chelsea Llewellyn's passionate scream of support echoed through the stadium. Driven to crush his rival, Duran pushed his body to the limit, channeling his family's signature lightning speed. He was a literal bolt of lightning. Watching him clear the halfway mark in record time sent Carl into a panic. It looked grim for our hero. If Leo didn't pull a rabbit out of his hat soon, it was game over. Suddenly, the young man scanned the track with intense focus. To everyone's horror, he didn't accelerate, he slowed down. His momentum died completely as he veered off track toward the walls. Even Celia was baffled by this illogical suicide move. He looked like a complete clown. The stadium fell into a confused silence watching him wander away from the goal. But Leo was busy. He was condensing his aura into his feet through a series of bone-shattering, inhuman leaps. He ditched the track entirely, vaulting into the spectator stands. He looked back nonchalantly while Duran sprinted toward victory. Duran was miles ahead, but Leo's aura density had finally reached its boiling point. The fiery pressure beneath his boots caused the concrete stands to shatter. With one explosive kick, he launched himself. He rocketed back toward the track with terrifying force. The impact was so violent it left a shockwave in his wake. Duran flinched as Leo transformed into a crimson meteor, tearing through the air at impossible speeds. This cheeky devil didn't just pass him. He mocked Duran's speed while flying through the sky. Calling the elite brat a slowpoke, the red streak slammed into the finish line. His landing was pure, effortless grace. Duran stood frozen a few meters back, completely stunned. His lightning armor flickered and died. This was a total landslide defeat. Leo tilted his head back with a confident smirk. Victory was his, even if he trashed the stadium seats to get it. The haters who were talking trash moments ago were now speechless. They realized they had just witnessed something monstrous. Everyone knew Duran was the undisputed speed king of the first years. Seeing him lose was like watching a myth crumble. Worse yet, he lost to a rookie who hadn't even mastered basic aura yet. But Celia saw the truth. She realized this wasn't some basic trick. Leo hadn't used an aura step he had unleashed, a full-blown phoenix step. Carl and Chelsea were losing their minds with joy. Meanwhile, the professor stood in silent shock, recalculating everything he knew. Duran's lightning-enhanced speed was impressive and exactly what everyone expected from a genius. But the velocity Leo displayed was on a whole different level. In a straight dash, Leo Plov was technically slower, but his aura control was god tier. By concentrating every drop of fire aura into a single point, he created one ultimate devastating propulsion. It was a flawless execution of a high-level concept. He truly proved himself to be a natural-born monster. Leo approached Duran with an outstretched hand, praising the intense match. He conceded that, in a long-distance sprint, the outcome would have flipped. Still bitter, the brat snubbed, the handshake aggressively, brushing past Leo's shoulder. The professor's certain, a legendary hero is finally awakening among this new crop of disciples. Once Leo regrouped with his circle, Chelsea immediately began gushing over his incredible performance. Stunned by his skills, she begged to train together. Carr whined to Celia, wondering why Chelsea only had eyes for Leo. Since class wrapped, Carr invited the gang to a cafe, even offering to foot the entire bill. Leo bowed out, choosing growth over leisure. Without another word, he quietly vanished from his social clique. When asked about his destination, he nonchalantly mentioned he was auditing the summoning lecture. His friends froze. Why would a night student waste time in a summoning hall? Classic Leo, it's all for research. Yet one mystery still gnaws at his mind. Why did the Fairy King grant him that specific pledge? Normally rewards mirror the world owner's unique essence. This gift screams summoning, but Professor Albee was a pure mage, not a master of spirits. By all rights, he should have gained magic. Plus, contacting fairies requires a literal trip to Fairyland. The reward is currently a paperweight. While waiting at the summoning grounds, a familiar voice chirped asking if he was a fellow student. It was the Eastern captain Chen Xia. Unlike that hot-headed racer, Sia is pure sunshine and manners. The two quickly swapped greetings. She insisted on going by Sia. Seeing a Night Division star interested in summoning was a total curveball. Leo played it cool, claiming a simple fascination with the art of spiritualism. If that's the case, their paths are destined to cross frequently in the lecture halls. When he asked about her contract, Sia manifested a stunning water sprite instantly. Leo, however, had zero contracts. Everkind Sia offered to coach him through his first summoning. Leo isn't one to pass up valuable help or powerful new allies. Then came the classic blunder asking her age. She just smiled, revealing she was 17. She already knew Leo was a 15-year-old rookie. Internally, Leo couldn't believe how youthful she looked. She appeared even younger than Chelsea. Sia caught his hesitation teasingly, asking if he was thinking something rude. Men always deny the truth anyway. She had actually approached him because his race against Duran was legendary. She'd been watching from the stands. The image of him tearing up the track was burned into her memory. With a sharp gaze, she challenged him to a future duel. Leo smirked, ready for whatever. After dealing with so many eccentric weirdos, meeting someone normal felt like a breath of fresh air. Finally, the Summoning Division's intro class began. Right away, the venue felt completely off. Forget four walls. They were out in the wild. A few heavy hitters were present. With those distinct designs and white hair, these two were definitely major players. Scanning the field, Leo noticed the tiny turnout. He wasn't surprised at all. Summoning is a niche path. Just as he questioned the outdoor setting, the answer plummeted from the clouds. A massive winged shadow blotted out the sun above them. The beast touched down, revealing the terrifying form of a black wyvern. Students with weak resolve felt their legs give out the moment the monster hissed. A woman perched atop the wyvern chuckled, noting her beast seemed to like the new class. She leaped down, introducing herself as Yura Marin, the instructor tasked with molding these freshmen all year long. Yura was a total knockout, long white hair, athletic build, and a devilish vibe. The boys were practically begging to be her summon. Leo knew if Pervy Dueno were here, he'd lose it over her unique charm, a completely different vibe than Luna or Lucina. He'd definitely be making some spicy art. Getting down to business, Yura addressed her new recruits. Surviving this elite program meant they carried a spark of genuine talent within them. The freshmen roared in agreement. Yura grinned, loving their fiery confidence. Immediate departure for the training grounds, Professor Yura summons Carlo, the first-year associate mentor, to unleash the Griffins. Yura announces a mandatory buddy system, pairing everyone up since there are plenty of beasts to go around. However, the catch is that these rookies have zero experience taming such temperamental monsters. At the first sign of whining, Yura's gaze turns ice cold, demanding to know if they're even serious about this lesson. Vaulting onto her massive black wyvern, she declares that anyone too terrified to mount up should just drop out and go home. Her draconic steed lets out a deafening roar matching its master's intense aura, and takes flight to exert absolute dominance. Amidst the trembling crowd, one student remains completely unfazed. Carlo chimes in, urging the students to keep pace with the professor. As the initial panic fades, the class realizes these mythical beasts are surprisingly docile. Yet these winged predators can be incredibly stubborn. It's a total RNG game. Naturally, Leo and Zia team up for the flight. Zia takes the lead on the reins with Leo's blessing. Soon, pairs of students are soaring into the atmosphere. The fast learners quickly match Yura's speed, gliding over the ocean waves with newfound confidence. No one expected such a high-stakes aerial drill on their very first day of school. Classic Lumini Academy excellence, the fear is gone, replaced by students petty fighting over who gets to pilot. Meanwhile, Leo and Zia are cruising smoothly, despite Zia's lingering nerves. Luckily, their mount is a total cinnamon roll, but rookie mistakes can still turn lethal in an instant. Seeing the smooth sailing, Yura decides it's time for a reality check and whips out a silver whistle. A high-pitched frequency pierces the air, audible only to the beasts. The second the griffins catch the note, their primal instincts ignite. Claws unsheathe as the once docile creatures begin to spiral into a frantic frenzy. Terrified students beg the professor for backup, oblivious to the fact that she's the one pulling the strings. Yura's logic is simple: if you can't tame a berserk mount, you don't belong at this elite academy. Even a talented summoner like Zia finds herself fighting a losing battle against their panicked griffin. As she wrestles with the reins, Leo steps in, stabilizing her with a firm grip. He whispers that these are creatures of ego. Brute force only fuels their rage. With a surprisingly calm touch, Leo repositions her fingers, subtly shifting the energy to pacify the beast. Taking charge, he kicks things into overdrive, pushing the griffin to breakneck speeds. They streak across the sky, eventually overtaking the professor herself. Yura is genuinely impressed by his mastery. She glances toward Carlo, intrigued by this freshman's prowess. She questions if this representative is truly a Knight Major candidate. The records say yes, but his skills say otherwise. His technique is so flawless, she suspects he has a private stable at home, but the paperwork tells a different story. Leo isn't some high-born noble with money. This is pure, raw talent. It's early days, but Yura is convinced she's unearthed a diamond in the rough. Following the aerial chaos, the class finally touches down on the island of summons. The beach is currently a graveyard of motion-sick students. Leo, however, is vibing, casually strolling the sands in search of a snack. Finding the perfect ripe fruit, he reaches up to claim his prize, only to spot a charred feather. His mind goes into detective mode, but he keeps his mouth shut. He offers the treat to their griffin as a thanks for the safe arrival. Once the head count is clear, Yura rallies the troops. It's time for an immediate practical exam. Talk about a rough first day. Most of these kids were just here to window shop for classes. Now they're stuck in a surprise test. Yura emphasizes that the path of a summoner is far more grueling. This isn't your average major. To master this art, mana control is just the baseline. Forging a pact with a powerful spirit demands insane affinity and top-tier taming skills. It's a specialized grind. Because it's so brutal, the world has far fewer summoner legends than typical warriors or mages. But the ones who actually make it, they operate on a whole different level. The greatest summoners are the ones who truly rewrite history. That's the magnetic hype of a summoner. Every rookie here is low-key dreaming of becoming an absolute legend in their own right. Eliza Hergen, the pride of the North's elite hero clan, stepped into the spotlight to face the heat. She demanded to know the trial ahead. Professor Yura revealed that this island is essentially a playground for ancient spirits. The place is crawling with beasts and ghosts. Since a summon is basically a weapon, things are about to get real. The mission is simple: find a beast in the woods and bend it to your will. Drag it back to the shore, sign the contract, and boom, the creature is yours for life. The crowd went wild. It's not every day you get a free pass to score your own high-tier monster. While everyone else bolted like crazy, Leo just strolled into the shadows with total main character energy. Suddenly, Eliza was on his heels. Word about his absolute beatdown of Duran had already turned him into a local myth. She couldn't resist checking him out. The class elites definitely noticed the tension brewing between them. Leo just brushed her off, acting like his talent was no big deal. Being treated like a total NPC absolutely triggered her. Watching from the sidelines, Professor Yura could already spot the heavy hitters of this new generation. Within minutes, the forest was popping off as students began wrestling with their chosen spirits. Nothing caught Leo's eye, but others noticed the top representative was heading way too deep into the danger zone. Some haters were low-key praying for his downfall, hoping he'd catch a fat zero and quit being a knight. Completely unfazed by the gossip, Leo kept pushing. He had a much bigger goal in mind. He followed the trail of that mysterious feather he'd spotted earlier, tracking its hidden burning pulse. The once charred tip was now glowing perfectly. Finally, he broke into a massive, eerie clearing. After checking for lurkers, he unleashed the Zerdinger flames within him and reduced the feather to ash. A crushing wall of heat hit his back. Meanwhile, miles away, life in Leo's hometown was chill. With her boy gone, Reina was busy whipping up some peak Ghibli vibes food in the backyard. But she couldn't shake the worry for her son. It's just his first day. No big deal, right? If she actually saw the mess he was in, she'd be losing her mind. Her intuition wasn't lying. She tried to stay calm, knowing he's built different. Little did she know her boy was literally being roasted. The air turned into a furnace. A sea of flames erupted, swirling around him with terrifying power. Standing there was one of the legendary Big Three, the mythical phoenix itself. With a voice like a roaring inferno, the beast was stunned to see a mere kid wielding Zerdinger's fire. It only appeared because it caught Reina's scent. Shocked, Leo asked how this beast even knew his mom. Fate was working overtime. Turns out this legendary bird is actually an old friend of his mother's. I am Farina, the legendary phoenix. She formally introduced herself, showing Leo the respect his bloodline earned. Leo kept it respectful and asked for the full story on her connection to his family. Farina revealed that Reina had actually saved the life of her own master, the great Ellen Lunda. Leo froze. Ellen Lunda was a straight-up legend. The story began in the depths of a deadly dungeon. Ellen had lost her entire squad in Siren and was seconds away from the Reaper's touch. Then Reina charged in like a comet to save her, but that victory cost Reina her own blazing aura. Without that sacrifice, Reina would have definitely claimed a seat among the world's top heroes. This was all news to Leo, but his mom always said she'd do it all over again in a heartbeat. Farina chuckled, knowing Reina was always that kind of ride-or-die knight. Leo switched gears, asking why a literal god-tier bird was chilling at a school academy. She kept her secrets, but questioned why a tiny knight was wandering the island of spirits. When he mentioned his classes, Farina sensed an aura so dense it felt like a grown warrior's. The phoenix roared with laughter, calling this meeting a fated encounter. It was time to pay Reina back. Farina told him to reach out. Suddenly, a spark danced onto his palm and solidified into an egg. It was the child of a phoenix. Farina hoped that when Leo finally peaks, he'd forge a bond with it. But for now, this legendary gift was just the beginning of his journey. The plan was for the summoner to claim the prize, but Farina had already chosen Leo. When he boldly asked to hatch and tame it right then and there, the phoenix nearly plummeted to the earth in pure disbelief. Before she could even process his reckless ambition, a pillar of celestial fire erupted around the young man. Farina frantically warned him that he was jumping the gun. A single slip-up meant certain death. Yet, with a focus that could cut glass, Leo plunged past the point of no return. Seeing his unwavering resolve to conquer the impossible, Farina could only watch in awe. That legendary grit clearly ran in his blood. Now all she could do was pray for his success as the hatching began. The world faded away, leaving only Leo and the primal heat within. Reaching into the heart of the glow, he was mesmerized by the dancing flames. But the moment his skin touched the spark, it exploded into a monstrous inferno. Leo recoiled as panic surged. The air turned into liquid fire, making every breath an agonizing struggle. This was the true power of a phoenix. This wasn't just a test. It was an initiation into the eternal cycle of the mythical bird. To wield such heat, a phoenix must endure soul-tearing agony daily. They exist in a state of perpetual incineration, their bodies healing as fast as they burn. Realizing this, Leo stopped resisting and let the flames consume him. He embraced the agony linking his soul with the phoenix's suffering. As the blaze reached a violent crescendo, it lashed out like a cornered beast. Suddenly, the shell in his grip began to splinter and burst. Leo's eyes snapped open, glowing with a profound understanding of the pain etched into his spirit. The fire that licked his skin spiraled back toward the egg, forcing the creature inside to wake. Stunned, Farina asked if the madman actually pulled it off, and with a smirk he confirmed his victory. She laughed, calling him an absolute genius for such a high-stakes gamble. When a literal phoenix calls you the future greatest of all time, you take that to the bank. Even before the shell fully fell away, Farina was already hyping him up for securing the ultimate contract. As the remnants turned to ash, a tiny adorable chick named Fiora emerged. Farina was so hyped that she shifted into her human form to entrust her precious hatchling to Leo. At first glance, Fiora looked like nothing more than a common red bird, totally precious. By noon, the rest of the class had started gathering back at the shore. Most of them were flexing basic summons found lurking in the shallow woods. Miss Yura glanced at her partner Carlo, checking how much time the stragglers had left. Only 5 minutes remained on the clock, and just like she predicted, the only ones missing were the 4 top-tier students she'd been tracking. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shook the forest as a massive apex predator charged out, snapping trees like toothpicks. Riding high on the back of this absolute unit was the one and only Chen Xia. She'd successfully tamed an aqua bear cub, a massive win for an aspiring knight, but her thunder was quickly stolen by a massive shadow, looming over the beach. The resident quiet kid had snagged a shadow crow and was currently aura farming by dangling from its talons like a total boss. Even elite summoning clans would struggle to break a beast like that. He hadn't signed the contract yet, but he was already exceeding every expectation Miss Yura had. The guy was definitely built different. Moments later, the crowd went wild as a shimmering, snow-white serpent slithered onto the sand with Eliza perched arrogantly on its head. She played it off cool, claiming she only contracted this gorgon snake because her family's collection was missing one. Talk about a flex. Carlo finally signaled the end of the trial. At the very last second, the final student emerged from the tree line. Unlike the theatrical entrances of the others, Leo just strolled out like he was on a casual walk with a tiny bird nesting in his hair. While the others brought fear, Leo was serving pure cuteness. His toxic classmates immediately started roasting him. They figured he was so trash at summoning that he could only manage to catch a literal chicken. But while they laughed, Miss Yura felt a cold shiver of terror. She couldn't believe this absolute madman's luck. He had actually brought a phoenix to the very first exam. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the lesson concluded, and the tired students headed back to campus. But for Leo, the day was far from over. He straightened his collar and gave the office door a firm knock. A soft voice invited him inside, and as he stepped in, he found Professor Yura relaxing in her casual clothes. The golden hour light caught her perfectly. She paused her work and gestured for him to take a seat, admitting that today was full of surprises. Her eyes widened at the sight of a baby phoenix. She never dreamed such a legendary mystical summon even existed in this world. On Summoner Island, a freshman bonding with a phoenix is unheard of. It is a legendary, unprecedented feat that shatters records. In the Academy's entire history, no one compared. Professor Yura cornered the young man, trapping him with a sharp, inquisitive gaze. She claims to see through his mask. Leo gulped hard. Did he flex his power too much and accidentally leak his identity? His anxiety vanished instantly when Miss Yura pulled him into a fierce hug, hailing him as an absolute unprecedented summoning prodigy, a once-in-a-century talent. While she is bursting with pride over his achievement, the professor realizes the gravity of the situation. They must keep his Phoenix contract a complete secret. If news of this magnitude leaked, the entire world would descend into chaos. Things would get messy fast. For now, she commands him to ensure he declares summoning as his primary major at the academy, right after exploratory classes wrap up. In her eyes, this kid possesses the raw potential to become a legendary summoning hero, a name etched in history for ages. I know what you are thinking, guys, but face reality. You will never be her summon. Keep dreaming. The following day, a gorgeous sunrise greeted the residents of Lumine Academy as they began their beautiful morning routines. Chloe shuffled through the corridors, still half asleep and yawning. Carr spotted her mid-yawn and could not resist a little teasing. He joked her mouth might tear if she kept it up. Chloe looked drained after pulling an all-nighter studying magic books. Spotting the girl he crashed into days ago, Leo reached into his pocket and handed Chloe Miller back her lost ID card. She thanked the freshman rep for saving her from a mountain of paperwork. Still, something about the situation felt incredibly strange. Why was Leo attending magic lectures? He explained that since it is only the exploratory week, he wants to experience everything. He plans to soak up every lecture possible. Chloe, however, is a magic extremist who only ignores every other subject entirely. She only shows up for magic-related classes. Carr leaned in and whispered that this Ice Queen was gunning for the top. She is aiming to dominate the magic division. Unfortunately, Carr has zero volume control, and Chloe heard every single word he said. The temperature plummeted the second she locked eyes with him. Just as Carr tried to sneak away from the impending trouble, a massive pillar of ice erupted, blocking his path. It was a flawless crystalline structure that radiated a terrifyingly cold chill. Carr was nearly sealed inside the frost. With no escape, Chloe dragged him to the front row to behave and focus. She forced him to pay attention. Suddenly, more familiar elites entered the lecture hall, drawing everyone's wandering eyes to them. No surprises here. Abad and Chelsea Llewellyn, heirs to a prestigious mage bloodline, were also present for the magic class. The room went dead silent as the doors swung open. The entire atmosphere shifted in an instant as someone new entered. He commanded the room with effortless charisma, gliding toward the podium, while every eye in the class followed his every move. The girls were swooning and whispering about how insanely handsome their new magic professor looked on his first day. Rocking a sharp, slick back, a dapper tie, and immaculate drip, Len Horace formally introduced himself to the first-year class. Meet the first-year magic division professor. He arrived, clutching a massive stack of papers ready to kick off the lesson. He wanted to start with a bang. With a simple snap, the papers on his desk took flight, swirling through the air. Each sheet landed perfectly on the students' desks. For their introduction, everyone would face a grueling magic theory exam immediately. Pure chaos erupted. No one expected a surprise test on magic theory before a single lecture had even begun in class. Professor Horace dropped a bombshell. Anyone failing to meet his standards would be instantly banished from his classroom forever. Since they are Lumine students, this is the bare minimum expected. Once finished, they must submit their work to his assistant. Hand the paper to Anna. Unlike the intimidating Professor Horace, Assistant Professor Anna was like a literal ray of sunshine. But the person most doomed by this surprise trial was definitely Leo. One glance at the first question said it all. Our boy knew he was absolutely cooked. He was totally clueless about modern magic trends and those nightmare fuel formulas. The equations were basically alien hieroglyphics to him. As the clock ticked, students desperately scrambled to squeeze their brains for answers. They fought to solve the complex riddles. Tensions skyrocketed as the sand in the hourglass rapidly drained to the bottom. Their future as elite mages rested on this single exam. When time was called, students whispered about the easy questions. Yet even the brightest geniuses failed to crack the final problem. Compared to them, Leo was completely losing his mind. He barely managed a single answer despite putting in his soul. His hand trembled as he finally submitted his paper. He regretted ignoring modern magic before arriving. Feeling totally hopeless about his chances, he fled the room instantly. The sheer embarrassment of staying in that hall was too much. He figured he should just master magic on his own. Over the last 100 years, magic had evolved at a terrifying pace. Spells, once requiring perfect mastery, were now different. Modern magic has devolved into boring rote memorization. Professor Horace aggressively tore through the students' exam papers. This guy didn't even use a pen. He was literally winging it with his fingers, while Leo realized something crucial. The obsession with memorization has absolutely nerfed the skill level of modern-day mages in the current era. Once the grading was finished, the professor decided to flex his arcane prowess on his students. He conjured a blinding orb that flooded the hall, swirling with cryptic ancient runes and complex symbols. Eldritch concepts danced in the air, the pure essence of a spell he had personally engineered from scratch. He'd coded this magical algorithm line by line, aiming to mold students into elite researchers. He wants them to forge their own path. That's exactly why he dropped a surprise test on day 1. 49 questions were just basic memorization traps, slowly ramping up in difficulty for everyone. But the final question, worth 51 points, challenged the very soul of magic itself. Horace dreamed of finding a student who could actually crack it. Nearby, Chelsea let out a heavy breath of relief. She was certain no one passed that final hurdle. Even she didn't have a clue how to solve it. Glancing over, she saw Leo's seat was abandoned, his paper left face down. She assumed he'd just rage quit. It actually stung a bit. She really wanted him by her side. Suddenly, the professor's speech was cut short. His assistant Anna rushed over and urgently whispered in his ear about a mysterious student. Someone had actually solved question 50. In an instant, the professor's cold, stoic facade completely shattered. He erupted into manic laughter, his joy echoing through the room. He demanded to know who, among them, had just made history by cracking the impossible code of the 50th question. A perfect score on the first try, Horace was practically drooling at the thought of a new prodigy. He was ready to groom a literal god of magic. But Anna quickly killed the vibe, no perfect score. That didn't kill his hype, though. He figured the student just ran out of time on the basics. They probably focused so hard on the final boss question that they skipped a few easy ones. Then Anna dropped the ultimate bombshell. The student only solved the very last question. The other 49 were left completely blank. Horace demanded a name. The answer was Leo Plov. Horace roared Leo's name, commanding him to rise. Too late. Even his friends didn't see him ghosting. He'd already dipped after quietly turning in his work. Breaking the tense silence, Chelsea finally spoke up. She nervously raised her hand, explaining that Leo had vanished the second he finished the exam. His score was a total glitch in the system. He technically ranked first just by sniping the final question. The legend himself was already chilling in the cafeteria, with Celia completely oblivious to the chaos. She roasted him for bombing the test. From a cute bird summon to a total magic class disaster, Celia was convinced Leo was failing at being a student. She begged him to just stay in his lane. He's a knight major, so he should just focus on swinging his sword and leave the spells alone. When he suggested some stamina training, she immediately dodged the question. Suddenly, a terrifying presence loomed behind Leo. Professor Horace was absolutely livid, looking like a vengeful spirit. He thought this knight kid was trolling him. He accused Leo of mocking his life's work. Were the questions really that beneath him? Did he think they weren't even worth his time? Leo stood up, trying to survive the awkward confrontation. He admitted he thought he'd already failed. To him, the exam was an absolute nightmare scenario. Every question except the last one was impossible. He'd only studied ancient dusty books on his own. Modern magic was a foreign language to him. Suddenly, a wild realization sparked in the professor's eyes. He snatched the boy up like a stray kitten. When he finally set him back down, Leo had never been this lost. Meanwhile, Horace's eyes were glowing with the sheer potential before him. He ordered Leo to move out. The poor guy didn't even get a chance to ask where to. Horace grabbed him by the collar, dragging him away like a kid who just found a legendary rare drop. Celia sat there paralyzed. She'd never met the legendary theory professor, but he was definitely a certified eccentric. Poor Anna arrived a second too late, missing her boss as he vanished with his new prize. Poor Anna. She completely failed to keep a lid on Len Horace's unhinged antics. Gasped for air, she sprinted after that lunatic. Meanwhile, the professor dragged Leo straight into his lair. Chalk screeched across the board as he unleashed complex equations, demanding the boy solve every single one. Horace suspected the kid wasn't just lucky. To solve that, he'd need a fully realized magic system. Deep in thought, Horace loomed nearby, watching and waiting for Leo's next move. He craved a glimpse of a new power, yet in under 10 seconds Leo was already done. Shaking with a mix of awe and fear, he asked if Leo had calculated everything purely by memory. The results were undeniable. After years of being a nobody, Horace had finally struck absolute gold. A true diamond in the rough destined for greatness. Outside, Professor Albie was just passing by. Strolling peacefully through the corridors, Albie had no clue his tranquility was about to be obliterated. His hyperactive colleague Horace came charging at him with a wild, wide-eyed grin of pure madness. Albie was not vibing with this. That smile meant only one thing, total chaos for his schedule. He noped out immediately, turning tail, but Horace lunged and snatched his ankles like a maniac. Barking thanks like a golden retriever on caffeine, Albie had to blast him back with defensive magic. Horace was always extra, but today, man, he was truly tweaking on a whole different level. Dangled mid-air by magic, Horace didn't care. He just needed to scream his eternal gratitude. Why was this magic nerd obsessed with a knight in training like Leoplav Albie was beyond confused. A magic prodigy, the mere mention of Leo and knight in one sentence triggered Horace's rage. He demanded the boy become a mage. Letting such a god-tier talent waste away was a crime. Swinging swords is a waste. Finally, Anna, his long-suffering assistant and babysitter, managed to catch up. He ranted that wasting Leo's potential on knighthood was a massive slap to the face of sorcery. Albie dropped him like a rock. Thankfully, a tired Anna was there to break his fall. Anna's sweet vibes evaporated. She coldly demanded her boss return to the classroom immediately. Speak of the devil. Leo strolled by the chaos, earning a supportive nod from Albie. Leo realized then, mages are still total crackheads. Nothing has changed. 1 week later, the magic theory storm had settled. Classes finally wrapped up. Leo was vibing on the rooftop, lost in the pages of his book. Dodging the usual drama, he spent his time researching the legend of his past self, Kyle. The legendary first hero was now mocked as a fraud. Seeing the world move on was jarring. This distorted legacy weighed heavy on his soul as he quietly watched the sunset of time. Meanwhile, the first-year professors were frantically storming through the halls, completely ignoring all decorum. They crashed the principal's office. Elon clutched Leo's file the kid had signed up for. Knighthood, sorcery, and summoning too. He chose all 3 hero paths. His potential was simply terrifying. Every department wanted a piece of him. A student mastering all 3 paths, pure insanity. It was unheard of. In this academy, you pick one lane and stay in it. No exceptions. Principal Baden just chuckled, noting that Leo felt like a hero straight out of a legend. The room went silent. The principal mentioned the 5th great legend, the one from the beginning. Kyle, the hero of the beginning, the only man in history to ever master every single class. Flash to the track where Celia and Chelsea were absolutely gasping for air, running laps. Carl spotted Leo chilling in the shade and asked why the girls were grinding so hard. Chelsea begged for training and Leo agreed. But why? Just running. Leo's answer was simple. Weapons are secondary. A true hero needs bottomless stamina. This cardio is the key. Chelsea was fully sold. She now believed high stamina was the ultimate flex for a mage. During break, they swarmed Leo for water. Surprisingly, Chelsea was actually vibing with the intense cardio. She wanted more weekend runs. Hearing that, Celia spat her water out as the training trauma resurfaced. Leo was going for a run anyway, so he figured he'd just lead the squad. Celia swore off running with him forever. Witnessing the tension, Carr probed the duo about their suspiciously close vibe. He grilled them on their dynamic, honestly suspecting they were a secret item. The chemistry was just that intense. Celia killed the rumor instantly, dropping a bombshell, they're just cousins. Leo is simply her aunt's kid. Knowing the legendary Zerdinger blood flowed through Leo's veins left Carr and Chelsea completely floored and speechless. Leo finally hauled himself up, loosening his limbs to dive back into the girls' brutal soul-crushing cardio circuit. Refusing to waste energy on training, Carr dipped out. He was ready to scout the streets of Lumeria City instead. Celia jumped at the chance to escape, but Leo snatched his cousin's hair before she could take a single step. It was grind time. Watching them, Carr realized the high-born elites in his circle lacked even a shred of dignity. Days flew by until the fateful assignment morning arrived. Leo trekked toward the specific classroom he'd been destined for, Class 1 to 5. Inside, Carr was already lounging, waving his pal over to the empty seat right next to him. The cunning entrepreneur arrived early, having used his connections to find out exactly where he'd be placed beforehand. Hate him or love him, Car's intel game is top tier. But look, another familiar face was already in the room. Chelsea sat slumped. Honestly, it was a toss-up if she was even breathing after Leo's nightmare training over the weekend. Car poked for details on their suffering, but Leo just shrugged, claiming they only covered the bare-bones basics. Suddenly, 2 bottom-tier extras lurked by Class 5, a place notorious among students as the class of anguish. They sneered, betting on how many pathetic rookies would survive Semester 1. Then a sluggish, heavy voice cut them off. The speaker countered, declaring that these 2 seniors mocking freshmen were the truly pathetic ones in the room. The extras spun around, their blood freezing instantly. Standing there was a man with messy dark hair and zero chill. With his rugged beard and a suffocating aura, meet Harold Edmund, the terrifying homeroom professor of Class 1 to 5. Known as the Wailing Wall, this absolute unit ordered the seniors to become a human chair. Terrified, they obeyed instantly. He lounged on his human throne, greeting the class as total deadbeats. To him, 1 to 5 was nothing but a failure. They were the bottom feeders of the academy. Edmund knew his brutal reputation had likely preceded him among these new recruits. He challenged the room, asking if anyone realized why he'd volunteered to lead such a cursed bottom-tier group. Carr cautiously signaled, suggesting that a legend like the Wailing Wall was here to boost their failing grades personally. Edmund recognized Carr Thomas instantly. It was a typical suck-up answer from the guy ranked dead last in the school. Edmund shifted gears, questioning if anyone in this low-rent class actually grasped the core duty of a Lumine student. Chelsea stood tall, answering that their mission was to conquer the hero's world through high-stakes training and practice runs. Right on the money. Yet all the professor saw looking back were the faces of children destined for the grave. Since they'd perish minutes into the hero's world anyway, shouldn't he just expel these pathetic insects right now? Weaklings only drag their allies down to death. This cold reality is exactly why he seized control of Class 5. It's why he earned his nickname, the Wailing Wall. But while he terrified the crowd, Leo remained totally stone-faced. The professor quietly noted that this specific brat might actually survive the meat grinder of a real mission. If thrown into battle today, he'd live. He then barked orders for everyone to swap uniforms for workout gear, then report to the training field. It was day 1, meaning it was officially time for a brutal combat session. Class 5 scrambled to the track. While the sun beat down on the miserable students, the professor had other plans. Edmund kicked back under a massive umbrella, with a lounge chair and cold drinks mocking them from the sidelines. It was time to purge the toxic, spoiled mindsets these brats had brought into this elite and prestigious academy. He dropped a hard truth, asking what would actually save them when things got bloody and life hung by a thread. Nella Carvin, a shy knight with a rare healing aura, spoke up timidly with a shaky, uncertain voice. She hoped her allies would protect her, but Edmund shut that down instantly. Wrong, he barked, his eyes cold. Your only savior is your own power. Only by mastering yourself can you even dream of protecting someone else's life. He followed up with a challenge. Did anyone here actually trust their own skills enough to guard an ally? A vibrant, fiery voice cut through the air. A girl stepped forward, radiating confidence in her own combat abilities. To test her resolve, the professor ordered her to manifest a fireball to prove she was more than just talk. This was the high-energy Eliana Laden, a dual-class prodigy. Once her flames flickered to life, the real test began. Professor Edmund scoffed, totally unimpressed. He openly mocked the pathetic scale and flickering intensity of her mana. He claimed it wouldn't even tickle an ant. Fueled by pure spite, Eliana flooded her circuits with an explosive surge of energy. Twin spheres of hellfire ignited the sheer heat, distorting the very air into a shimmering pool of flames. She didn't just add more, she doubled their size. Edmund just offered a dry, sarcastic slow clap while sipping his juice. Chilling in his chair, he flicked his wrist to summon a tiny wind orb. He challenged Eliana to actually hit the little guy. That orb suddenly evolved, transforming into a sentient wind spirit that zipped through the air with a mind of its own. It spiraled around Eliana, giggling mockingly as it booped her nose in an ultimate display of disrespect. That was the final straw. The hot-headed girl snapped, unleashing a chaotic barrage of fireballs to clip the annoying spirit. Her mana drained into nothing as every shot hit thin air. Finally, the professor stepped in to end the slaughter. What's the point of massive firepower, he hummed, if your accuracy is basically zero? This drill was designed to expose their greatest weakness, the total lack of precision in a real-world clash. To be a hero, they had to transcend their limits. He declared class wouldn't end until someone captured the spirit Sylph. Leo watched the chaos in silence. The old man's words were brutal, but they hit the mark perfectly. He realized the professor was right. Maybe it was time to join the hunt and test his own reflexes against Sylph. While the class scrambled like headless chickens, Edmond's gaze stayed locked onto Leo Plav. He was determined to find out if this kid was a genuine prodigy or just another overhyped fraud like Kyle. Even with the entire group desperate to win, the spirit just ran circles around them with effortless grace. Leo shifted his stance, channeling a concentrated burst of aura directly into his feet for maximum propulsion. He launched like a crimson rocket, shattering the ground beneath him as his speed skyrocketed past its limits. His focus was surgical. Was he truly the legendary all-class hero the world had been waiting for? Carr and Chelsea collapsed, completely winded. Then came our boy, his body wreathed in a flickering crown of burning aura. Using an advanced aura step, he defied gravity and surged into the sky, invading the spirit's blind spot. Plunging downward with terrifying momentum, he cut off every escape route, leaving Sylph with nowhere to run. He missed by a fraction of a second. It looked like a total botch, but a smirk played on Leo's lips. Suddenly, he manipulated the stray aura in his hand, weaving it into a nearly invisible glowing tether. The thread snapped onto Sylph's foot, instantly grounding the wind spirit. It was finally ripe for the taking, but a blur of motion intercepted the prize first. It wasn't a Class 5 student, but the lightning-fast brat, Duran. His speed was undeniably cracked, but he only secured the win because Leo's thread had already neutralized the target. Still, that punchable, smug look on the brat's face was enough to irritate the entire class. Another figure stepped onto the field with an arrogant clap. This pompous newcomer was Sejun the class, one homeroom teacher. Currently ranked second in popularity, he couldn't resist the urge to flex his students' superior talent. He offered a pity lesson to the underdogs, while Edmund acted like the man didn't even exist. Slumped in his chair, Edmund finished his juice and casually asked his colleague to take over the session. Despite Sejun being the flashy number 2, this lazy juice drinker consistently bagged the number 1 spot every year. The students, especially Carr, were hyped. They were about to witness a clash between the two titans of Lumiere Academy. These legends had reigned for over 20 years, shaping the very foundation of the elite school. Even top professors like Ein and Yura were once their apprentices. Overhearing the lore, the adorable Nella Carvin grew curious. She asked Carr how he knew so much insider tea, but the boy had zero riz and accidentally creeped her out. Sejun let out a booming laugh. He didn't know what his rival was plotting with these misfits, but he was game. He immediately proposed a high-stakes competition between Class 1 and Class 5 to settle the score. They chose Bastara, the Academy's historic and brutal ball sport. Edmund finally stood up, his eyes gleaming. He called Sejun a genius, shaking his hand while agreeing that practical suffering was the best teacher. After accepting, he immediately slumped back into his comfy chair, leaving all the actual work to a bewildered Sejun. Sejun couldn't wrap his head around it. How did he keep losing the popularity vote to this absolute sloth? He stood there in silence while the students watched him with a mixture of pity and secondhand embarrassment. Herod gathers his students one last time, framing this clash against Class 1 as the ultimate training ground to sharpen their skills. Then comes the bombshell lose, and the entire class faces immediate expulsion. The room falls into a stunned, deathly silence at the news. It is their literal first day, and they are already pitted against a powerhouse squad boasting 3 elite captains. Talk about a rigged game. Herod scoffs at their protests, demanding they push past their limits regardless. However, he has one more reason to stay confident. He is unbothered knowing the Academy's top freshman representative is sitting right there in their underdog classroom. He tasks Leo with handpicking 6 warriors for the fray. Leo pauses, weighing his teacher's cryptic request with suspicion. Leo senses a hidden trial. It is not malice he feels, but the crushing weight of his classmates' broken wills and shattered pride. Only a week into enrollment, and their spirits are already pulverized. Leo realizes Herod wants him to be their spark of hope. He must lead these defeated souls. Meanwhile, Class 1's instructor weaves his mana, manifesting a massive, intimidating combat arena. Leo hunts for a strategic opening, a way to drag his peers out of this bottomless pit of despair during the competition. While searching for salvation, the elite monsters of Lumine Academy stare down the struggling students of Class 5. Even Chelsea is visibly trembling. She frantically explains the Bastara rules, since Leo is completely clueless about this brutal sport. Bastara is a legendary combat sport with a bloody history. From the sound of it, though, Leo is not impressed. He thinks it sounds like a basic ball game. Thomas quickly shuts that down. This is no playground activity, but a battle. This is a high-stakes war. The Sword Princess Celia sneers at Chelsea, mocking her pale face and inevitable defeat. The taunt ignites Chelsea's fury. She snaps back, refusing to let that arrogant princess look down on her any longer. Leo stays ice cold. He tells them to breathe casually, promising that defeat is not on today's menu for their team. Celia's blood boils. She is dying to unleash her training on him. Then there is Chloe, watching with sharp, determined eyes. She is obsessed with taking down the freshman rep, desperate to rewrite the ending of their last encounter. Sejun summons the players. Leo looks for volunteers, and surprisingly, Chelsea and Eliana step up to the plate first. It is win or be kicked out. That terrifying reality fuels their resolve to do whatever is necessary to survive this match. Thomas and the rest join the lineup. Leo nods to the professor, signaling that the underdogs are ready for war. Sejun launches the ball high. Every eye in the stadium tracks its arc, hungry for the very first possession of the game. The whistle blows. Duran and Leo lunge, but the Lightning Boy's sheer speed gives him the edge in a heartbeat. He snags the ball, seizing early control. And right in the middle of this chaos, Leo has a realization. Our boy Leo decides this is the perfect moment to actually learn how the game works. Absolute legend. The basics, simple. Infuse the ball with aura and blast it into the goal, but touching it is strictly forbidden. First to 11 points takes the glory. Duran goes berserk, firing the ball with the force of a thunderous sonic boom. Leo barely dodges the projectile. Poor Thomas did not even see it move before it tore through their net for a goal. Goal for Class 1. The sheer power gap plunges the Class 5 students even deeper into a state of hopelessness. Tide starts panicking, already seeing their student IDs getting revoked. It is looking like a total slaughter at this rate. Leo, unfazed, asks how to steal possession. Tide explains there are 3 main ways to grab that ball from them. You grab it if it goes out of bounds, or if you have the guts to catch it mid-flight. Tide is about to drop the third method when a scream cuts him off. It is Eliana getting hit hard. Celia's explosive throw drills into her a brutal takedown. The Sword Princess mocks them for chatting during a life-or-death match. Eliana is down and hurting. Direct attacks are banned, which leads us to that final, more violent third rule. Force your opponent out of commission. The only legal way. Use the ball as a lethal weapon against them. That is all Leo needed to hear. He snatches the ball, ready to retaliate. Eliana is officially out of the game. Class 5 is down a player already. Up in the stands, the professors watch the carnage unfold with different views. Sejun notes that any team wielding the fire element usually dominates this game with overwhelming destructive force. And the Zerdinger flames, they are the peak of lethality. He cannot fathom why Herod accepted this suicide mission. Knowing a Zerdinger is on Class 1 makes this a massacre. He is convinced Class 5 has zero chance of victory. They have no way to fight back. But Herod, the lazy teacher, just yawns, completely unfazed by the dire situation. Herod looks at Sejun, recalling a distant memory of his very first student from that prestigious house of Zerdinger. That woman was a monster nicknamed the Empress of Bastera, and Herod is more than happy to elaborate on her legend. Sejun's kid is repping Class 5. That bombshell snaps her focus right back into the fray. Class 5 is being total salt lords, complaining and hating that they ever signed up for this academy life. Celia spots the heat rising. Leo's finally locking in, conjuring an eternal fireball that's straight up terrifying. He launches a rocket that only Chloe's massive ice fortress can tank. She's acting like she's the main character. She thinks she's safe, but Leo glitches right next to her. He totally predicted every single move she made. Leo's like, I'm scoring anyway. He goes airborne and hammers that ball with pure, unadulterated fist power. Chloe's defense shreds like wet paper. Even Sejun is vibing with the kid's insane battle IQ. Class 5 erupts. They're hyped for their freshman GOAT. The Class 1 professor realizes the real war is only just starting now. Points start stacking up fast, hitting a 9 to 10 nail-biter. Half the players are literally getting carried off the field. The speedster Duran fires a finishing shot. But Thomas pulls a total tank move, throwing his body on the line. He gambles everything to block it. He snags the ball, just as his mana tank hits dead empty. Thomas goes down, leaving both teams tied. But it's a grim scene. Leo is the last man standing for Class 5. Class 1 still has 3 heavy-hitting captains ready. On paper, Class 5 is cooked, the numbers are totally stacked. Chloe's out for blood after her last L. She creates a whole squad of clones to beef up their defense. Barriers are up. Leo prepares one final legendary charge against the duo of Celia and Duran. He launches off the turf with inhuman speed. The captains blink and poof, he's gone before they can even react. Using god-tier flash steps, he slides right past Celia. He's not here to brawl, he's playing for the win. He's laser-focused on the goal. Now it's all on Chloe to find the real Leo among the mirror images. Just tracking his mana drains her. Leo streaks past like a comet, and Chloe finally hits the deck in exhaustion. She's shook. How does a human use elven tier magic? Not even 3 captains could nerf this beast of a player. It's over. Class 5 takes the W. The crowd is screaming Leo's name while the whole class goes wild. They almost got booted from school. Sejun's stunned that Herod actually put these kids in a life-or-death scenario to win. The trio of captains is absolutely crushed. Sejun knows he has to play therapist and steps up to talk to Chloe. He asks if the loss stings. Then he drops some wisdom. Win or lose, you always show respect to the ops. It's academy tradition. He gives them props for carrying Class 1 on their backs until the very last second. Sejun is glowing with pride for his squad. His wholesome speech is straight up stealing everyone's hearts in the stadium. But Herod, zero chill. He straight up calls them trash to their faces. Still, both classes gave it their absolute all. Class 1 brought the raw talent, but Class 5 won with that never-give-up energy and pure grit. Sejun makes it clear they only clinched the victory because they shattered their own limits when it mattered most. He hopes this rivalry fuels them. They shake on it though. Celia is already back to roasting Chelsea again. Chelsea fires back a comeback. Meanwhile, Thomas is way too hyped while shaking hands with a soul-crushed Duran. Duran looks like he saw a ghost. Chloe is tearing up, but Leo offers a hand and credits her skills. He tells her that with more grinding, she's destined to become an absolute powerhouse in the future. She thinks he's trolling at first, but one look at his genuine face changes her entire vibe. She vows to surpass him eventually. Flash forward 1 month, the trio is chilling over some food. Thomas brings up club recruiting. Instead of joining one, Leo reveals he's starting his own legendary squad. Thomas totally tweaks out, but Chelsea, she's a ride or die and signs up for Leo's club without a second thought. The name, the Hero Research Society. It sounds mid, but Leo's goal is actually deep and mysterious. He's hunting for the truth about Kyle, the fictional hero that history books have completely erased from existence. Thomas thinks it's a flop in the making, but Chelsea is already 100% locked in to support Leo. A sudden roar from the crowd reminds Thomas that today is actually a huge deal for the Academy. The elite fifth-year seniors are finally back from their brutal dungeon raid, and everyone is losing it. Since hero record shards are hidden across the globe, these seniors are basically professional relic hunters. They venture into specialized hero dungeons to farm these shards. These upperclassmen are the real muscle of the school. They vanish for weeks, sometimes months, just to secure these legendary power-ups for the Academy. Leo wonders if his mother was a dungeon-clearing legend. Meanwhile, Chelsea spots the elite upperclassmen. These are the Academy's absolute monsters. Meet the muscular titan Lee Jamoa and the Southern Beauty. Beside them stands Toru Ayand and the comfy-clothed Ulta. Yet one powerhouse is still missing. The school's strongest student, Council President Reese Thomas, is ready to drop some knowledge. Suddenly, our boy vanishes. Did the admins ban him for being too OP? Just kidding. Celia snatched him. Plot twist. The president himself requested a private one-on-one. Leo is beyond confused. Why the sudden meeting? Leo asks. Celia thinks he is a total noob at school politics. You will get it soon, she sighs. They arrive at a spot that feels super sus to her. Then the Sword Princess literally tackles her brother with a hug. Yup, you heard that right. Reese is her big bro. He is hyped to meet the rookie aiming for the top. Dumpling time. Celia is low-key shaking because she has never actually eaten dumplings before. She takes a nervous bite. Her taste buds explode. It is delicious. Big bro has been dying to take her here. He has been waiting since she arrived. More importantly, he is intrigued by the son of that woman. Leo's mother was a straight-up menace back in the day with a legendary reputation. She was the type of student who did way too much for the clout. For instance, she publicly roasted the Academy's desserts. She even rallied a mob of students once. Their mission, to raid the principal's office. Celia is shook by her mother's savage past. As the siblings vibe, Leo is impressed. Reese truly earns his title as the Academy's peak. This man is a future hero, no doubt. Reese decides it is time for some dessert fun. I will cover the bill, go on ahead, he tells them. But as they are leaving, Reese finds a bizarre object in his blazer. Strange. Cut to Professor Harold's chaotic classroom. Eliana is dying to ask a question, but Harold calls it pathetic before she even speaks. Savage. She just wants to know why Class 5 still has not chosen a representative. Every other class is set. Harold just shrugs casually, admitting he totally forgot about it. Being the king of laziness, he just points at Leo. You are it. Eliana and Tide are fuming. They try to mention democracy, but they quickly realize it is safer to just shut up. Turns out Harold just wants a lackey to handle all his notes. What a total scam. Next up, hero studies. All first years are summoned to the main auditorium right now. Leo asks for the green light to leave, and the teacher just waves them off. At the hall, Leo and Thomas run into a literal zombie, Chloe. She is totally fried. She is begging the alchemist for every recovery potion in stock. She buys the whole supply. Leo is like, chill, it is only week 1. But Chloe just chugs them like water. She won't listen. As the top theory student, the pressure to keep her rank is insane. She knows once Leo masters modern magic, he is going to steamroll her in the exams. Thomas, being a total airhead, does not get why second place is so bad. Chelsea has to explain. For a tower magician, theory is their entire identity and soul. Battle mages do not get it, but for Chloe, research is her pride. It is everything. The magic tower is her life. Chelsea, meanwhile, is just annoyed by the whole scene. She wonders if the alchemist is even legit. Chloe is still looking rough despite the potions. Suddenly, she senses something. Headmaster Kalian is busy watching a damaged heroes page. Reese brought the page in, claiming it reacted to something and got scorched. This should not be possible. There was not even an ancient relic nearby to trigger it. Did it react again? The headmaster asks. Nope. Kalian is now deep in thought. He will handle this mystery solo. He tells Reese to go rest after his tough mission. Finally, he orders his assistant Elena to move the damaged page to the Hall of Beginnings. He's scheming to reveal it during the freshman joint session. Turns out even tiny shards like this one can trigger a massive resonance if the legendary hero mentioned actually touches them. In this case, That hero is Leo, though everyone's still clueless. Inside the Grand Academy auditorium, the freshmen are buzzing during their first big joint lecture. The chaos is real, forcing the sweet Professor Ardian to beg for some quiet. But they just keep yapping, totally ignoring her. Fed up, Ardian snaps and unleashes a wave of pure fiery fury, dropping a bone-chilling threat to pipe down or face their funeral. Her shy waifu energy vanished, replaced by something straight-up terrifying. Radiating pure killing intent, she rips them a new one for being absolute idiots. Suddenly, Ardian blinks, catching herself, when she realizes the room is dead silent. Instantly, she flips back to her soft, timid self, acting like she didn't just threaten their lives. The students are sweating bullets, officially learning the hard way that she's a low-key demon when provoked. Meanwhile, Leo is analyzing her aura, identifying her as a spiritualist, a class of mage that was rare even back in his past life. With order restored, Ardian finally starts the lesson. Gripping a dagger, she explains the origin of the hero records and the rise of the legendary clans. See, unlocking a hero world requires a personal relic from that specific legend, basically a spiritual anchor or medium. This gives bloodline descendants a massive head start in manifesting these worlds. It's also why the Academy hoards these precious records, meticulously guarding the ancient bonds shared between the great families. Think of it as a key fitting its perfect lock. Leo's actually impressed, leaning in to catch every single detail. Ardian doubles down on why hero studies matter. They're the only way to sniff out hidden clues. Within a hero world, helping students level up their mastery as they progress through the academy. Eventually, they'll choose a hero to channel power from and clear their own destiny pages. But the lecture is hijacked when Elena storms in. She reveals a jagged shard of a hero record just secured by the fifth-year students. At the sight of the glowing relic, the auditorium erupts in hype. She teases them with a glimpse before snapping it shut. Ardian pauses, wanting to drop some wisdom. Before they actually touch the shard, she asks them point blank, what's their real goal? Once they become heroes, Celia doesn't hesitate, declaring she'll become the absolute strongest knight her bloodline has ever seen. Ardian nods, feeling that main character energy. Chloe, on the other hand, wants to author a legendary grimoire of her own original spells. Ambitions and dreams start flying across the room. Even Thomas chimes in, aiming to be the ultimate support for future legends. Finally, Leo stands dropping a goal that's straight up insane. He plans to completely erase Erebos from existence. This bombshell sends a shockwave through the students, and even leaves the professors stunned. Ardian struggles to keep her cool, her voice wavering as she tries to move on. The other classes start whispering, trashing his claim as nothing but edgy, empty talk. But Professor Harold is sweating. He knows Leo isn't the type to bark without a serious bite. It's been 1,000 years since Erebos was shattered and sealed away. Yet, he's been manifesting in fragments lately, and even one tiny sliver can wipe a city off the map. And here's this kid claiming he won't just stop at one piece. He's coming for the entire demon god. Shifting gears, Ardian finally moves to the hero record experiment, giving every class a shot at identifying the page before explaining the mechanics of clearing a hero world. She warns them about the dangers, promising that the faculty will be watching their every move, so they better not slack off. The hype hits a fever pitch as the students scramble for a chance to finally feel the power of a hero record. To keep things orderly, Ardian decides to call up the class reps. Celia for Class 1, Leo for Class 5, plus Abad and Chen for the rest. Interestingly, 2 distinct shards were pulled from that dungeon, though they're only testing one for today's lesson. The second fragment is tiny by comparison, but it serves as a perfect example of relic diversity. Leo steps up first, and the moment he touches it, the record roars to life. The hero's identity and chapter are glitched out, but the professors go pale as the record starts reacting violently. Suddenly, they're all yanked into a nameless hero world, greeted by a hellscape of absolute carnage. The reps and the professors find themselves stranded in a distorted dimension. They're standing amidst a mountain of rotting monster corpses on a battlefield that looks like literal hell. Trying to handle the crisis, Professor Edmund yells for everyone to gear up. They've just been dropped into a live hero dungeon. Professor Sejan's sharp instincts identified a vital landmark, a fortress wall looming far from their spawn point. Shockingly, Leo Plov recognized the ruins from the Age of Catastrophe as humanity's final bastion. These were the walls of Gardasalon. If his logic and the timeline held true, then Leo alone held the truth. Suddenly, a hauntingly familiar voice echoed out, calling his ancient name, Kyle. The voice confessed that her unfulfilled longing was nothing more than a foolish dream. It belonged to Lacinus, a legendary original hero, and Kyle's most trusted comrade in arms. Despite her naivety back then, she truly believed they would save the world from ruin, and they did. Facing a friend from thousands of years ago sent a surge of emotions through Leo. Meeting Lacinus on this decaying battlefield was beyond his wildest dreams. Her radiant smile illuminated the dungeon, shattering the illusion and snapping everyone back to the material world. This chaotic, bizarre sequence erupted when Kyle seized a fragment of the unknown hero's record, originally meant only for display. A panicked Chencha questioned the professors, but even the faculty stood paralyzed by the phenomenon. Visibly rattled, Professor Edmund declared classes suspended, urging everyone to maintain their composure. While the crowd evacuated in a daze, Leo remained motionless at the podium. Still clutching the tattered scrap, he realized the truth: he was holding his own legacy, Kyle's page. He now held the ultimate key to his mission, a literal fragment of his own history. Professor Edmund watched Leo with intense fascination as students scrambled to find empty classrooms. With classes canceled for the day, the academy buzzed. Tucked away in a quiet room, Leo revealed they had just witnessed the legendary King of Wisdom Lacinus. Chelsea's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was a historic breakthrough for the academy. Eliana fumed in regret, cursing herself for not fighting harder for the class presidency. She'd missed a massive opportunity. Carl just gave her a look that said you never had a chance. Provoked by his mockery, Eliana rained down a flurry of punches on the poor boy. Professor Edmund barged in, scolding them with a choice: silent study or immediate expulsion. With his eccentric vibes, nobody could tell if he was bluffing. As he vanished, silence fell. No one dared to cause a ruckus. Meanwhile, Leo was lost in a sea of questions. Why was his hero record a mangled mess? It was so distorted he barely recognized the world. The opening prompt even scrubbed the world's name. It looked like a deliberate act of destruction. It was as if a shadow intended to erase his legacy from history forever. Since records allow heroes to inherit divine power, sabotaging one is a declaration of war. Someone was terrified of a new hero rising and was willing to burn the past to stop it. Only one suspect had the motive: Erebos. Though shattered, his dark power knows no bounds. This setback sparked a primal fire in Leo's soul, driving him to uncover why his hero record had been butchered. A month of monotonous school life slipped by after the record disaster. Let's shift our gaze to the high-stakes magic department. Inside, the impeccably dressed, Professor Horace is laying out the brutal details of their midterm practical exam. The freshmen are ordered to craft their own unique spells, a task that struck pure terror into the hearts of these young mages. Original magic is the ultimate flex. It's a manifestation of a mage's raw individuality, genius, and destructive power. In an age of cookie-cutter activation techniques, very few dare to innovate and forge their own path. Yet a custom spell is the ultimate trump card, a hidden blade to be drawn when life hangs by a thread. This tradition traces back to the legendary star magic of the elves, which, believe it or not, is just a minor copy. Only one legend in history has ever mastered the full, unadulterated essence of star magic, its very creator: Luna, the matriarch of Nebula and a founding hero. As the professor hammered home the midterm's weight, Chloe completely locked in, but Leo, sitting nearby, couldn't ignore the sinister grimoire resting on her desk. It gave him the chills. A dark, hauntingly familiar energy pulsed from the pages. Realizing Leo was staring, Chloe shoved the book into her bag. He knew that wasn't just a book, it was a cursed grimoire. Right then, Horace dismissed the class, wishing them luck. As students filtered out, Leo bolted after Chloe and caught her by the wrist. Startled, she fired back a piercing glare. Leo just flashed a smirk and invited her to lunch with a hidden agenda. Her sketchy behavior with that grimoire was screaming for answers, but Chloe wasn't having it. She violently shook him off. She shot him down instantly, claiming she had zero time for his nonsense. Her only focus, crushing Leo in the exam. Right as the tension peaked, Carl crashed the party with his signature upbeat energy to defuse the situation. He teased Leo for having the guts to challenge the Ice Queen for her throne in magic theory. Chloe was still salty about losing to Leo's combat techniques. But when it comes to pure mana, she'd die before letting anyone take her #1 spot. With fire in her eyes, she swore to dominate. Leo realized that holding back now would be an insult to her pride. So, like a true rival, he extended his hand and formally accepted the duel, promising to bring his absolute A-game. Chloe met his grip with a cold, hollow gaze. Man, the Ice Queen has never looked more focused. Meanwhile, Carl was just fanboying in the back, impressed by Leo's smooth move to get a girl to hold his hand. As the sun began to dip, Leo arrived at the imposing monolithic Tower of Heroes. Hidden somewhere within this giant fortress lies the Forbidden Library. It's his only hope for clues, to solve the riddle of his missing records. As he climbed the grand staircase, his natural charisma turned every head. Midway up, a voice called out his full name. Standing there was a senior with sun-kissed skin, rocking curly hair and oversized glasses. Honestly, she was a total baddie, casually popping her bubblegum. She's heard the hype about the freshman prodigy from Horace himself. Meet Teruya Ayan, a powerhouse fifth-year mage. Leo gave a respectful bow, keeping it professional. He tried to brush past her, but she wasn't done yet. Teruya blocked his path with her long legs, preventing him from moving another inch upward. She demanded to know what a little freshman was doing prowling around the Tower of Heroes. Leo didn't blink. He told her straight up he was there to see the council president. His stone-cold confidence clearly piqued her interest. She pushed him hard to commit fully to the magic department. She was surprisingly aggressive about his future. Even though he was already enrolled, Terua finally decided to stop the hazing and lowered her leg. Leo thanked her and kept moving, but her parting words carried a sharp, threatening edge. She made it clear, declare magic as his primary focus by semester's end or else. The choice was his. Leo just offered a flawless, polite smile. Reaching the summit, he encountered a few more seniors. Cramming into an elevator, he hopped in with them and slammed the button for the 9th floor. Awkwardly, the light refused to flicker on. He kept mashing the button, but the lift wouldn't budge. He kept clicking like a madman, his patience wearing thin with this glitchy elevator. He would have been stuck there forever if a calm voice hadn't stepped in to explain the trick. These buttons only respond when you infuse them with mana. The deep voice belonged to another senior who recognized Leo. This newcomer radiated a much warmer energy than Terua. Meet Lisamoa, a friendly giant. A fifth-year knight, he flashed our famous freshman representative another wide, toothy grin. Leo returned a respectful bow to his senior. Just like Terua before him, Lisamoa wondered what brought him to the tower. Leo mentioned meeting the student council president. His calm smile sparked Lisamoa's curiosity. Most freshmen are absolutely terrified of upperclassmen. Yet here was Leo bold enough to march into the president's office completely alone. Impressed by his unshakable grit, the senior urged Leo to officially join the night department. Leo just gave a weary laugh. He'd heard this pitch way too many times already. Finally, after escaping all those draining distractions, Leo reached his final destination. He knocked, announced himself, and requested entry. A mellow, welcoming voice invited him inside. President Reese was buried under mountains of paperwork as twilight approached, yet he smiled. Knowing time was precious, Leo skipped the small talk and got straight to business. He dropped a bombshell. He needed access to the Academy's sacred forbidden library. Reese's expression turned deadly serious. He knew Leo wasn't the type to joke about this. There are only 2 ways for an ordinary student to enter that restricted vault. First, you must conquer a hero dungeon, a legendary feat easier said than done. The victor must personally return retrieved records to the hero files kept there. Realizing that path was currently blocked, Leo asked about the secret second method. Reese leaned in with a sly smirk, promising the secret once Leo joined the council. Days after being cornered by seniors, the night department's practical exam finally arrived. The Academy's open stadium was packed for the first day of this massive assessment. Students and faculty alike filled the stands, buzzing with intense anticipation for the duels. Always chasing the bag, Carl rolled out a popcorn cart to work the crowd. His pitch was simple. You can't enjoy these epic matches without a snack, right? Chelsea didn't know whether to be impressed or totally embarrassed by his hustle. Eliana joked that Carl would be filthy rich if he weren't stuck at the Academy. Leo scanned the spectators from the lineup. As expected, Chloe was nowhere to be seen. Professor Ein glared at the students, his gaze heavy with the seriousness of the test. Without a second's delay, he announced the pair for the opening sparring match. First up was Class 1's Hall Snape, a guy with a devious, untrustworthy vibe. His opponent, our very own Leo Plav. The crowd roared as they took the stage. Meanwhile, Carl was hunting big fish, locking his eyes onto Professor Sajin's direction. He scurried toward the grumpy instructor, eager to earn some serious dough. Samples in hand, he offered the professor a premium snack combo for the fight. Sajin huffed. Acting like eating popcorn was far beneath his noble status. He claimed only messy slobs like Professor Harlan would indulge in such things. Seeing the tough sell, Carl looked toward Class 1 for a tactical assist. Celia caught his drift instantly. It was time for her secret weapon. She dialed her charm up to 11, asking if the professor was treating the class. The trap was set. Carl rallied the students to cheer for their teacher's generosity. Hearing his students chant his name, Sajin's icy resolve finally began to crumble. Underneath that snobbery, he was just a teacher craving his students' affection. The professor finally folded, ordering a round of snacks for every single student. While Carl raked in the gold, the fighters moved into their starting stances. With a chillingly confident smirk, Leo told his opponent he was the first victim. Our freshman rep didn't even register as a threat to him. Now, this Snake Boy is about to learn a lesson in regret he'll never forget. Hall Snape comes from the legendary Snape bloodline. Before the opening bell rings, let's get a breakdown from our resident commentator. Check it out. The Night Department midterms are basically a gauntlet of duels. Securing 5 consecutive victories guarantees a passing grade. Tension grips the stadium even though the crowd knows that Leo is the top freshman. Very few have actually witnessed his power since he's triple majoring like a madman. Spectators assume he's spread too thin compared to specialists. Plus, Hall is ranked 3rd in Class 1, trailing only behind titans like Celia and Duran. Armed with a spear, his aura is notoriously jagged and venomous. Spinning his weapon with lethal precision, Hall flexed his prowess. To him, Leo was just some arrogant brat who's always hanging around Celia. Professor Ain issued the final warning: the warrior who completely neutralizes their foe claims the win. They were told to treat this spar like a life-or-death struggle. The moment the signal flared, Leo froze. A long-forgotten malevolent energy suddenly washed over his senses. Shocker, that sinister vibe wasn't coming from his opponent. It was radiating from the Lumine campus instead. This oily, revolting dark pressure crawled into his skull, screaming a deadly warning. Little did he know, this corruption was leaking from the library, where Chloe was buried in ancient scrolls. Grinding for the magic midterms, her failed formulas littered the floor like a graveyard of mediocre ideas. The Ice Queen was finally cracking under the weight of expectations. Her own brilliance wasn't enough to forge a spell unique enough to dominate, pushed to the edge. She lashed out at the mountain of books on her desk. Leo's monstrous talent was living rent-free, in her head slowly devouring her spirit. Her obsession with surpassing the boy wonder pushed her to the breaking point. As she scanned the mess on the floor, one specific tome seemed to whisper her name. It was that cursed grimoire she'd been holding on to. With no other options, she convinced herself this relic was her ticket to the top. Fueled by a desperate need to remain number one, her mental shields collapsed, leaving her open to a foreign darkness. This internal crisis and the grimoire's foul energy were so intense they literally shook Leo's focus, right in the middle of his duel. Noticing Leo's sudden lapse in concentration, Hall lunged forward to punish the opening. He thrust his spear straight for Leo's dome. Luckily, our hero snapped back and danced away just in time. Backing off, Hall unleashed his family's secret art, morphing his spear tip into a jagged, toxic whip. This snake spear slithered through the air with zero predictability, closing the gap until it was inches from Leo's heart. Staying cool as ice, Leo snatched the blade with his bare hand without flinching. Hall Snape was stunned. The sheer physical force needed to halt that momentum was insane. Paralyzed by shock, Hall's grip faltered as Leo ripped the weapon clean out of his grasp. Too stubborn to let go, the poor guy was dragged along like a helpless kite. He looked like a total clown. Once he was in range, Leo dialed up the humiliation. By delivering a heavy kiss to Hall's jaw with a reinforced fist, it sent the snake boy tumbling across the dirt like a discarded toy. A momentary distraction was one thing, but a battle-hardened vet like Leo would never lose his cool for long. Absolutely fuming from that embarrassing trade, Hall Snape overclocked his aura, flooding the stage with a poisonous haze. He barked at Leo to quit playing around, claiming the real fight was only starting. As he pumped out thick green clouds, the entire ring turned into a toxic swamp. Hall bet everything on the rumors that Leo couldn't use aura planning to exploit that massive disadvantage. Physical strength meant nothing if you lacked the basics. Seeing the emerald fog creeping closer, Leo ignited his own blazing aura, actually impressed by such a rare poison element. As the mist closed in, Leo casually incinerated the toxins with zero effort. Still high on his own supply, Hall doubled down. He figured unless those flames were Celia level, he'd still come out on top. While the snake boy was busy stroking his own ego, Leo had already blitzed through the fog, completely untouched. Judgment Day had arrived for this cocky brat. Leo closed the remaining distance with a predatory, calculated stride. Radiating pure main character energy, his flames completely vaporized the toxic mist. As the arena erupted in a dazzling light show, the crowd went wild, popcorn flying everywhere. From the elite section, Duran watched with his trademark soul-crushing scowl. Celia stood frozen in utter shock, while Chelsea fangirled hard. To her, Leo was the definition of perfection. Celia couldn't fathom that Leo's pyrokinesis had reached such a monstrous god-tier level. Rest in peace, Hall. Sif winced as the blistering heat intensified with every step Leo took. According to his calculations, Leo's firepower now rivaled Celia's, the Academy's top-ranked prodigy. It was insane that a student, juggling every major, could be such a beastly swordsman. Regardless, Hall steeled his nerves for one last stand. He reached deep for his hidden trump card, a secret technique he'd been saving specifically to dethrone Celia. Using it against Leo Plav in round 1 was never the plan. He molded his energy into a venomous viper, conjuring a serpentine cage that lunged at his target. Intrigued by the flashy move, Leo deliberately stepped into the trap, casually studying the spectral beast like a bored scientist. Hall actually thought he'd won, shooting a shy, blushing look toward Celia in the bleachers to show off. He'd poured his soul into this skill to bridge the gap between them, feeling peak confidence in this debut. In response to his clumsy flirting, Celia just sighed and gestured toward the actual battleground. Hall's ego blinded him to the fact that Leo was already boiling his snake prison alive from within, leaving the serpent's body sizzling and melting under the pressure. With a mere flick of his will, Leo shattered the pathetic spell like glass. Hall gasped in horror as his life's work turned to ash, like it was nothing but garbage. Fuming, he ditched his aura and charged forward with raw, desperate steel. Leo hadn't even unsheathed his blade until this very second. In a flash, he deflected the oncoming spear, with bone-shattering power disarming his foe instantly. Pressing cold steel against Hall's throat, he whispered a chilling warning, "Don't blink, or you'll burn." As the loser collapsed, Professor Ain declared the official verdict. Total annihilation. Leo Plov was the victor. Chelsea's heart practically did a somersault as she screamed his name. Carl just smirked, knowing his best friend wouldn't even break a sweat in a low-diff fight like this. Retreating in shame, Hall finally realized that Leo was just built different when the blades started swinging. The power gap was insane. But then a voice he'd recognize anywhere called out to him. Despite his crushing defeat, he looked up to find Celia smiling, genuinely praising his cool technique. Validation from his crush. Suddenly the loss didn't sting so much. He'd treasure those words. Forever. Moving on, the professor summoned Class 5's fiery Spitfire Eliana Lawton to the ring. Bursting with hype, Eliana demanded to face her challenger immediately, her energy practically sparking. But when Chenxia's name was called, Eliana's bravado evaporated instantly. She wanted a fight. But she'd just walked into a nightmare against one of the Academy's big three. Both warriors squared off the tension thick as they awaited the starting bell. Chenxia bowed with terrifying grace and a calm smile. Even her kindness felt heavy with power. Not one to retreat, Eliana met that gaze with a gritty, stubborn grin of her own. The second the signal rang, Chenxia's mana flowed like a graceful yet deadly tidal wave. Water swirled around her in a lethal dance, clashing against Eliana's chaotic, blazing aura. Gripping her rapier, Eliana transformed into a red blur, lunging forward with a high-speed thrust. Chenxia simply encased herself in a liquid fortress. From the sidelines, Leo realized the danger. A rapier sting is bad, but slamming full tilt into a pressurized water shield, that's a total disaster. Eliana played it too aggressive. Her all-or-nothing gamble backfired spectacularly in an instant. That sphere wasn't just a shield, it was a trap designed to drown and crush anyone inside. Round 2 went to the Calm Master. Eliana struggled to her feet, brushing off the sting of a one-shot defeat. She was bruised, but her spirit remained unbroken. Leo saw it coming. A terrible matchup from the start, though she could have lasted longer with a better strategy. Things might have ended better for Eliana if she had simply kept her cool during the heat of battle. For the day's third round, Professor Ein called up the Night Department's star Class 1's very own, Celia Zerdinger. To everyone's shock, this third match turned into a massive blockbuster showdown that nobody expected this early on. Celia's rival was none other than Duran Moira, the guy perpetually stuck in second place. Celia flashed her brooding classmate a smirk. She could already feel the hype, but Duran's intense expression proved he was taking this spar way too seriously. Up in the bleachers, Carl somehow scored some 3D glasses while totally vibing on his own supply of snacks. He slid the entire bucket over to Leo to share. Every eye was glued to the stage for this rare clash of titans. The atmosphere was absolutely electric. The arena began to sizzle as the energy reached a devastating breaking point. Both of their aggressive auras roared to life. With steel drawn, the duel to decide the true top student finally began. This was for the #1 spot in the Night Department. The moment the signal flared, the chaos erupted. Grumpy Duran made his move instantly with a lightning-fast dash. His entire body and sword seemed to meld into one. He looked like thundering destruction incarnate, but Celia was a high-tier swordmaster who was not to be trifled with. Her reflexes were cracked easily, parrying his opening flurry without breaking a sweat. For the freshmen, this was legendary. It was their first time witnessing the top scorer's true combat power, and they were completely glued to the action. On the sidelines, Carl asked Leo who he was betting on. Shoveling popcorn, Leo claimed Celia would lose at this rate. Carl was stunned by Leo's cold analysis, yet he refused to count his talented cousin out of the fight just yet. Even from the stands, he could see the icy, calculated focus burning in her eyes. He knew she was cooking. The girl was definitely hiding a secret weapon for the perfect moment. Suddenly, Duran shifted gears and unleashed a relentless assault. Duran cranked his speed to another level, nearly grazing Celia's neck with a lethal strike that caught her off guard. Only her raw instincts allowed her to dodge by a hair's breadth. Sensing victory, Duran pressed his advantage to overwhelm her. He lunged into close-quarters combat, a massive mistake. Celia hoisted her ornate blade, and the entire world began to burn. She summoned an inferno that completely eclipsed every other flame seen today. It roared with a wild, blinding intensity. The arena's protective shields began to flicker, struggling to contain her raw power. The freshmen were absolutely shook by the display. They had never seen high-level combat like this. Leo praised Celia's insane patience and perfect timing for that brilliant move. When Carl looked confused, Leo explained that in this cramped arena, Celia had essentially set the ultimate trap. Since she could not match Duran's raw speed, she simply transformed the entire battlefield into her own personal burning stage. By seizing the home court advantage, she forced Duran into a corner, where every single movement became a deadly risk. He had to be incredibly careful unless he wanted to be scorched alive by her blazing aura. Plus, the heat was blinding. The scorching temperature made it impossible to see. Celia was already elite, but she'd become even craftier with her abilities. She basically unleashed a domain expansion, slowly roasting the grumpy blondie as the heat sapped his strength away. Exploiting a gap in his guard, she seemingly teleported behind him. Her fiery slash was aimed to end it all. Only Duran's desperate reaction speed saved him. Pushing past his physical limits, he gritted his teeth for one last stand. He swung his sword in a final act of desperation, but losing your cool against Celia is a total death sentence. She completely shut down his offense by catching his lethal blade with her bare hands like an absolute boss. Once her flames covered the arena, she moved from defense to total domination. Her savage side finally came out to play. Ending the bout with a total curveball, Celia ditched her sword and slammed her forehead right into Duran's face. That brutal headbutt knocked the grumpy blondie out cold. Extinguishing her flames, Celia Zerdinger claimed her well-earned victory. The crowd went absolutely wild. While dusting off her uniform, she hit him with some spicy parting advice. She suggested Duran hit the gym more instead of just relying on his speed. He finally started to wake up. After being dazed by the headbutt, Duran accepted her hand to pull himself off the grass. The academy press went wild. Everyone shipping the number 1 and 2 students loved the sight. Leo was just happy her brutal training paid off. Suddenly, the nosy Professor Edmund spawned right behind them, munching on some of the boys' popcorn. It turns out he had been eavesdropping on their play-by-play commentary from the very first second. He actually found Leo's tactical takes quite impressive. By sunset, the night studies practical exams finally reached their conclusion. Everything wrapped up smoothly with both Celia and Duran, finishing the day with 4 wins and only 1 loss. Chen Xia mirrored that success. Out of 5 grueling clashes, only a single defeat marred their records. Meanwhile, Leo Plav absolutely dominated with a flawless 5-0 sweep, seizing his throne as the undisputed rank 1. 7 days after that chaotic night exam, the general linguistics written finals finally came to a close. A typically messy, Professor Edmund gave his students props for surviving the semester's brutal grind. As he exited, he dropped a final warning: low scores would still send some students packing. The moment he left, Class 5 went wild. Even the high-energy Eliana was low-key spiraling over potential expulsion. Elsewhere, the academic tryhards swarmed Chelsea, desperate to glimpse her legendary high-score answer key. While they scrambled for her golden sheet, the class president was caught in 4K, fast asleep at his desk. Nelia, seated right in front, nudged Leo awake to grill him about his performance on the exam. He claimed he did fine, but his face said otherwise. Nelia loved seeing the god-tier class rep look so human. She teased that if he was hurting her, healing magic was just one emergency call away. Carl eavesdropped on the offer and immediately butt in, whining about his super stiff back and shoulders. Before he could finesse a free heal, Chelsea delivered a swift, painful reality check right to his spine. With the clown dealt with, Chelsea pivoted to Leo, asking about his progress with summoning practicals. Word on the street via Tide was that Leo was a total ghost at the summoning practice fields. Typical Leo, he'd been low-key grinding in secret. Staying off the radar was exactly his vibe. Chelsea hyped him up, asking what rank he wanted. Honestly, asking Leo that is just a mood. Obviously, he's aiming for the top. Soon, faculty and seniors swarmed the arena for the legendary summoning exam. The climax of the first semester for every freshman was finally here, the summoned creature race. Today's hype man is Rumbates, a third-year elite from the summoning department, providing live commentary. Blown away by the spectacle, Celia questioned if this was actually a test or just a massive festival. He noted that this race is a deep-rooted tradition that defines the entire summoning department's legacy. Plus, it's a premier event for interdepartmental exchanges, so the hype surrounding it is always through the roof. Wherever there's a crowd, Carl smells a massive bag and a chance to secure some profit. He launched his popcorn and soda hustle again, and business was already booming before the first whistle. The stands were electric, but backstage, the silence among the competitors was straight up suffocating and eerie. The freshmen were already shaking, and the roaring crowd only cranked their anxiety up to 11. Meanwhile, the heavy hitters Liu Chenxia and the white-haired duo locked in, focusing solely on the coming trial. Eliza Hergen, the elite daughter of the North's legendary hero family, stepped up to confront Leo. She acknowledged his clutch performance in the night exams, but immediately questioned if he'd actually prepared for this. She wasn't buying his hype. After all, Leo was a total no-show for every single group practice session. Once she called him out, the haters jumped on the bandwagon, demanding Leo back down and quit. They claimed he wasn't serious. Nobody had even seen him successfully bond with a summon yet. Tide tried to tell the class to touch grass and chill, but these fools just kept on yapping. They screamed at Tide for defending a golden boy who was clearly disrespecting their entire craft. Chen Xia felt the tension peaking. Suddenly, a freshman named Sen Liu approached her before the kickoff. He suggested that since her night exam scores were cracked, she should just coast through the summoning portion. Sick of the noise, Walden Titan, the Southern Continent's captain, and the department's top seed finally made his move. He silenced the room instantly. If they wanted to flex their practice hours, they could do it elsewhere. Get lost. Hearing Walden's ego-tripping trash talk, Sen Liu's blood began to boil with pure rage. Walden doubled down, roasting the noobs for acting like simply riding a summon was a legendary feat. Oblivious to the shade, Sen Liu snapped back, asking Walden if he felt guilty for skipping taming practice. Walden ditched because that elementary training was just a massive waste of his precious time. He wasn't some amateur who needed drills just to manage a high-tier mirror griffin properly. Mastering mirror griffins was second nature to him. He didn't need pointless drills to prove his dominance. Sen Liu, that absolute clown, lunged at Walden, but our Sigma Leo intercepted him to shut it down. Crushing the fool's wrist, he hissed that pre-exam brawls lead to consequences far worse than a simple slap. Try disqualification. That reality check made the loser retreat. Tide approached Leo with an apologetic look. Sensing the toxic vibes among the freshmen, he explained the massive ego gap in the summoning department. The power gap between majors and minors is insane. Since Leo and Chen Xia aren't pure summoners, they're still crushing the leaderboard. This pushed the older students to order a freshman hit on them. They claim Leo is just a lazy golden boy riding on luck. To them, his absence is pure disrespect. Leo isn't slacking, but sinister eyes watch from the shadows. Something dark is lurking on the sidelines. A hooded figure oozing dark energy, obsessed over the race. He's laser-focused on one specific student. That student is Sen Liu. The loser is radiating a twisted, unnatural power fueled by pure malice. He's ready to kill for the win. Suddenly, Rumbatas steps up to drop the official race rules. Rule 1, only summoning skills allowed. That means no aura or magic for the dual-class prodigies. Using anything else is banned. Once the timer hits 0, they must tame a wild griffin instantly. They'll soar through the massive island of summons, navigating a treacherous path designed to break them. They'll loop around Silent Lake before racing back home. The question is, who's going to steal the show? In this midterm showdown, will the South or East captain prevail? Can Eliza carry her family's legacy? Will Sen Liu's secret weapon flip the script? Or will Leo Plov drop another absolute masterclass today? He needs this win to cement his status as the GOAT. Every racer held their breath at the line. Waiting for the bell, Miss Yura gave a fiery speech. She urged them to kill their nerves. Stick to the training. Anyone who panics and fumbles will be left in the dust today. Her motivational speech actually backfired, cranking up the anxiety. Then she gave the signal to get ready. With a roar that shook the stadium, she unleashed the chaos of the annual summoned creature race. While the herd rushed the stables, a select group launched a surprise strike using elemental summons. They didn't even hesitate. A barrage of elemental techniques flew toward Walden and Leo without warning. Even the announcer gasped. The summoning students are straight up jumping the crowd favorites right now. Leo barked at Tide to ignore the drama and focus on the test. He's got this handled. Trusting his friend, Tide mounted his griffin and took off, leaving the class rep behind. The crowd hissed in disapproval. They knew it was a dirty move to target the frontrunners. Leo knew these haters were salty, but he didn't expect such a desperate, coordinated ambush. Rumbatas noted that despite the boos, this savage play is technically a valid tactical move. However, Walden shattered the elemental trap with pure, raw strength. Magic remnants flickered around him. Unbothered, he strode toward the stables and tamed a beast with 0 effort. Total flex. Mounting up, he glanced back at Leo, offering a hand if things got too spicy. Leo declined. This petty harassment was barely a warm-up. Without a word, Walden rocketed into the clouds. He accelerated instantly, leaving Leo as the only racer still grounded on the starting stage. Chen Xia didn't move. She watched her man trapped in a cage of hostile elemental magic. Miss Yura's brow furrowed in worry. The rivalry among these freshmen was becoming a blood feud. They were openly ganging up on the ace. This was far beyond a simple school competition. Knowing Leo specialized in summons, she feared breaking free from this magic web would be impossible. But she was dead wrong. A blinding radiance suddenly erupted, forcing everyone to look. Leo chanted a rhythmic ancient script commanding the elemental spirits to shatter his chains. Instantly, sylphs from every element answered his call, surging forward as one. Mastering even a few words of ancient spirit language is legendary. He just recited an entire chant. Leo Plov is the gift that keeps on giving. Miss Yura stared into his fierce eyes. She exhaled a breath she didn't know she was holding. Her worries were completely unnecessary. Eliza must trap this brat in the summoning department before Leo even leaves the starting line. The pack is miles ahead. The thugs who sabotaged Leo and Walden are cackling while spitting insults at their prey. Smirking at the thought of the southern prodigy failing, the bullies demanded Eliza's take on the situation. She snapped back, claiming she'd crush Leo Plov and Walden Titan in a fair fight, 0 cheats required. Eliza fretted over the summoning class's reputation, while the punks just craved to see the geniuses eat dirt. Sick of their yap, Eliza surged forward, dropping a cold warning for the goons to use their brains. Sen Liu's blood boiled at her arrogance. At this speed, snagging silver right behind her was basically guaranteed. In his mind, nobody besides Eliza could rival his mastery over these winged beasts. Mid-thought, a blur of feathers and speed tore right through the cluster of idiots. It was Chengxia. She wasn't just riding, she was basically surfing the wind with pure style. Her technique is insane. She's blitzing everyone without even tapping into her soul energy for a boost. Spooked by Zia's sudden arrival, Senlu's gang shifted their lethal focus toward the eastern representative. A mage fired a bolt of holy light at Chenxia, but our aerial ace felt the heat coming. She lunged onto the griffin's wing, waiting for the impact before leaping into the empty sky. A flawless mid-air flip left the amateurs gawking as she literally parkoured through their pathetic ambush. Sticking the landing, Chenxia coiled her legs like springs before exploding off her mount like a rocket. She locked onto her attacker using raw momentum to deliver a bone-shattering kick to the girl's gut. Plunging from her beast, the girl shrieked that Chenxia had to be using some kind of cheat code. Total skill issue. Chenxia didn't even touch her aura, that was just 100% pure martial arts. Threat neutralized. She kicked it into high gear, tossing a casual greeting to Senlu as she soared. They were old acquaintances from back home, but he met her smile with nothing but pure venom. He barked that crossing him was a death sentence. Zia might struggle in a real sky-high dogfight, though. Senlu has bigger fish to fry. A monster royally pissed by the earlier sabotage is closing in fast. A violent explosion suddenly painted the sky a deep fiery red. Walden is roasting these fools with terrifying spirit arts. He's clearly the type to demand payback with interest. He decimated the idiots who thought their petty little tricks could actually hold him back. This sky-high slaughter was just a small thank you. Terrified, the remaining goons scrambled like panicked flies. They ran like cowards, but Walden's relentless skill meant there was nowhere left to hide. Every spell struck gold, knocking riders out of the race as the starting clouds went up in smoke. The announcer's voice boomed, spotlighting Leo's desperate struggle to close the gap on the frontrunners. The freshman rep is on the brink of total failure. Free from the lock, it's now or never. He has to break the final griffin in the stables. If this fails, his race ends right here. Leo scanned the beast, spotting a jagged, fresh wound on its wing. This was no accident. The same thugs did this. For supposed heroes in training to be this cruel, absolutely pathetic. The moment Leo gripped the leather, the griffin went absolutely ballistic, thrashing in pure panic. Everyone knows, trying to force a wild griffin without building trust is basically a suicide mission. From the bleachers, the Zerdinger duo watched one gripped by anxiety, the other by burning curiosity. It appeared the boy was choosing violence, planning to brute force his way into the creature's soul. He felt the beast's terror, but there's zero time for gentleness. He needs results right now. Locking eyes with the frantic beast, Leo unleashed a chilling aura, forcing the creature to its knees. Paralyzed by his sheer presence, the griffin surrendered. A new terrifying bond was forged in seconds. Ripping the shard from its wing, Leo swung into the saddle with the grace of a king. Engines on. With master-level control, he guided the Titan out of the stables and into the light. The cameras panned to the straggler, and the entire crowd gasped at the sight of the bloodied wing. The announcer began wondering aloud if the famous first-year rep was about to suffer a humiliating defeat. Leo shared a silent moment with his beast, sensing the agonizing burden it had been carrying. Invoking their sacred bond, he summoned his soul partner. Fiore, the phoenix, blazed into existence, shimmering mid-air. Still as cute as ever. With a mental nudge, Leo tasked the fledgling with mending the mangled wing. Sacred phoenix fire enveloped the panicked creature. Confused by the heat, the bird struggled against the flames. Glued to the monitor, Celia's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't even recognize the origin of those mysterious flames. Her brother realized this wasn't mere monofire. This was a completely alien, overwhelming, and primal force. On the front lines, the aftermath was brutal. Most fodder racers were already severely battered and broken. Survivors scrambled to distance themselves from the psychotic Walden. Now they just wanted to avoid finishing last. Sadly for them, the true monster has awakened. Draped in phoenix fire, Leo is officially entering beast mode. Leo's griffin took flight with newfound vigor. With rivals in sight, it's finally time to redline this beast. But as he moved for the crown, a literal dragon appeared. Or at least that's the illusion. For a regressor like Leo, that beast was hauntingly familiar. It's a Fafnir. He couldn't believe his eyes. It was no illusion. Moments ago, Eliza had dropped back from the lead to intercept Walden's path. To secure the top spot, she realized this monster had to be neutralized and stopped immediately. With a casual snap, Walden unleashed spirit fire that erupted into chaos. Eliza maneuvered through it unscathed. She quickly deduced his trick. Walden was fusing wind and fire spirits to create lethal, volatile bombs. Only a freak like Walden could pull that off. Eliza was genuinely rattled by his monstrous talent. Perched atop his mount, Walden felt like an impenetrable wall, ready to pulverize anyone in his way. But don't sleep on Eliza. As a prestigious heir, she still had a few lethal aces left. Massive damage means nothing if the target is gone. If he can't hit her, he loses. Her strategy was simple. Use god-tier reflexes to dance through the hail of explosions without a scratch. Annoyed by her dodging, Walden swapped his spirits. He pivoted his strategy to manipulate a different element. Massive, razor-sharp ice spears began to manifest. The icicles were numerous and ready to impale everything. Every icicle was elementally buffed. Eliza just scoffed instantly, pushing her mount's hidden potential to the limit. Her griffin bulked up into a savage predator. In a true battle shonen moment, it blasted a flamethrower. She controlled the intense heat with precision, vaporizing Walden's ice spears before they could even reach her. Walden's offense was completely shut down by Eliza's fortified and empowered bird summon. The commentator was hyped watching this clash, but while the elites were busy brawling with each other, Chenxia seized the opening, slipping past the chaos to snatch the lead. Eliza wasn't having it. Not without a cost. Whipping out a purple binding rope, she snagged Chengxia's neck and yanked back. Trapped and grounded, Chengxia saw a spark ignite. She knew she was about to get absolutely cooked. Panicking, Chengxia and her beast pulled off some insane aerial parkour, just as Walden's spirits fused together. Another massive explosion rocked the sky. Mid-air, Chengxia shattered the rope and whistled for her mount. With high IQ moves, Chengxia reclaimed the lead. Honestly, she was vibing with the pure power of summoners. Up ahead, she spotted a bizarre silhouette, something that definitely wasn't a standard ordinary griffin. It looked like a dark wyvern. On its back sat Sen Lu, looking like he was snapping. Drowning in bloodlust, Sen Lu ignored Chengxia as she screamed that using illegal summons was against rules. He didn't care. His burning hatred for the geniuses at the top had finally reached its peak. Eliza and Walden closed in, sensing a foul, abnormal energy radiating from the mysterious figure ahead. Eliza's expert eyes knew the truth that wasn't a wyvern. It was a twisted, dangerous irregularity. That's when Leo Plov blitzed the leaders on his blazing griffin, showing off some insane top-tier speed. Empowered by Phoenix Fire, Leo was flying. Meanwhile, Sen Lu was ready to take on everyone simultaneously. He was out for blood. But then Leo's cold voice cut through the air, looking down. He demanded to know where the brat found that lizard. Sen Lu laughed, thinking Leo was salty. Proud of his weak skills, Sen Lu failed to see Leo looking at him like a clown. Perched atop a Fafnir, a monstrous calamity once wielded by Tartaros' mages, he looked down. This was the same nightmare fuel Kyle's legendary party once hunted to the brink, wiped out during the Age of Despair. So how is this brat summoning a literal ghost? Mistaking it for a wyvern, Sen Lu commanded an attack. Laser breath incinerated the very atmosphere. Leo and Walden exerted raw power, barely surging out of the laser's lethal path. Eliza spiraled away desperately, but the beam locked on, tracking Chengxia like a heat-seeking missile. Leo's warning screamed out as she frantically manifested an aura shield for a last-ditch defense. Too slow. The barrier was incomplete when the laser collided, shattering her defenses instantly. Cracks spiderwebbed across the field, before the overwhelming force vaporized the shield entirely. Her griffin slumped unconscious and bleeding, sending them both into a terminal freefall. No parachute, no problem. Leo dove effortlessly, intercepting Chengxia midair like a seasoned pro. Priorities first, get her to safety. He barked orders, taking command of Walden and Eliza. Touchdown now. Even these arrogant elites couldn't help but obey his commanding aura. Above, the Fafnir circled like an apex predator, while a dark influence gripped Sen Lu's mind. This intoxicating power. Looking down on everyone from above, he was absolutely addicted to it. The announcers panicked. The lead racers had vanished from the cameras, veering completely off course. The final feed showed Sen Lu's wyvern launching a brutal assault on the Academy's top aces. Miss Yura stormed the booth, ejecting the student caster. Play-by-play is over. This is a crisis. Grabbing the mic, she mobilized the summoning professors. They needed every flying beast in the air. Race suspended priority rescue professors Len and Sejun burst in, faces pale with dread. Yura dropped the bombshell. A student had forged a pact with a high-tier demonic calamity. The mention of demonic beasts chilled them. That dark influence would soon devour the boy's sanity. Edmund arrived, suggesting a darker truth. Perhaps something else was pulling the beast's strings. Suspecting external control over the beast, he ordered Yura to neutralize Sen Lu immediately. Faculty scrambled to safeguard students. Despite their bitter rivalry, the teachers stood united now. Sejun and Edmund buried the hatchet. Their students' lives were worth more than any petty feud. A legendary duo was born. Meanwhile, deep in the field, Leo secured a concealed perimeter. He checked Chengxia's vitals as she lay unconscious. Eliza and Walden touched down shortly after. Tranquility vanished. Sen Lu zeroed in on them, the Fafnir's massive weight crushing the earth. Sen Lu mistakenly thought Leo was retreating. Leo just sighed, ready to school this delusional clown. That's no wyvern, you idiot. You're riding a Fafnir, a true demonic calamity. Panic flared. As Leo stepped forward, the phantom of a legendary hero began to overlap. Kyle's shadow loomed. Leo remembered the carnage back when he purged these filth from existence, until they were extinct. Now, this former hero was ready to claim one more trophy. A nostalgic hunt for a disgusting pest. With icy resolve, he marched toward the beast. The beast loomed, but Sen Lu just cackled, his mind already fractured by the monster's corruption. Eyes bloodshot and aggression peaking, his suppressed inferiority complex exploded into pure, unadulterated madness. He was desperate, starving for a victory that would finally put him above the Academy aces. He commanded it. The Fafnir unleashed its catastrophic world-ending laser breath again. Just before impact, the earth erupted. A massive stone hand clawed its way out. A towering golem emerged, tanking the full force of the laser with its rocky hide. Slaughtering pests. Now that was a mission Walden could actually vibe with. Walden grinned. Seeing his ultimate move negated by mere magic, Senlu began to spiral. Eliza joined the fray, annoyed by Walden's posturing, but fully aware of the stakes. The aces synchronized. The golem was crumbling. It was now or never to launch their counteroffensive. Watching Eliza and Walden trade barbs in a literal death zone brought a faint, nostalgic smirk to Leo's face. Legends are always total weirdos regardless of the era. As the golem finally crumbled, Sen Liu's massive ego came crawling back. Taunting Walden to summon something actually threatening, the group vanished into thin air the moment the monster turned into rubble. Eliza ignited the assault with her enchanted violet cord. It lashed and coiled like a living predator under her absolute command. It closed the gap to Sen Liu instantly. While she handled the crowd, a single snap of the fingers triggered the carnage. Ember sparks ignited across the Fafnir's metallic hide as it primed its core for another devastating blast of pure energy. Walden rigged the vital points with surgical precision, detonating his spiritual charges in one glorious blast. With his job finished, it was finally time for Leo Prow to step up. Cutting through the billowing smoke, he lunged straight for Sen Liu's throat. Faster than a heartbeat, he snatched the loser by the scalp and buried a bone-shattering kick right into his jaw. The impact nearly sent the kid flying, but a dark entity had already hijacked his soul, mocking Leo's tactical move. By separating the boy from the beast, this mysterious phantom had already rooted itself deep within its new perfect vessel. Sensing the sudden spike in killing intent, the demonic creature surged upward, dragging Leo into the clouds for a duel. Stuck on the ground, Walden and Eliza watched as the possessed puppet sneered, asking if Leo was finally feeling terror. Leo's only answer was a brutal punch aimed directly at the Tartaros beast tamer currently piloting the boy's physical shell. This phantom had never faced such steel. Leo's eerie composure completely dismantled the secrecy he had hidden behind for centuries. Amidst the chaos, the tamer saw flashes of those ancient legends in the boy's eyes. And that meant only one thing. He could not allow Leo to reach his peak. He was a massive threat wielding a terrifyingly polished spiritual art. A violent swipe sent Leo reeling. Unable to find his footing in the sky, he plummeted toward the earth like a stone. Even in freefall, his nerves stayed icy. He called upon Fiore, and suddenly Phoenix fire began to waltz across the heavens. Toying with a sphere of flame, the thrill of battle took him back to his past life as Kyle the first hero. Yet he would be the first to confess he was a jack of all trades who never truly mastered one single path. Master of none, indeed. When it came to pure aura capacity, monsters like Aaron and Dueno were in another league entirely. Luna's magic was far superior, and as for the art of summoning, Lucinus was a literal god compared to him. But that versatility was his true weapon. It let him fuse powers and pioneer techniques that the world had never imagined. Channeled through his link with Fiore, Leo blended aura and summoning lore to weave a spell of absolute destruction. Spiritual energy and aura are usually infinite parallel paths. However, when these two rivers collide, the result is truly broken. The outcome was legendarily overpowered. The tiny chick was gone. In her place stood a majestic, rising adolescent phoenix. Regal and terrifying, her blazing wings set the sky on fire as she swooped down to snatch Leo from death. Sensing the divine heat, the demon beast hissed in agitation. The handler's smirk vanished, replaced by a cold, deadly seriousness. He demanded to know Leo's true identity, but Leo just grinned, suggesting a nice little exchange of secrets instead. Leo sought the source of the Fafnir, but this anomalous student knew far too much about the forbidden age of despair. This was a threat that had to be erased. Predicting the beast's lunge, Leo unsheathed his blade and began weaving fire. He funneled the phoenix's heat into his steel. Fortunately, the Zerdinger style was practically built to house that celestial breath. This allowed his ultimate move, Prominence, to transcend its limits. The Fafnir's lethal beam of light surged forward, clashing with Leo's legendary flames. It was an epic struggle of pure power, and Leo refused to give an inch. Meanwhile, Sen Liu's mind was melting under the possession. The Fafnir faltered mid-air, its movements becoming jagged and weak. A roar of agony ripped through the beast, throwing the tamer off balance and opening a window for the final strike. Sensing the demon's flickering life force, Leo did not hesitate. He doubled down on his assault, smelling blood in the water. With a primal roar, he unleashed every drop of his stored energy to crush his foe once and for all. The tamer could only scream in vain as Phoenix fire invaded the beast's body, incinerating its internals from within. Flames erupted from every gap in its hide. Leo had won thanks to Fiore's absolute masterpiece of a performance. Gasping for breath, he prepared to head back, only to realize the Phoenix's time limit had just hit 0. A fatal oversight. Now, Leo was plummeting toward the earth, his screams echoing as death rushed up to meet him. Miles below the true physical body of the Tartaro's handler, sat in deep meditation hidden within the shadows of the forest. Before he could trigger another trap, a blinding radiance washed over the woods, followed by a bone-crushing godly pressure. The pressure crushed the villain's stance. Sejun arrived instantly, neutralizing the target. Beside him stood Edmund, wreathed in shadow. The handler realized he faced Lumen's titans. Outmatched and desperate, the coward tore open reality to make his escape. Failure tasted bitter, yet his thirst for chaos remained unquenched. He'd return. A nightmarish smoke beast erupted from the rift, bearing rows of jagged teeth. This eldritch horror turned on its summoner, crushing him with unfathomable weight. When the mist evaporated, the rift and handler had vanished without a trace. Only toxic clouds remained. The professors sensed a dark tide finally rising. Sejun gathered evidence, realizing the academy's walls were no longer a sanctuary. Meanwhile, Leo plummeted. He dismissed his Phoenix Fiore back to the spirit realm. Suddenly, a winged savior snatched Leo just before he hit the deck. Miss Yura sat tall atop her black wyvern, appearing like a goddess. Her radiant smile beamed with relief. She'd arrived just in the nick of time. They touched down gently. Elsewhere, the wounded handler crawled into a dark hole. At headquarters, his supervisor watched his pathetic return with absolute loathing. Defeated by a mere trainee, the bleeding handler hissed his desperate defense. This was no ordinary boy. The kid commanded a legendary high-tier phoenix. The boss's interest spiked. Then Leo's knowledge of Fafnir's identity changed everything. Curiosity turned to cold dread. The supervisor licked his lips in anticipation. He craved a rematch. Back at Lumen, the midterm race was officially scrapped. The tragedy left Senlu's mind shattered. He didn't survive the mental trauma. The freshmen finally understood the lethal stakes of their prestigious new home. While rumors swirled about Senlu Yura, demanded total silence from everyone. They fabricated a story about a rogue beast to bury the dark truth. Leo ignored the conspiracies for now. It was time for his magic final. Professor Lenz waited like a stone sentinel inside the grand lecture hall. Carr and Chelsea watched as Chloe entered, looking absolutely wrecked and exhausted. Sleep deprivation lined her face. Leo followed his worry for her growing. The room went silent. Lenz's voice boomed, signaling the high-stakes exam start. This wasn't a drill. He demanded innovation, flair, and absolute raw power. These talents deserved an audience. He invited some elite guest judges today. 3 legendary seniors walked in, their reputations preceding them like a storm. These graduates had already conquered the world beyond the academy's safe walls. Rilda, Edmund, and Sean prepared to grade the nervous, fresh-faced class. Their warm greetings lifted the mood. Carr felt like his luck was turning. He bet on their leniency. The true test was about to begin. Eliana Loudon stepped up first, her smile masking a fierce, burning ambition. She owned the stage, dialing her innocent charm up to 100. With starry-eyed grace, she greeted the seniors like a perfect young lady. Carr gagged internally. He saw right through her fake, noble-born character act. Eliana ignited a dazzling light show that bathed the entire lecture hall. Her rare light affinity was stunning, but she was just warming up. She fused fire with light, creating a lethal and beautiful elemental combination. Searing rays danced around her, proof of her absolute elemental mastery. She unleashed devastating thermal magic. Even the judges were left breathless. Eliana felt confident in her thermal ray display, but it was just a basic laser spell any rookie could replicate. Without a single question, the judges began scribbling her fate. The trio sat in silence, weighing her performance carefully. They measured her skills against the rubric to find the right mark. After a brief huddle, the final verdict was passed. Professor Lin received the results. Hugh and Rilda slapped her with a C-, though Slark went slightly higher with a C. That left her with a crushing C-. Seeing even a talent like Eliana flop sent a wave of anxiety through the room. One by one, mages stepped up, only to watch their months of grinding crumble into mediocre grades. Most left with nothing but C's and C-. However, Karthama broke the streak, snatching a shocking B+. His mastery over metal and gold stole the show. But of course, Chelsea Llewellyn reigned supreme as the top scorer. Her stunning wind sorcery earned a glorious A. The fox and cat duo cheered over their win, relieved the exam was finally over. Little did the rookies know the panel was actually feeling let down by the lackluster show. Lin had promised them legendary talent to get them here, but so far, not a single student had truly outshined the rest. With only 3 files left, Idmund Slark sensed the shift. He knew these final names were the true heavy hitters. The elite players were saved for the grand finale. First up on the stage was the crowd favorite Abad Llewellyn. Chelsea's brother arrived, and his presence immediately set the room on fire. If the girls were in charge of grading, he'd get an A+ just for being eye candy. But unlike the previous flashy mages, Abad's opening was surprisingly subtle. He dove deep into the complex mechanics of his original spell. Once the logic was set, he revealed its name. Behold the Tempest. Professor Lin beamed while the panel leaned in, completely hooked by his explanation. This prodigy claimed his finished Tempest would sit comfortably at the pinnacle of high-rank sorcery. Abad hadn't been resting. He'd been grinding this spell for ages back at the Llewellyn estate. He ran endless trials polishing the Tempest. He even needed the clan elders to supervise his dangerous training. They formed a massive shield to contain any disaster. Locked in total focus, the Llewellyn mages braced themselves. This gave Abad the freedom to push his limits and tweak his magic. He unleashed the beast within, defying gravity as his body hovered weightlessly in the sky. The Tempest woke up with a primal roar. He ignited every cell in his body to conquer the wind. He forced the gales to yield. Soon the chaotic air swirled into a catastrophic world-ending storm. It was a force meant to obliterate. The raw energy was so violent even the Elder's barrier started cracking. 4 Master Mages struggled to hold it back. Opening his eyes, Abad saw the vortex's terrifying reach. A stray animal was being sucked into the sky. Panic flared. He wouldn't let his ambition kill an innocent soul. His desperate need to protect gave him the final burst of willpower to fully tame the raging storm. Abad's a true legend, arguably the best hero candidate, well, if we ignore a certain someone. Back at the academy, he showcased a miniature version of the Tempest. Unleashing its true power would level the campus. It sounds like a simple wind buff, but the reality is complex. The panel recognized the insane high-level logic required. Abad strutted back to his seat with a clear victory. He scored the first clean A+ of the day. Chelsea could barely contain her sisterly pride. She flexed that her brother is just built different. And speaking of built different, Lynn started grinning. The professor was vibrating with excitement for the next showcase. It was finally time for the golden boy, Leo Plov. He stepped up with zero hesitation, his voice steady as he pitched his revolutionary magic. His secret weapon, a no-attribute system. He'd never admit it, but it's the same power he wielded, back when he was the legendary hero of the beginning. Now he boldly declared his void-based system. The judges stared in shock. They'd never heard of such a crazy concept. They demanded to know more. Leo happily broke it down. It's common knowledge that every spell requires a core elemental attribute to function. It's the golden rule of magic. But Leo's thesis was a game changer, a streamlined high sorcery system that would evolve spellcasting forever. The panel's jaws dropped their reactions, a mix of confusion and awe. Some were doubtful, others stunned. They pressed him. Was he seriously planning to rewrite the laws of magic? The seniors scoffed, refusing to believe such an insane claim could ever be possible. Professor Len was beaming eyes, sparkling like jewels, clearly desperate to snag Leo for his squad. Meanwhile, Idman Slack was totally unimpressed, convinced Leo was just chasing clout with fake news. The panel demanded cold, hard facts, not some fantasy bedtime story. Despite the saltiness in the room, Professor Len couldn't hold back, practically begging Leo to spill the secrets of his system. Seeing the veteran professor so hyped, the other judges had no choice but to sit back and watch. Leo Plov grabbed the chalk and began scribbling complex formulas. A heavy silence washed over the hall, broken only by the rhythmic tapping against the slate. Idman scoffed, claiming only one legend had ever pioneered a completely unique casting method. Leo didn't even blink as he answered, acknowledging that only the legendary star poet Luna had ever reached those heights. Sean Hugh was fuming. This rookie was basically claiming he belonged in the same league as the greatest heroes of all time. But Leo just shook his head. He wasn't that arrogant. Compared to Luna, he was nothing. He explained that you don't need to be a god-tier genius to innovate. He simply pointed toward the blackboard, and to their shock, every single equation was flawless. This wasn't some desperate bluff. The structure was insane, a system designed to wield any element without a single drawback. Even Chelsea, the resident theory whiz, found herself completely lost in Leo's logic. Carr had already checked out by the first sentence. Meanwhile, Chloe's intense gaze never left her rival. Finally, the stunned judges asked the big question. Why build something so revolutionary? Leo's response was chillingly straightforward. He wanted total mastery over every spell in existence. Suddenly, Idman's doubt flipped into pure hype. Now he saw why the professor claimed this year's freshmen were on another level. When asked for a name, Leo smirked and ignited a thread of blinding mana that flooded the room with light condensing into a sphere of raw, terrifying power. He called it the Bible. Sean Hugh nearly choked. In all of history, only one figure had ever used that title, the legendary, supposedly mythic hero, Kyle. She watched him wondering if this kid was about to prove the legends were actually real. After the fastest vote in the Academy's history, the panel handed their verdict to the professor. Len's face lit up the moment he saw the results. It was official, Leo Plov secured an A+. As he walked away, Leo remembered his failure as Kyle. This time he wouldn't stop until his work was finished. Certain, she was the final act, Chloe rose. Now, it was her turn to stun the panel. Following his own mind-blowing display, Leo checked if a hyper-focused Chloe was actually holding it together. She looked far from okay. Standing rigid on stage, Chloe's presence felt unnervingly solid and cold. The judges already knew her reputation, Chloe Muller, the reigning genius of this year's magic class. Expectations were sky high. The moment her presentation began, her vibe shifted into something terrifyingly successful. A savage crimson flame erupted in her hand. Her classmates stared, completely lost by this sudden display. Chloe was an ice attribute prodigy. Choosing fire was a total 180 from her natural affinity. It seemed reckless and borderline insane. Yet she stood there, unmoving, as the sorcery defied logic. The panel wasn't impressed yet. Compared to Abad and Leo, her flame looked like a basic spark. If this was her only trick, her final grade was about to take a massive nosedive. Then the real show started. Chloe manipulated water, forcing it to dance through the air around her. With a snap, she unleashed a localized waterfall, meant to douse any normal fire instantly. But this flame didn't flicker. Abad gasped while Leo felt a dark shadow lurking in Chloe's eyes. She explained the secret permanence. Unless she willed it away, that fire would burn for eternity. Snuffing the inextinguishable flame, she began scratching complex theories onto the chalkboard with lethal precision. This was a total game changer. Usually spells vanish the second a mage stops fueling them with mana. As she broke down the math, her peers sat there with their jaws on the floor. She'd essentially rewritten the laws of magic. Even the judges struggled to process such a bizarre concept. Chloe Muller officially branded her creation the Eternal Flame, a name that carried heavy ancient weight. Amidst the cheers, Leo was the only one certain this miracle was physically impossible. Despite the mystery, her logic was flawless. The demonstration left a permanent scar on everyone's memory. She secured a matching A+, but Leo wasn't buying it. This whole undying flame thing felt wrong. Even the legendary Luna couldn't solve this puzzle. Only one being ever used fire like this. The Cataclysm himself, Erebos. The second exams wrapped, Leo went hunting for answers. Chloe was already ghosting everyone passed out in her dorm. Her prep for this test was pure madness. Leo decided to let her sleep for now. However, Celia approached him with some troubling news. Chloe had been acting off, getting aggressive, and picking fights with her fellow students lately. Rumors were also swirling. Apparently, she'd been hanging out with some sketchy delinquents from magic studies. Alone in the empty hall, Leo summoned Fiora. It was their first reunion since the big race. The mythical bird was back in her adorable chick form. Tamer and Beast were thrilled to reunite. But Leo needed a professional opinion. Suddenly, a swirling vortex of heat and embers filled the room. A woman of ethereal beauty emerged from the fire. This was Farina Fiora's legendary mother. The guardian Phoenix herself, a total queen with poise that commanded the entire room's attention. Farina didn't play games. She demanded to know why Leo had used Fiora to call her. Leo cut to the chase. Why was a divine phoenix hanging around Lumini for so long? There had to be a secret. Farina finally confessed the truth about a tragedy 5 years ago. A brutal terror attack had rocked the academy. Multiple students and staff were slaughtered in the chaos. The killers vanished without a trace. In desperation, Headmaster Kayleen Badian reached out for divine help. Farina was tasked with scouring the school for clues. She's been a silent guardian ever since. If she was hunting shadows, she had to know about the beast handler from the recent incident. When Leo asked if Tartaros was pulling the strings, Farina's expression immediately went stone cold. She suspected the cult, but couldn't share more. Some secrets were too dangerous for a student. Realizing she was tapped out for info, Leo left her with a warning for the headmaster. He suggested a terrifying possibility Senlu might not be the only mole Tartaros had planted. Dawn broke on a new day. The gauntlet continued as freshmen gathered for the combat finals. The laid-back Professor Edmund took the reins for today's high-stakes joint practical exam. Finding everyone present, he lazily pawned off the briefing duties to the top-tier class representative. Naturally, Leo stepped into the spotlight, detailing the brutal, heroic, and combat studies simulation ahead. Today's mission: forming squads to raid a historical nightmare known as the infamous Chedmar incident. Panic rippled through the hall, but one clueless soul remained unfazed by the terrifying name. Eliana had completely blanked on her studies. As the crowd buzzed, Edmund's roar commanded absolute silence. He demanded total focus while Leo broke down the tactical nuances of the upcoming trial. The objective diving 30 years back into a hero's memories of a mission gone wrong. In the Chedmar forest, Tartaros forces ambushed a group of defenseless first-year Lumen students. Back then, a young Professor Albi led the desperate rescue mission with his legendary magic. Students must now extract the wounded and purge the demonic beasts alongside Albi's phantom. This simulation mirrors the past exactly. Professor Edmund quickly upped the pressure with a warning. Forget your average midterm. This requires razor-sharp instincts and constant lethal alertness to survive. Failure means instant expulsion for anyone lacking true hero potential. The harsh ultimatum crushed their spirits. Anxiety clouded the room. Seeing their pale faces, the professor's icy tone finally thawed slightly. He reminded them of their growth, urging the young warriors to believe in their own power. Edmund might look like a slacker, but he's a master of balancing discipline and motivation. With the pep talk over, students marched forward one by one to randomize the squads. Luck of the draw dictated their fate. They'd have to fight beside strangers and rivals. A lucky pull could net you an elite squad or a recipe for total disaster. When Leo finally reached into the box, he revealed the unlucky number 11 tag. He'd be leading the final squad. Soon, Team 1 took their marks for battle. Led by the powerhouse duo Celia and Chelsea, this group radiated an aura of perfect balance. It was time to showcase the Lordran Empire's prestige to the arrogant noble onlookers. Professor Albie, the master of aura, gestured casually to tear open the prologue chapter's rift. A blinding torrent of magic engulfed the team, whisking them away into a bloody history. Giant screens flickered to life, broadcasting every tactical move for the scrutinizing crowd to judge. Team 1 didn't hesitate. Chelsea's arcane bombardment paved a path of destruction through the woods. Celia's relentless blade finished the job. These prestigious heirs were truly in a different league. Nearby, Edmund's irritating rival Professor Sejun watched with a smug, knowing grin on his face. Sejun boasted about Celia's prowess, but Edmund countered that Chelsea was the true tactical anchor. These two Lumen legends simply can't stop bickering over their prized students' individual combat contributions. The headmaster suddenly appeared, silencing their petty squabble while praising the team's blistering clearance speed. He hailed them as rising legends. To keep the peace, he wedged himself between the rivals. He was simply there to witness the raw evolution of his newest batch of students. Turning to Albie, the old man apologized for revisiting such a traumatic, blood-stained memory today. Albie didn't mind. He insisted the headmaster take the lead in this recurring nightmare instead. He uses this painful anniversary as fuel to keep his resolve from ever wavering again. Suddenly, Team 1's raid peaked as the girls executed a synchronized lethal combo on a beast. The headmaster noted their chemistry. Despite their rivalry, they fought like a single unified weapon. While Team 2 faltered, Team 3 absolutely shredded the simulation with overwhelming godlike force. They positioned their heavy hitters, Abad and Duran, at the vanguard to crush all resistance. Their efficiency was terrifying. The headmaster marveled at their cold, calculated path toward certain victory. Team 4 joined the elites too. Nyla's healing radiance proved to be an absolute game-changer. Yet it was Chengsha's otherworldly, abnormal agility that truly caught the headmaster's keen eye. Team 7's elite summoners absolutely crushed Heroes World 2, leaving Headmaster Kalian and the faculty completely spellbound. Despite the sea of exceptional talent, the true monster everyone is waiting for has yet to take the stage. The atmosphere shifts as Team 11 is finally summoned to step into the spotlight for the final trial. Seeing Leo Plav and Chloe Muller together, Kalian finds himself drifting back to his own legendary past. Leo's presence radiates the same raw, valiant energy he once shared in battle alongside the iconic Miss Farina. Standing atop the shimmering magic circle, Leo and Chloe lock eyes with an intensity that speaks volumes. Professor Albie snaps his grimoire open, manifesting the hero's world for the 11th and final time today. As the Chedmore incident begins to load, a sinister ink of darkness slips into the runes completely unnoticed. Corrupted shadows bleed into the magic circle, just as the blinding light consumes the members of Team 11. Every fiber of Leo's being screams that this warp is dangerously different from any previous opening. The mana surges with violent aggression, and much to everyone's horror, only 2 students actually vanish. The rest of Team 11 remains frozen on the field as the magic circle sputters and abruptly dies. Sejon bolts upright in pure panic, while Kalian and Badian demand immediate answers from a trembling Albie. Fear evident in his voice, Albie shouts for the exams to be halted before things get worse. The historical record of the Chedmore incident has been tainted by a mysterious foreign dark force. The unthinkable has occurred, a hero dungeon has manifested. Even Leo is left paralyzed by the sudden anomaly. A glitchy system screen flickers to life, confirming they've been thrown into a real-world dungeon nightmare. Chloe's world spins in confusion. A glitch of this magnitude in the records is practically unheard of. Communication is dead. Chloe's composure shatters as she desperately prays for the professors to stage a rescue. Leo brings her back to reality, pointing out that if help could reach them, it would be here. They are left with one brutal choice the hero dungeon is calling, and they must answer it. Shaking Chloe questions his sanity, knowing almost no one survives being summoned to such a place. Realizing they are walking into a Tartarus death trap, her spirit crumbles and her knees give out. But Leo remains an absolute rock, reminding her that she is still the sharpest mind in their grade. He insists their teamwork is unbeatable. Chloe bites her lip, envious of how Mr. Perfect stays so calm. Stealing her nerves, she pulls it together and demands to hear his supposedly brilliant plan for survival. Leo's goals are clear: rescue the lost freshman and grind enough power to escape this hell alive. Chloe immediately scoffs, arguing that leveling up is impossible without any connection to the outside world. Leo casually drops a truth bomb: they aren't the only students currently trapped in this cursed forest. As the realization hits, Chloe Leo looks her dead in the eye and tells her to jump on. She nearly combusts from embarrassment, but Leo is serious. They can't let the seniors face Tartarus alone. Since mages like her lack any real stamina, there's no other way. Meanwhile, a predator watches from afar. A demon named Chubarn spies on the duo through his collection of creepy, floating magic surveillance eyes. He's amused by the tiny rescue squad, fully confident he can wipe out these hero wannabes with ease. To him, they are just more pathetic candidates ready to be slaughtered for his own amusement. His smirk vanishes instantly as he analyzes Leo's stats and realizes the kid is an all-class monster. His target shifts from the party of 4 to the walking circus act, giving his mage a ride. As they push deeper into the woods, Leo notices his vision starting to fail against the rising mist. It's time to get serious. Leo activates the Aaron Aura technique, shrouding his entire body in lethal energy. Pushing his instincts to the absolute max, he heightens every sense as they carve through the darkness. He warns Chloe of an approaching orc pack, and she immediately rains a volley of ice down. A lone orc survivor pulls out a war horn to call backup, nearly giving Chloe a heart attack. Before the beast can even blink, Leo flashes forward and silences it with one clean, effortless strike. Chloe watches him in awe, finally feeling the terrifying gap in their power levels and combat skill. Moments later, the duo discovers a demonic horde surrounding a party of 4 terrified, trapped students. Zero hesitation. Leo plunges into the fray, barking orders at Chloe to provide cover like the elite mage she is. Up front, the girl scrambles to finish her incantation, but the towering demon is faster moments away from a lethal strike. Before she can even shriek, Leo flashes before her, slicing through the beast like butter and freezing the entire horde in shock. The surrounding students can only stare in disbelief while Leo strikes a cinematic pose after his flawless intervention. Visibly rattled, the girl asks if he has come to rescue them, and Leo delivers a simple, cool affirmation. Pivoting his focus, he spots a demon in the rear guard already channeling its most devastating curse. The monster roars for vengeance before unleashing a sickening rain of parasitic leech demons from the darkened sky. Unfazed, our hero turns with the swagger of a top-tier fire user ready to turn the tide. He ignites his blade, incinerating the parasites into charcoal midair once again, leaving the witnesses completely speechless. They are stunned by his sheer level of main character energy, but Leo demands they stay sharp, locking eyes with the female student. He orders her to strike. She unleashes Arc Ray, a beam of pure light that deletes the demon from existence entirely. Chloe watches the display in shock, instantly identifying the girl's identity solely through the resonance of her magic. As twilight falls, the rescued girl pours out her gratitude, but Chloe remains cold, refusing to even acknowledge her. She dismisses the girl, insisting there are far more pressing matters to discuss with her partner alone. Ignoring the girl's frustrated glare, Chloe leans in and whispers the truth: that girl is Aaliyah Zeron. She is the younger sibling of Professor Albi Zeron, the legendary figure who perished in the disaster 30 years ago. Chloe admits her true fear: since this is Aaliyah's squad, they are fated to suffer the same horrific massacre. In this cursed dungeon, Chloe reveals that Chubarn, a high-ranking knight, demon from the abyss, orchestrated the slaughter. 3 decades ago, Aaliyah's original team was annihilated because the entire ambush was designed to erase her specifically. As a prodigy among heroes, her potential was so threatening that her legacy was effectively scrubbed from history. Chloe urges Leo to focus strictly on survival and hitting the dungeon escape criteria immediately. Disturbed, Leo asks if she honestly plans to abandon them, but Chloe snaps back that there is no other choice. In a hero dungeon, the tragedy is set in stone, but our protagonist flatly refuses to follow the script. His vow to save everyone sets Chloe off. She explodes in a fit of panicked, desperate rage. Aaliyah's group stands awkwardly to the side, feeling like kids caught in the middle of a massive parental fallout. Fuming with stress, she yells that, while he is strong, this isn't the time to play the flashy protagonist. She begs him to stop acting like a martyr, breaking down in tears, while Leo remains a pillar of calm. He reaches out, gently patting her head to quiet her internal storm, telling her not to lose hope so easily. They are hero candidates, not players in a game, and this trial is the path to becoming truly legendary. He then drops a bombshell: they have already shattered the original timeline, leaving her completely stunned. Leo points out the sky darkened far too early. In the original history, Aaliyah's team should have been dead by now, hunted down by the Demon Knight. Seeing his unshakable resolve, Chloe finally suppresses her fear. She agrees to follow his lead, and he commands the group to synchronize their escape with Aaliyah's squad. Watching from behind, Chloe feels Leo's aura intensify, realizing the gap between them has grown into a canyon. She clenches her fists in a mix of envy and frustration, tempted to finally reveal her hidden trump card. Meanwhile, a student named Tao voices his confusion, wondering why only 2 upperclassmen were sent to their aid. Suspicions of a demonic spy immediately fly, but Aaliyah shuts the rumors down with absolute authority. She reminds them he just shredded demons like paper, then lets her guard down and shares her true impression. She confesses he is exactly her type and incredibly attractive, earning some major judgment from her teammates. When Dina acts surprised, Aaliyah reminds her that only her late brother Albie ever met her impossibly high standards. Breaking up the small talk, Leo commands the juniors to stay alert as they prepare to navigate the woods. Tao questions the sudden rush, but Leo hits him with a cold, terrifying reality check. A night-rank demon is stalking these woods, a revelation that immediately drains the blood from their faces. One such monster can annihilate an entire army of 100, making their survival the only priority. As they move, Aaliyah watches Leo's back, sensing a familiar heroic warmth reminiscent of her lost brother. With that, the squad hauls it through the woods like their lives are on the line. Chloe's still fuming. Aaliyah clocks her vibes instantly sharp as ever. Meanwhile, back at the academy, the faculty is frantically digging. They're hunting for intel on hero pages morphing into dungeons. The headmaster turns to Professor Albie. He's relieved no outsiders have meddled yet. The blonde instructor confirms only 2 living souls are trapped inside. 3 hours have passed, so night has likely fallen. He grills Albie on when he last leveled Shoebarn. Albie claims he erased that trash demon around midnight. Suddenly, Elena slams in with a major lead. She found the guy who sold Liu the catalyst. But the headmaster suddenly senses volatile magic. The room's about to blow. He spots Albie's rage spiraling and steps in before things get messy. Albie rips away, demanding air. Elena quickly realizes what's actually fueling his volcanic temper. His grudge against demons is deeper than any shonen rivalry. No surprise since he lost his sister. Not even a fragment of her remained. The headmaster signals Elena to continue her briefing. She reveals the black market dealer was a total hit among the gullible freshmen lately. This triggers suspicions that Tartarus planted a mole. But Elena clarifies he wasn't directly affiliated. Tartarus just used him as a pawn for smuggling. Stroking his beard, the old man wonders their goal. His eyes snap open when he spots Chloe's name right next to a cursed black book entry. Without a second's delay, he orders Elena to summon Professor Len immediately. His battle-hardened instincts forged through years of dancing with death begin to scream. Something truly catastrophic is looming. Meanwhile, Leo's squad reaches the base of a colossal tower. Inside the dungeon, our MC is shredding monsters, but the constant combat is finally draining him. He's pushed his super senses past the limit, plus the rest of the crew is barely hanging on, so he calls for a breather. Teo and Belak just stare baffled by how fresh he looks, like he just left a spa, not a bloodbath. During the break, Chloe quietly reads her book. Alia wanders over and drops a bomb, asking about her vibe with Leo and her crush status. Chloe looks like she's about to gag. Alia just smirks, noting her reaction is way too suspicious. Chloe sighs, looking at this supposed legendary genius who acts like a typical high school girl. She flips the script asking if Alia is catching feels. Without missing a beat, Alia says yes. That reply instantly irritates Chloe. A living legend falling for him at first sight. It just proves how cracked Leo really is. Still, Alia isn't sure if it's romantic, or just that fluttery feeling she gets when her brother overcomes impossible odds. Chloe asks if she means Albie Zeron. Alia nods, explaining her brother is a total risk-taker. He tackles insane challenges like mining bedrock in vanilla Minecraft. That detail hits Chloe hard. Leo is basically a carbon copy of that guy. Suddenly she spills everything to Alia, confessing how jealousy ruined her friendship. To her shock, Alia says they're basically twins. The genius girl admits she's always been jealous of her own clownish brother's luck. He looks ridiculous yet makes groundbreaking discoveries. She admits her magic is just a remix. She used her brother's system because she honestly struggles with original ideas. Then she stuns Chloe, laughing about failing entrance exams twice, fueling her complex. That hatred eventually evolved into pure admiration. Chloe realizes her feelings followed that exact path. Before she can process it, Leo snaps to his feet. He warns everyone to stay alert. Their exit just got sealed shut. The panicked students draw their steel and prepare for battle. But our guy reminds them they're future legends and fear has no place on the curriculum. Still, Alia's party is sweating bullets as a massive, menacing demonic figure steps into view and announces. Panic paralyzes Alia's team as a colossal demonic silhouette looms from the shadows, coldly declaring, he's finally located the spark of a legendary hero. Unleashing a cataclysmic monoblast, he targets Leo, who narrowly evades the strike. Leo recalls his dark purpose, snuff out rising stars before they can truly awaken and bloom. Being called great by a monster rubs Leo the wrong way, yet he prioritizes the battle, signaling Chloe immediately. She's already primed her arcane array, manifesting a titanic glacial wall to intercept Shoebarn's lethal magical assault. Simultaneously, Leo infuses his blade with raw mana, flickering behind the night-rank demon like a deadly phantom. He lands a savage deep gash across the monster's massive neck, built as sturdily as a high-performance racing machine. The girls freeze, praying it's finished, but relief vanishes as Shoebarn's grotesque flesh begins to mutate and transform. Wounds knit back together like sentient cursed jelly. Witnessing this anomaly, Leo commands an immediate and rapid retreat. The demon triggers a forbidden spell called Void, swallowing every incoming strike like a bottomless, hungry black hole. Teo and Alia spiral into a panic, terrified of how to defeat an enemy with such broken cheat-like abilities. Leo remains composed, knowing even Void has its limits. Shubarn just sneers, mocking the young warrior's desperate efforts. He ridicules the hero's leftovers for daring to fight back, but our boy retorts with sharp iron resolve. If he's truly invincible, why stress over a mere sprout? Leo then commands a perfectly synchronized team assault. While everyone pushes hard, Alia's celestial magic truly stings, raining down clusters of jagged starlight upon the demon. Shubarn realizes Lady Salatna was wise to order the immediate execution of these legendary hero seeds. Fearing their potential growth, he hoists his weapon while surrounded, forcing Leo to keep his distance. Sensing the impending disaster, Leo screams for everyone to take cover. Sadly, fate is cruel and unforgiving. A spike tears through Belek's side. Leo snatches him up, retreating behind Chloe's instant towering glacial barrier. Assessing the team, he uses his aura to stabilize. Belek then instructs Chloe to prep her ultimate finishing move. He charges back in buying time for a strike powerful enough to shatter the Void's absolute and broken defense. Chloe unseals the mysterious black tome, frantically scanning the ancient pages for a weapon to turn the tide. She finds the perfect incantation to incinerate the vile beast and erase him from existence forever. The freshmen watch in awe as Leo blitzes Shubarn, his afterimages striking the demon from every conceivable angle. Moving at untraceable speeds, Leo leaves the demon swinging at shadows while landing heavy blows from his blind spots. Witnessing the carnage, Teo dreams of reaching that level of cool, but Dina immediately crushes his ego. Showing zero mercy, Alia remains rooted to the spot, torn between pure admiration and deep growing suspicion. Leo is wielding star-tier magic, proving he's no average student. He's definitely hiding something massive about his identity. His past is a total mystery, but before anyone can process it, Chloe completely steals the spotlight. Levitating, she manifests a dark, ominous magic circle with a wild grin that's honestly terrifying to behold. It makes everyone wonder who the real monster is. She declares she's about to delete him from reality. Alia screams for Leo to clear out. There is no way anything peaceful is coming from those chaotic hands. Chloe just drops a cold warning about property damage before letting loose her absolute fiery fury. A searing death ray erupts toward Shubarn. Leo's stunned. She's an ice mage, not a total pyromaniac. As the demon disintegrates, Chloe cackles like she's completely surrendered to a dark, chaotic madness. She brags of her eternal fire, commanding Shubarn to rot in hell as the inferno consumes him whole. The fire turns pitch black, and Leo's instincts scream in terror. He bellows for her to shut it down. She refuses to yield, insisting that trash like Shubarn deserves nothing but eternal, agonizing, and proper pain. Fearing she's entering her villain arc, Leo lunges forward and slaps the cursed tome right from her grip. He treats it like dangerous contraband found under a bed. Moments later, the fog finally clears from Chloe's mind. Leo gently asks if she truly manifested that hellfire, or if she took it from an outside source. She confesses she's no prodigy. The spell came directly from the book, confirming Leo's darkest, lingering suspicions. It's the flame of Erebus. As Shubarn regenerates, Leo warns her she's wielding forbidden and dangerous black magic. The book is a hidden sorcery device. Chloe feels nauseous, realizing what she's actually unleashed upon the world. Crestfallen, she whispers that she's far too tainted to ever be considered a true hero now. Leo pulls her back from the edge, reminding her that even he didn't foresee the Void Curse's existence. That means the devil unleashed that power during his ancient clash with Alia and her squad. They were just rookies facing an impossible nightmare, yet they refused to break. He reminds her to shatter her limits just like a shonen legend, and finally the light bulb flickers on. Chloe finally gets it. She doesn't hate Leo for being the best, she's actually his biggest fan. The guy just has too much main character energy to compete with. Then, Alia takes center stage. She tells Chloe she's got this, giving the blonde the final spark she needs as the Void Curse dissolves. As Leo prepares for the final blow, a massive surge of mana erupts, and it's coming from Chloe. She's finally smashing her ceilings, evolving into someone who can walk beside him as an equal. With a new top-tier waifu at his back, Leo's past life memories trigger as he recognizes her flow. It echoes the comrades he once bled with, filling his soul with a fresh wave of heroic fire. Suddenly, Shubarn teleports forward with a lethal finisher, but Leo barely intercepts the first strike. But the demon slides in a follow-up that shatters his defense, sending him flying into a trunk. Shubarn struts over, mocking the hero's remnant and telling him it's time for an eternal dirt nap. Just then, a single frost flake falls, and the woods turn into a frozen hell. His fear vanishes. Bottom-tier demons like Shubarn never stood a chance before, and that's not changing today. The monster wonders what kind of copium Leo is inhaling, oblivious to Chloe prepping a literal nuke behind him. She whispers a thank you to Leo for the breakthrough before unleashing her own signature sorcery. With a single flick of her staff, the Ice World spell blankets the entire zone in lethal frost. The battlefield turns into a thick glacial wasteland. Chloe hovers above the carnage like a goddess. She summons massive diamond spears to impale everything below, but the demon doesn't even move a muscle. He's stuck like a cursed popsicle in deep freeze. Leo casually strolls up to the iced-out freak. The second he touches the ice, the demon's soul evaporates into dark mist. Then he spots the forbidden grimoire. He ignites his blade with searing flames and thrusts it through, incinerating the book into nothingness. System alerts flood his vision, praising him for surviving the crisis and deleting Shoebarn from existence. But honestly, Chloe totally stole the show by manifesting a legendary magic type out of thin air. It's high-tier field magic, something he wouldn't dare replicate unless he wanted his brain to melt. Surprisingly, Chloe decides to own her truth, willing to face expulsion just to be real. He shuts that down immediately, promising that a talent like hers is way too valuable to lose. "You're hero material," he says. Right then, Aaliyah and Dina charge in to hype up the victory. They can't stop gushing about how cracked they looked. Leo grins and praises their absolute no-chill energy. Chloe returns the staff to Aaliyah, thanking her for the tool that unlocked her true self. But Aaliyah drops a total bombshell, telling Chloe the staff is now hers for being a literal savior. Meanwhile, Dina gifts Leo her sword as a thank you. Our boy accepts the loot with zero hesitation. Just as the adrenaline fades, voices from the search party echo through the woods. Survivors found. That's when Albie bursts onto the scene, drenched in sweat and pure, unadulterated panic for his sister. Chloe nearly loses it, seeing her professor look like a teenager, and then reality hits them both. They're just witnesses to a memory from 30 years ago, watching a big brother spiral for his sibling. Aaliyah tells him about the legends who saved her life, claiming one's almost as icy as he is. Albie's world starts to glitch and dissolve. Chloe stands tall, proud to have given these souls a second chance. Aaliyah spins around to point out the mysterious hero who carried the day, but she's too late. They've already vanished. The hero dungeon begins to collapse into stardust as the simulation ends. Leo catches one last system pop-up, announcing a secret reward before his vision finally fades to black. He sees a young Albie crying tears of joy as the scene shifts to a sterile hospital ward. Our protagonist finally blinks his eyes open to find the modern-day Albie standing there, cool as always. The professor gives a deep, sincere thank you for saving his sister, and tells Leo to tell Chloe the same. He exits with total nonchalance, treating it like any other day. Seconds later, the headmaster's presence fills the room. The dapper elder checks on Leo's condition before cutting straight through the fluff to the main point. He reveals he's already tracked the forbidden grimoire Chloe carried. Leo is shook that this old-timer is so sharp. He explains he's secured proof from the shop, where Senlu purchased that dark summoning catalyst. He even traced Chloe's pickup point. The headmaster confesses his shock that a sorcery machine breached the academy's defenses. These cursed artifacts are forged from Erebus shards, strictly intended for demonic use. In human hands, they liquefy the user's sanity, rotting their mind from the inside out. Leo decides to drop the act, providing a detailed debrief of the entire nightmare. This leaves the headmaster questioning if the grimoire triggered the chaos. Leo nods, confirming reality reset instantly. The second it shattered, peace returned. Suddenly, Chloe gasps awake, startled to see the headmaster looming nearby. He calms her before summoning Elena. His stone-faced secretary enters, clutching a massive cloth-shrouded item. It's the blade and crystal from Dina, alongside Aaliyah's mysterious staff. Chloe's jaw drops as she witnesses Aaliyah's staff manifesting physically in the real world. The headmaster eyes Leo, warily demanding how he secured a reward that defies every known law. Seeing Chloe's shock, Leo realizes he's the sole winner, a bizarre repeat of his previous exam anomaly. Logic dictates you can't loot a living hero's world. That simply doesn't happen. That universal law has stood since time immemorial. Leo suspects the Fairy King's oath is the culprit. He confesses it was a drop, but the old-timer keeps drilling for more info. He questions if it truly originated from Albie's realm. Leo quickly improvises a halfway believable cover story. He pins the glitch on the dark magic, warping the hero's world into a dungeon. The lie lands, but only for a heartbeat, until the headmaster pivots to another inquiry. He grills them on why Chloe got nothing. Luckily, the prime best girl candidate intervenes. She suggests the system flagged Leo as the MVP, funneling the entire jackpot to him. The headmaster buys the logic temporarily, opting to launch a discreet shadow investigation. They can keep the loot for now, provided they eventually return the items to their noble lineages. It's a move to keep the sorcery machine hidden. Chloe's face is a mess of pure bewilderment. She asks why he's protecting her. In response, the headmaster offers a cryptic, mustachioed grin. He hints that the real enemies might already be inside the academy walls. After that ominous teaser, he orders them to recover and makes a swift exit. Once he's gone, Chloe's demeanor flips instantly as she begins nervously twirling her hair. She looks ready to drop a full-blown romantic confession, nearly pouring her heart out to Leo. But the plot gods intervene as 3 worried girls crash the room, killing the vibe instantly. To peak the chaos, the old man suddenly creeps back into the room. He forgot to mention that a massive victory gala for the cadets is scheduled for tomorrow. They need to bring their best formal drip to celebrate surviving the hellish midterms. The academy hosts a lavish bash. The announcer is absolutely peaking, hyping up the arriving guests. He anticipates beauties and heartthrobs, but Class 5's NPCs are the ones stumbling in first. They strut in like royalty, bragging that the exams were light work as the crowd swells. Guests flood in for the buffet, and the rumor mill starts churning at light speed. The duo raids the buffet like famished monsters. Suddenly, Carr pauses, wondering where their classmates are. Suddenly, the announcer's voice booms, introducing the next legendary pair, making their grand entrance. This blindsides the two. Nella and Eliana strut in, looking like they own the runway. Their stunning gowns turn every guy into a drooling mess. Meanwhile, the girls immediately roast the boys' suits. They joke that the boys raided their dad's closets. The announcer keeps the energy high, introducing the Lululemon siblings. They enter looking incredibly sharp, sending the crowd into a frenzy. Carr notes how fast they're swarmed. Eliana shrugs off the hype like it is nothing, but the announcer's voice suddenly pierces the air again. She hypes up the next duo as Celia and Leo step in, radiating total power couple energy. Celia seems tense under the spotlight, but the class rep flashes a blinding playboy smirk that melts faces. Nella leaps up in shock while Carl and Eliana go wild, cheering for their incredibly handsome class representative. Somehow the microphone finds its way back to that creepy spirit-possessed girl once more. She asks the crowd if they are vibing, but Carl's face goes ghost white the second he spots her. Luckily, a few students cheer that they are having a blast, preventing her from totally losing it. She remains eerily chill, but then out of nowhere she drops a massive bombshell on the entire hall. The midterm results are coming out now. The vibe dies instantly as Carl groans that dinner is cooked. Anticipating the dread, she explains the faculty is only revealing the top 3 legends from each major tonight. Everyone else has to wait until tomorrow to get their grades from their boring homeroom teachers. Relief washes over the crowd as she reveals that the elite professors will be announcing the winners. Ian glides onto the stage, looking so sharp that Eliana cannot help but whisper about his looks. The sword professor gets straight to business, briefly praising their grit before listing the night major's heavy hitters. A hologram flickers showing Celia in first place, followed closely by Duran and Chen. Celia looks stunned, clearly expecting Leo's name at the top, and Leo definitely notices her confusion. Next, the magic professor takes the mic, naming Abad, Chelsea, and Emio as the top 3 elites. Chelsea's anxiety spikes since Leo's name is still missing, but he just shrugs it off as no big deal. He tells her not to stress, though Carl notes how weird it is that Leo hasn't ranked once. He realizes Chloe's name is missing too. She stiffens for a heartbeat before forcing a casual smile. The professor notes that despite failing Chloe for using a forbidden book, her talent was truly undeniable. Sejun clearly agrees with that sentiment, standing up with the energy of a totally proud dad. Harold smirks, telling him to pipe down, while Celia comforts Chloe. Then the real star Yura takes stage. She reveals the summoning major results, and the simps go feral, begging to be her personal summon. As she lists the names, Leo is nowhere to be found. Celia's worry starts to visibly skyrocket. Whispers fill the room as everyone notices how bizarre it is that Leo hasn't placed even once. The microphone returns to that chaotic girl who playfully asks the crowd if they are still having fun. She builds the suspense, teasing that it is finally time to crown the ultimate academy representative for next year. When she finally shouts Leo Plav, his classmates explode into pure hype mode, celebrating their legendary friend. The cheers die when Emio suddenly objects, demanding to know how Leo could possibly be the top scorer. He calls the whole thing sus. Leo admits he is just as shocked and looks to the announcer. She fumbles for words before her other personality snaps into control, completely changing her entire vibe. She begins roasting the students with savage insults that would normally get any regular person expelled on sight. She growls that she is only explaining this once, so they better shut up and listen very carefully. Harry watches with a smirk, wondering if she is possessed again, while Sejun just nods along in amusement. Finding this hilarious, he listens as she rants that dual major students do not show in specific class rankings. Their stats are split, meaning a magical knight's aura might be weaker than a pure knight's specialized power. Their individual magic is weaker too, yet their combined versatility makes them far more dangerous than any specialist. She reveals that Leo's combined practical scores were higher than every other student's. Emio mutters about theory marks, but she shuts him down instantly with a savage, cold-blooded roast. She drops the news that Leo cleared the Heroes World mission, even taking down the legendary shoe barn. The crowd goes dead silent in shock while Leo just tries to look cool, casually farming more aura. Students stare at him in awe while Eliana and Carl scream, wondering how he cleared that nightmare dungeon. Even with only one teammate, Leo remains perfectly stone-faced and does not even bother to reply. The announcer suddenly reverts to her awkward self, stumbling and stuttering over her words again. Seijin nonchalantly declares that her role is finished for now. She signs off by urging everyone to keep the party vibes high. The atmosphere flips instantly. Amidst the rising murmurs, Yura pauses her meal to turn and confront Len. She wonders how the leaderboard would look if dual-class prodigies were actually factored into the final grades. Without skipping a beat, Len confirms that the entire rankings would have been completely demolished. He coolly notes everyone would drop a tier. Yura realizes the implication and asks if Leo took the crown. The professor nods, confirming our MC's dominance. Shocked, Yura admits the outcome would have been identical. Even the summoning track agrees as Ain backs the claim. Yura struggles to process this insane power gap. Ain notes Leo's multi-class ambitions aren't just dreams anymore. But Len interrupts with a bold declaration. No matter what, Leo is destined for sorcery. Yuri isn't having it though, and loudly demands that. He belongs in the summoning track instead. Meanwhile, the Glacial Knight ignores their bickering to drop a truth bomb. Leo is a born blade master, he claims, triggering a wave of curses. Nearby, the assistant professors share some seriously worried looks. By dawn, Carr is totally wrecked after hitting the juice way too hard. Chelsea's mind is blown. She's never seen anyone slam 2 liters of OJ like an absolute madman. Professor Harold storms in demanding silence. He unfurls a map to reveal their next big destination. It's time for the class field trip, and they're heading to elf territory. The hype levels immediately skyrocket. Usually they get to pick their vacation spot, so everyone starts dreaming of luxury getaways. But Harold kills the excitement instantly, pointing to El Salvakia. The hype in the room dies on the spot. That place is a frozen wasteland, so the complaining starts immediately, but he shuts that noise down. He reveals the class rep chose this spot, leaving the entire group absolutely stunned. Leo plays it cool with a poker face, while Carr demands to know why he picked such a hellscape. Leo tells them to stop crying and start packing. They'd better gear up before the trip starts. Eliana is practically mourning as she hunts for gloves, but Chelsea's hyped to flex her winter wardrobe. Leo is deep in thought, remembering that most people see El Salvakia as a boring frozen dump. In reality, it's a secret fairy sanctuary. He feels nostalgic, wondering how Silrod is holding up these days. Touching down in the city, Leo splits the tasks. He'll grab the gear while Nella stocks up on potions. Following some hardcore haggling, he secures a massive discount and heads out with the haul. The errands have Leo drained, but his survival instincts flare up when he detects a sinister presence. Something is wrong in the shadows nearby. Realizing he's at the 13th block, he targets a specific shop. It's the same spot where the trio bought those cursed machines. Dropping his luggage, Leo prepares for trouble. He enters to find total silence, except for a single creepy teddy bear perched in the middle. Everything looks normal, which makes sense since the investigators already cleared the building. Or so it seems. But his gut screams danger. Suddenly it clicks. That stuffed toy has no business being here. Lumern should have seized every item before sealing the shop. Leo doesn't hesitate and swings his blade. The toy erupts, spinning wildly as it spews a vile black sludge, a clear sign of demonic corruption. This isn't your average monster. It's radiating high-tier curses and pure, unadulterated malice. The darkness begins to take shape, attempting to mock him. Leo narrows his gaze, ready for war. That voice, it's familiar. The demon sneers at his sharp intuition before locking eyes with our hero. It's her, the Witch Queen, Salatna, one of the 3 nightmare commanders from the old wars. A remnant the heroes failed to kill. This is just an avatar, though. She asks if he's a magic knight. She mocks him, claiming his talent will be his undoing. She strikes fast, and Leo narrowly evades. The lethal lunge. As blood spills from a graze, Leo realizes he's dangerously outclassed right now. She glides closer, savoring the delicious snack before her. But as she moves for the kill, Leo just grins. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupts, and a holy shockwave obliterates the demon's momentum. It's hammered into the dirt. Screaming in agony, the creature howls the name of the Magic Eye Sorcerer. There stands Professor Albie looking like a total legend right at the shop's entrance. Snarling in fury, the demon pivots, claiming a live audience only makes the slaughter more fun. It tries to creep behind Leo, but Albie is already 10 steps ahead of the game. Hurling insults like lethal confetti, Albie ignites a massive magic circle, labeling the beast cursed filth. Radiant pillars of light erupt, decapitating the colossal monster in one surgical cinematic stroke. Enraged by the trash remark, the creature lunges at Golden Boy, craving those succulent fairy eyes. Albie scoffs, calling her a cheap knockoff, and demands she rot in hell right now. He unleashes a massive Miko Miko beam, obliterating the entity into a million teddy bear scraps. Leo suddenly recalls Albie's terrifying legend, the man feared as the decimator of Tartarus. Rumors claim he joined the faculty solely to hunt high-level monsters beyond the civilized borders. Leo exhales in relief, sending a silent prayer of thanks to this generation's most lethal hero. But the vibe shifts as Albie glares at him, demanding an explanation for this absolute chaos. Leo reveals the demon used a high-tier curse to haunt the doll, Albie snatching the plush's head. Albie declares the investigation department is definitely taking the fall for this disastrous security failure. He overlooks the solo mission today, but warns Leo to call backup, citing their unspoken debt. Stunned, Leo grabs his gear, realizing House Zeron is one of the legendary 3 great families. He might just use Albie's influence to crack open the doors of the Forbidden Library soon. Upon returning, he finds Nella beaming until she spots his wounds and instantly slips into panic mode. She rushes to cast healing spells while Leo mulls over the connection between Salathna and the beast. It's clear they're behind the cursed book, yet their ultimate objective remains shrouded in mystery. A week flies by, and the students assemble before the towering arches of a massive gateway portal. While Leo double-checks supplies, Celia wanders over curious why they're trekking to frozen El Salbequia. He jokes it's a summer getaway to beat the heat, making her flash a playful grin. Claiming she despises the cold, she wishes him luck before departing with her own squad. After she leaves, Leo rallies his group. Chelsea is pumped though, Carr is already complaining. One final check, and Leo leads the charge through the portal, stepping into the elven realm. Over at Siren Academy, a pair of elves are tormenting a student, mocking his ragged appearance. They sneer at his clothes, questioning how a lowlife like him entered such a prestigious institution. The boy flinches at the half-blood slur, but a new voice cuts through the toxic atmosphere. She orders the bullies to grow up and stop acting like pathetic thugs in uniform. They try to justify it, but she's already reached her limit and starts unleashing a verbal beatdown. She tells them to strip and trade clothes if they hate his so much, stunning them silent. They stammer about dignity, but she fires back, asking if ganging up on kids is dignified. She barks at them to get lost. They retreat, muttering insults about her being a rabid dog. The boy Luca Inaras reveals his clothes were stolen. Hearing this makes Runia's blood absolutely boil. Luca shyly tries returning her scarf, but she waves it off with a casual, cool vibe. Seeing her radiant mood, she reveals her contractor finally hatched. Luca's face lights up with joy. Grinning, Runia sprints to her father's office, ignoring his plea to maintain professional boundaries. Her dad confirms Fernia's offspring has emerged, making Runia look like she won the lottery. But the news that a contract already exists turns her world upside down in an instant. Furious, she slams the desk, demanding to know who had the audacity to steal her contractor. Meanwhile, Class 5 arrives at their destination, and the freezing winds trigger a wave of whining. Leo tells them to toughen up, while Herod demands silence to discuss the local lore. Chelsea explains, Velkia was named after a legendary fairy knight and disciple of the star poet. She recounts the history of Luna, but Leo's memories of the past are a bit different. To him, Velkia was just the spoiled, bratty student of both Luna and the Great Aaron. A student quips that despite his prickly vibe, Harold actually snagged the fairy knight title. The professor just shrugs and confirms it's true. He explains House Ezra rules this land as blood descendants of the legendary fairy knights. Suddenly, a mysterious shadow emerges from the thick mist. Harold spots movement as the figures materialize. Carr loses his cool, instantly shouting about potential bandits or thieves. The professor warns that danger lurks everywhere, but even he freezes when a chillingly familiar voice calls out his name. "How've you been?" the voice asks. A unit of elves marches from the fog, spearheaded by a striking warrior with snow-white hair. The girls go full fangirl mode, reacting like a K-pop idol just dropped in. The white-haired elf steps into the light. He reveals he's been waiting for their arrival. This is the heavy hitter himself, Loon Ezra Chair, member of the council. Harold notes he hasn't changed a bit. Meanwhile, the girls are basically puddles, convinced they've finally discovered their destined soulmate. With the thirst levels reaching critical mass, Leo kills the vibe by asking if age is just a number to them. Eliana teases him about being jealous, but Leo stays unfazed, reminding her that elves are basically immortal and age like glaciers. He turns the tables, asking her to guess Loon's actual age. Up ahead, the two veterans overhear their gossiping. They chuckle that this year's squad is pure chaos compared to the stiff, disciplined students from before. Harold dismisses it as typical freshman energy. Eliana boldly demands Loon's name and age, prompting him to apologize for the late intro. He drops a major truth bomb: he's 97 years old. Eliana's romantic delusions shatter instantly, and Carr just shoves her paralyzed body aside. Carr asks if he's just the tour guide. Loon offers a hand, clarifying his high-ranking status as the council's chair member. Carr's handshake is pure awkwardness. Harold whispers that they'll catch up later. Fast forward to a bit later. They arrive at a decrepit, dusty dump. Right on cue, a mouse scurries past, causing the students to absolutely lose it. They scream about staying in this hovel. Leo casually mentions a backup spot, and Eliana immediately starts treating him like royalty. Playing the noble leader, Leo offers his outdoor tent instead. Suddenly, Carr has a massive change of heart. He declares they have chores to do. After a quick cleanup, a few boys start creeping toward the stairs with bad intentions. Carr wears a devious smirk, claiming the peak of any field trip is catching a glimpse of the girls' side. They freeze at the landing. Chelsea is already waiting, and she looks absolutely murderous. She doesn't hesitate for a heartbeat. She unleashes a violent blast of wind magic, sending them flying as they howl for mercy. Leo watches the chaos with a grin, noting that everyone seems energetic. He decides it's time for his own little exploration. Suddenly, a voice addresses him as Lord Leo. He turns to find a uniformed elf summoning him to the family head. The patriarch wants a word. Moments later, Leo enters Loon's office, finding the chair member buried in work. Loon barely looks up from his mountain of documents. He apologizes for the delay and asks Leo to wait just a moment. Leo asks to browse the room's fascinating artifacts instead. Loon is more than happy to give him free rein. Leo examines the ancient weapons on the wall. His eyes narrow as they lock onto one legendary blade, Urquint. The name hits Loon like a physical blow. He's stunned, demanding to know how Leo could possibly recognize that relic. Since that history is a high-level secret, Leo starts sweating. He quickly plays it cool with a smooth excuse. He claims he read about it in Lumia's great library. Loon buys the lie completely, but as Leo reaches out, he feels the thrum of stellar mana, but the truth hits him instantly. This isn't the original. It's just a high-tier fake. Memories of his past life as hero Kyle flood back. He remembers his old squad boasting about a new weapon. Luna had proudly flexed her new gear, fishing for a compliment. Instead, Kyle absolutely flamed her. He told her she looked like a common goblin thief, triggering an instant meltdown. That original Urquint belonged to her. It passed to her student Berkia, only to vanish before the Tartarus expedition. Suddenly, Loon appears right behind him. He explains his ancestor reclaimed Urquint after conquering Berkia's hero world. But hero world weapons are soulbound to their original masters. Suddenly, everything clicks for Leo. No wonder the blade felt like a hollow shell. Loon offers him a seat, mentioning Leo's status as an all-class prodigy. Leo confirms his role as the freshman rep. Then Loon drops a weird request. He wants Leo to talk to his granddaughter. She's a genius at Seiyun Academy, but since she started, her motivation has completely hit rock bottom. Loon hopes an outsider like Leo might actually snap her out of it. With that, Leo heads to her private quarters. He wonders if taking the key was actually legal. He knocks and enters only to find the ultimate disaster zone. This room is a literal dump. He coughs through the thick dust, but then his eyes catch the weird posters. He realizes she's a total hero fangirl. Other kids collect merch, but this is next-level obsession. His eyes land on a Siren Academy uniform. Suddenly, the girl steps out from the shadows. Thinking it's her grandfather, she starts blasting him for invading a young girl's private space. Her jaw drops the second she spots Leo instead. Her face instantly turns a deep crimson. A human, she shrieks, diving under her blankets. Leo tries to stay cool and introduces himself. He explains her grandfather sent him, but she remains a silent, blanket-wrapped burrito of social anxiety. Sensing the awkward silence, Leo grabs a book, noting she's got a massive collection on Hero Kyle. He wonders how elves portray the legend. As he flips through, he's genuinely blown away by the detail. Her notes are impeccably organized. He praises her for truly understanding the weight of Kyle's legendary path. Finally, she peeks out, whispering a question. She asks if he knows about the Battle of Darnos. He breaks it down perfectly. It was Tabirka's downfall, and the first time the heroes fought as one. Her eyes sparkle with excitement. She immediately tests him on where Commander Zerga's forces were demolished. At Valak, he answers instantly. She practically vibrates with joy, shocked that a human actually knows the lore. He knows the details most people ignore. Suddenly, in her eyes, Leo is glowing like a literal knight. She introduces herself as Aaron, worrying her nerdy rambling was too much. Leo just smiles, reassuring her. He tells her the heroes would love knowing someone still cherishes their stories. That gives her a major boost. She believes Kyle was the hidden fifth hero. Leo nods to him. Kyle was the truest hero of all. He mentions joining a research club, which hypes her up until the harsh reality of school sinks in. Her energy vanishes. Noticing her sudden withdrawal, Leo gently asks why she's so afraid to go back. She looks down, admitting she feels like a total outsider at a place as prestigious as Siren Academy. Everyone there is a future legend, but someone with a weak heart. She feels she doesn't belong. Leo spots her pristine uniform. He realizes that deep down, her heart is still set on going back. He tells her he isn't the only human around, and his classmates would actually love to meet her. Her eyes go wide as he explains that hero schools for all different races are now a reality. If you're curious, come see it yourself, he says with a smirk before finally making his exit. The moment he steps out, Luna is right there with starry eyes, nearly giving Leo a heart attack. She leans in, whispering excitedly about him talking to Aaron. Leo mock wipes a dramatic tear of success. Luna is shook that Aaron actually spoke to someone. As a reward, she offers him a legendary magic item. Leo knows it's bad manners to refuse a gift. Luna leads him straight into the royal treasury. Amidst the gold, something strange catches his eye. Luna shrugs it off as just a pretty decorative jewel. It's infused with fairy power, but she thinks it's just for show. Leo doesn't hesitate, he wants that one. She agrees, but Leo knows the truth. The fairy trapped inside isn't just a carving, it's still alive. Later back with Class 5, Professor Harriet drops the bombshell about their grueling new training schedule. 6 a.m. workouts and afternoon missions. Eliana immediately tries to protest against this absolute madness. She argues they already train non-stop, but Harriet shuts her down. This isn't some cozy vacation trip. This is about survival and fixing their flaws. Then Harriet drops the ultimate truth bomb on them. Leo was the one who designed this nightmare schedule. Instantly, the entire class shoots him. Death glares. Leo just smiles, calling it perfect preparation. Eliana actually starts gaslighting herself into agreeing with him. She figures he must have noble intentions. Harriet wraps up, granting them one last day of freedom. It's the calm before the storm. Later that night, Leo focuses all his attention on the mysterious jewel. He realizes it's packed with the Fairy King's essence. Everything finally starts to make sense now. No wonder Luna saw it as trash. The Fairy King's lineage vanished ages ago after the Great Calamity. But Leo recognizes this power. It belongs to Silrod. Without hesitation, he floods the jewel with his mana. The gem begins to pulse with light. It's finally time to awaken the ancient pledge of the Fairy King. As the jewel shatters, a tiny, groggy voice whispers, "Has Father finally broken the seal at last?" The fairy locks eyes with Leo, his face twisting in confusion as he barks out why a mere mortal is trespassing here. Leo just shrugs, asking who this tiny guy even is. Offended, the fairy shouts that he's Kirin, firstborn prince of King Silrod. Kirin goes full royal brat, but Leo's just chilling, readying his fingers, while the prince flexes his name. Flick Leo snaps his forehead. Kirin short-circuits, unable to process the pure audacity of this human. Leo's eyes turn cold. He notes that even Silrod showed him respect, so who does this little brat think he is? Fuming, Kirin unleashes a barrage of insults, but Leo just counters with a relentless series of forehead flicks. Finally humbled like a scolded kid, Kirin stares in awe. It hits him, this human must be the legendary Pledged One. His father's warnings flash back. Leo looms over him, daring him to talk more trash, but the prince quickly shuts up. Accepting his fate, Kirin lets Leo pat his head. Leo muses that if Silrod stripped all 6 of his wings, the brat must have been a nightmare. Kirin's shocked Leo knows the secret, but before he can even blink, Leo demands he summon Silrod right now. Kirin smirks again, claiming he can only call his father back. Once he recovers those 6 wings, he senses the first one nearby. Leo grins, destiny really is on their side today. One last flick for the road. Fast forward to the next day, the class braves the forest's biting icy gales. They suddenly halt in pure shock. Out of nowhere, Chelsea gets absolutely wrecked by a blast of wind magic. Pulling her up, Leo smirks. He tells her to level up her game if she plans on keeping pace. Earlier that day, Eliana lost it when Leo roasted her magic sword synchronization. She figures that's why he's out here grinding solo. Leo ignores the salt and switches gears, bluntly telling the duo their summoning skills are straight up trash. That hits a nerve. They thought they were pros. But Chelsea steps up, a dangerous glint in her eye. Remembering his lack of understanding critique from the exams, she unsheaths her weapon with a confident, sharp smile. She challenges him to show his true cards. Leo just shrugs, challenge accepted. He's already been cracked, but she's dying to see what other hidden powers he's keeping under wraps. She launches a windbreaker spell out of nowhere. A massive gale roars toward him, but Leo doesn't even flinch. He counters with his own windbreaker, completely neutralizing hers. Chelsea is stunned, and Eliana, she's losing her mind. Rapid-fire casting was Chelsea's ultimate flex, yet Leo just matched her speed effortlessly. It's not even close. Desperate, she triggers Wind Chain. Leo just sighs, reminding her of the warning he gave her back when they met. He told her never to use wind magic like that. Then he unleashes Wind Bolt, a monstrous beast of a spell. It shreds her defense, barreling into her while she's wide open. The impact sends her flying straight into a tree. To top it off, a massive pile of snow buries her. Leo calmly walks over, leveling his sword at her. "I win," he declares flatly. Chelsea is dazed, staring at him. Was that even the same wind magic she knew? Kirin admits he didn't see that loss coming. Eliana can't comprehend how their class rep became such a monster. Professor Harrod chimes in, noting that while Chelsea has the raw power she's lacking in the basics, the real canyon between them is understanding and control. Leo just casually pats the grumpy fairy's head. Harrod explains that even as they level up and learn complex skills in the future, mastering the fundamentals is key. He finishes by ordering everyone to follow Leo's lead and sharpen their skills, sparking an instant wave of groans and complaints. They're all whining about the frost. Later, Leo treks through the snowy woods alone, hunting for quest herbs. He smirks, thinking back to how the others completely tapped out and promised to finish their missions later. Assuming the others were still knocked out at the inn, Kirin suddenly streaks in, practically beaming with pride. He flexes a massive haul of rare herbs. Leo offers a solid pat on the back, leaving the tiny guy absolutely glowing. Basking in his fairy glory, Kirin watches as Leo packs the loot, satisfied that the harvest is finally complete. Leo shifts focus to the dense tree line, declaring that the official search for Kieran's lost wings begins right now. As they venture deeper, Leo halts mid-step, questioning the exact moment Kieran was cast out into exile. The fairy reveals it happened 100 years ago. Squinting, Leo warns him to stay alert and look closer. Illusion magic saturates the air. Kieran realizes it instantly, sensing the distinct signature of a fairy king's ancient power. It is not his father's work, though. Leo deduces it belongs to Silrod's father, the ruler from the Calamity era. Given the century-long duration, the fuel source is obvious. Kieran's wings were likely repurposed into this complex ancient formula. Just as the pieces connect, a chilling voice echoes through the woods, sensing something priceless hidden right beneath their noses. A foul aura chokes the atmosphere, putting them on high alert. A shadow emerges, demanding why humans dare trespass in elven lands. Leo claps back, noting it is far weirder to see the undead lingering here. The grotesque skeleton lets out a bone-chilling roar. It claims this domain serves Tartarus now, but Kieran is not having any of it and immediately fires back. He screams that this is a sacred fairy sanctuary. The skeleton scoffs, mocking a low-tier weakling like Kieran for pretending otherwise. The insult strikes a nerve. Kieran's mana flares violently as he launches himself at the monster with zero hesitation. The creature is too slow. Kieran punches a massive hole through its ribs, collapsing the skeleton into a heap of dust. Kieran scoffs that for such a loudmouth it went down way too easy. Leo just raises a skeptical eyebrow. He asks why a fairy is suddenly scrapping like a total barbarian. Shrugging, Kieran claims it is actually tactical. Fairy and undead energies negate one another after all. But he freezes when the pile of bones starts talking again. It acknowledges Kieran's status despite his low level, then begins knitting its body back together, right before their eyes. Gagging at the rotting stench, Kieran dives back in, swearing to obliterate the monster for good this time around. Mid-strike, the vibe shifts. Leo screams for him to move. The skeleton drives its blade deep into the earth. Explosive waves of corruption erupt. Kieran barely evades the blast, tumbling backward and crashing straight into Leo. Leo catches the dizzy fairy who demands to know what they are facing. He reveals it is an ancient terror, a high-ranking death knight from Tartarus. Standing tall, the skeletal warrior finally identifies himself as the fearsome Kargor. Pledging eternal loyalty to the Lich King, it lunges. Leo steps forward, meeting the charge with his own steel. But Kargor teleports, blinking behind him instantly. Raising his blade, the Death Knight coldly declares that Leo's end is here, to guide Leo into the afterlife. Thinking fast, Leo triggers his spectral form to manifest a protective barrier. The shield holds just as the blade impacts the metallic ring, shattering the silence of the creepy dark woods. The beast is genuinely shocked that a mere human could conjure such a perfect aura shield so effortlessly. With a twisted smirk, Kargor swings again with lethal intent. This time, however, Leo's defense is absolutely rock solid. Mocking Leo's struggle as futile, the knight exerts overwhelming pressure. Panicking, Kieran rushes in to provide some much-needed backup. He is swatted away like a fly. Rubbing his bruised head, Kieran groans that his mana reserves are completely tapped out. He desperately yearns for his missing wings. Sensing the urgency, Leo begins an incantation, becoming wreathed in roaring crimson flames. The sudden heat stalls the knight. Massive phoenix wings erupt from Leo's back, their blinding light illuminating the entire forest. Kieran is floored, realizing Leo is a high-level contractor. Our hero doesn't hesitate, delivering a blistering and fatal strike. The blow bisects the Death Knight perfectly. A miniature phoenix then perches proudly on Leo's shoulder like a champion. Kieran joins them immediately, hovering over the fiery bird. He tries to shoo it away, but the bird isn't budging. The bird puffs up in annoyance. Before their petty fight heats up, the Death Knight's roar thunders through the air. He vows that no one leaves this place alive. Stabbing his sword down, he triggers a curse that rips open the ground. A legion of undead crawls from the abyss. Skeletal soldiers emerge one after another, their rusted blades thirsty for blood. Leo recognizes the infinite resurrection curse at play. He suddenly drops his guard, sending Kieran into a total panic. The fairy screams, asking if he's quitting. Leo just smirks, striking a badass pose as his confidence surges. He declares he finally mastered Kyle's mana. Unleashing Earth Ripple, he sends devastating shockwaves tearing through the forest floor. The skeleton army stumbles, losing their footing. Leo blitzes forward, carving through the horde with cold, ruthless efficiency. With a flashy vortex slash, Leo ignores the Death Knight completely, leaving the beast howling in pure fury. It shrieks for a fair fight, but Leo just roasts him for hiding behind a literal wall of minions. Popping a jump boost, he rockets skyward while the Death Knight's screams echo uselessly below. Leo finally stops to catch his breath, but a nagging sense of dread tells him something is seriously wrong. While scanning the area, a random skeleton wobbles out. Leo draws his steel, expecting a total weakling. Suddenly the mob is pulverized into dust. An elven warrior appears, pointing a sharp blade at Leo's throat. He barks an interrogation, but Leo stays chill, identifying himself as just another student from Lumeran Academy. Spotting the siren uniform, Leo tries to be civil, but the hot-headed elf chooses violence and strikes first. Leo effortlessly dodges the blow, counterattacking with his sword's hilt, just as a feminine voice commands them to stop. A crimson-haired elf steps forward, offering a sincere apology for her comrade's lack of brain cells. Meet Runia. She promises Leo that not every siren student is a total walking L like her partner. Accepting the olive branch, Leo mentions his class trip, while Runia explains they are out for field training. Leo heads back to alert his professor, but as he leaves, a strange feeling makes him hesitate. Her name rings a bell, but he can't place it. Meanwhile, Runia is busy calling her squad idiots. Back at base, Lune is skeptical. Monster sightings are up, but a death knight, that is high-tier madness. Professor Herod stands on business, swearing that Leo is way too honest to cap about such a threat. Suddenly, a condescending voice echoes, claiming that ignorance is the real father of all misunderstandings. A dark-haired elf emerges, scoffing at the delusion that a mere freshman survived a Death Knight encounter. Enter Professor Heridium. He steps into the spotlight with a smug grin, ready to humble the Lumeran crew. He argues Leo saw a basic skeleton and panicked because a real Death Knight would have ended him instantly. Heridium mocks Herod's blind faith, but Herod shuts him down. Leo is the undisputed representative of their whole class. Intrigued, Heridium decides Leo might be the main character energy needed to bridge the gap between their schools. He challenges Leo's magic skills and pitches an epic joint training session between Lumeran and Siren. At the gala later, students are vibing hard, and Carr is absolutely floored by the sheer luxury of it. Chelsea reminds them the Emperor is the host, while Eliana and Nella are practically vibrating with pure hype. They can't wait for Siren's elite lessons, yet Leo senses Heridium is hiding a massive ego behind that smile. He knows Heridium only respects raw power. Suddenly, Runia reappears, cutting right through his train of thought. She asks for a dance, and they move with legendary chemistry. She is shocked he knows the ancient elven steps. Leo claims he learned them forever ago. Realizing they never formally met, she asks for his name. The second he says Leo, her vibe turns deadly, and she lunges forward to seize him by the throat. She screams that he stole her contractor, her grip tightening as she vows to finish him right here. Leo doesn't blink. He finally remembers the Phoenix's warning, this girl is the legendary pact bearer. Looking at Runia's trembling, rage-filled eyes, Leo realizes she is the one he was warned about. She spits insults, but Leo just gives her a smug smile and mentions Fiore is doing just fine. That comment sends her over the edge. Screaming for his head, she charges him with pure, murderous intent. Later, a humbled Runia bows her head in apology. Surprisingly, Leo just brushes the whole assault off. He walks off with Herod, leaving Runia to face the absolute wrath of Heridium's scolding. He warns her that a first-year representative can't be making rookie mistakes like that ever again. Runia slumps in defeat, but the professor is already obsessing over proving Siren's dominance over Lumeran. He starts shaking her like crazy, shouting that they must become the #1 academy in the world. In a comedic twist, he panics that he went too hard, but Runia is already fueled by pure spite. She roars with a newfound fire, swearing to absolutely wreck that thief for the honor of Siren. The joint class kicks off the next morning. Professor Herod greets the Siren students with a confident grin. He promises them a masterclass in Lumeran's elite combat style, instantly hooking everyone's attention. Carr, Eliana, and Thad step forward as the chosen leaders ready to show Siren what they are made of. Stunning the trio, Harold reveals they're actually elite-tier students. They've conquered Lumeran's trials. Now it's time to unleash their true power. That praise hits different. Chelsea realizes each department sent their best mentor. Leo suspects the professor's just being lazy, but the grind starts regardless. Their arcane wisdom flows instantly, hooking every elf student in the room. Professor Heridium watches knowing cross-cultural magic can spark legendary breakthroughs. He searches for the missing class rep while Chelsea celebrates their success. The elf master praises their grit, sensing the immense passion behind their training. Grabbing the chalk, he explains Siren's unique philosophy of mystic education. Elves are magic-born, yet they strive for balance beyond pure sorcery. Leo scoffs internally. It's all a facade, the entire curriculum screams pure magic. Elven ego never changes. He tunes out as the professor dives into theory. Leo's yawning is blatant disrespect. Heridium fumes, recalling the boys' Death Knight duel. His attitude is absolute trash. Pivoting, the professor ditches the boring lecture. A golden star ignites in his hand, Siren's essence. Finally, Leo's eyes sharpen. He declares elves are children of magic before launching the star upward. It shatters into a glittering rain. The students gasp as Chelsea's eyes ignite. She recognizes its star magic, the pinnacle of elven spellcraft. Heridium simply nods. Beaming with pride, he reveals a spell etched from the great Luna's legacy. It's the root of everything. He smiles, asking the class to admire its beauty. A hand shoots up. Leo isn't impressed. He's ready to dismantle the logic. The interpretation is wrong. Silence falls as the room turns dangerously cold. The professor nearly snaps. Leo bluntly states the magic won't even trigger. They stare as if he's committed sacrilege. Heridium tries to keep his cool. It's intentionally incomplete. Their ancestors spent centuries decoding the progenitor's scripts. Generations spent restoring a fragment. Leo instantly sees the truth behind it. This was Luna's secret gift to Kyle. A lost spell no one should know. The professor's ego is bruised. He dares Leo to point out the error. Harold tries to intervene before things explode, but the tension is peak. Leo steps forward. He realizes these elves are playing with cheap knockoffs. He holds the original masterpiece, gifted directly from Luna's own hand. He died before sharing it. Now destiny has brought the secret back. Harold's sweating. Messing with an elven legacy is basically a death sentence. Leo doesn't flinch. He begins carving his own mana into the formula. The board warps under his touch. The elves whisper in absolute disbelief. It's done. The new sigils erupt with blinding light, freezing the professor. With trembling eyes, he gasps. What kind of ancient power is this? Leo's mind drifts. He's back on that cliff watching Luna's radiant smile. She's finally perfected it. I'll teach you first, Kyle, her voice echoes softly. A spell to make life bloom. Leo holds a shimmering golden blossom. He unleashes the resonance. A tide of glowing flowers floods the entire hall. Excitement hits fever pitch. Eliana wonders if Leo just rewrote history itself. Nella nods, speechless. Runia is fixated on the professor's total mental collapse. Did this boy really just solve the founder's enigma in seconds? The master collapses. Clutching a golden petal, he can only mutter in awe. Stunned, he can't believe this legendary magic is just a simple flower spell. But Leo remains unfazed, dropping a major truth bomb. He reveals that blooms nearly went extinct during the Great Calamity, hinting they hold a weightier significance than anyone realized. Back when he was known as Kyle Nebula's founder, he recalled lecturing Luna about such trivial and flashy tricks. He argued this useless fluff wouldn't save lives in the heat of war, yet she insisted beauty still mattered. Luna dreamed of a world reborn in petals. Even the professor senses a deeper hidden legacy within the spell. As the petals start to wither, the surrounding students can't stop gossiping about this mysterious newcomer's identity. Everyone is dying to know who he is. Low-key Leo admits to the professor that he mastered this magic solo. Deciphering old tomes revealed he's a rare dual-class natural mage, 0 elven DNA included. Suddenly, Professor Harrow intervenes. Harrow apologizes for the drama and calls an early end to the joint session, claiming it's premature to pass judgment. Before he can wrap up, Professor Heridium lunges forward, snatching his hands in a moment of pure desperation. He drops a bombshell, begging for Leo to transfer to Seiran Academy immediately. Herod is absolutely shook by the request. Chaos consumes the classroom. Back at the dorms, Chelsea presents her latest creation, a very sus-looking bowl of soup. It looks like a VIP pass to the underworld, right next to Eliana's equally biohazardous risotto. The boys are terrified. They're literally debating which meal will kill them first when Eliana shoves a spoonful down Carl's throat. He paralyzes. Carl instantly regains consciousness, just to gag it back up. Loon finds the massacre hilarious, unlike the serious Professor Harrow. Harrow wastes no time dragging Leo away for a private chat. Loon reveals the Grand Assembly finally made their call. Concerning the Death Knight incident, Nella goes full ninja mode to eavesdrop, as the real tea is spilled. Reports are flooding in about undead swarms and a rogue Death Knight haunting the depths of the fairy forest. An official probe is launching, and a joint task force will be assembled, while the squad listens in from the shadows. This op is way too hardcore for freshmen, so they're being paired with the elite seniors from Seiran Academy. Leo senses there's more to the story. Loon confirms it. He's actually here on a personal mission specifically for Leo. His granddaughter was desperate to visit. Aaron steps out, nervously, softly, asking Leo how life's been treating him lately. Since he invited her, Leo tries to introduce the group, but the girls lose their minds, immediately fangirling over her. Blown away by her cuteness, Aaron panics and bolts upstairs, stammering apologies. The girls are left wondering if they scared her. Loon leaves Leo with a heavy responsibility. Silently, Leo heads up to find Aaron huddled in a corner on the balcony. He drapes his jacket over her shivering shoulders. Startled, she tries to return it, but he gently refuses. He tells her to keep it. When he asks why she ditched Seiran, her confession is filled with deep insecurity. She felt unworthy of being a hero, a tired excuse Leo's heard way too often. She admits that during her darkest hour, she encountered a girl who radiated like the sun. To her, Runia was the absolute definition of a true hero. She became a silent observer, realizing Runia possessed everything she lacked. Determined, she resolved to follow in her footsteps. She actually grinded to the top of her class, but everything shattered during their high-stakes dual assessment. Since that day, Runia's been cold. Leo finds this sus, knowing Runia doesn't seem like the type to hold petty grudges. He plans to investigate later. Seeing Verkia's spirit in Aaron, he asks if she knows the legend of her ancestor. Her eyes light up at the mention of her family history. Leo explains how Verkia walked the path of legendary masters. That's how she earned her hero title. He tells her to block out the noise and forge her own destiny. His words hit home instantly, brightening her face. He warmly invites her back down, promising his class is actually wholesome and packed with chaotic fun people. Later, as the expedition preps begin, Runia storms over in a total huff. She demands to know what kind of riz Leo used on Aaron. He simply says he told her not to be afraid. This catches her off guard. He mentions Aaron was terrified by a certain death glare Runia supposedly gave her. It convinced her she was hated. Runia admits she was just locked in because Aaron is actually a beast. Leo advises her to be a better mentor. Suddenly, Professor Heridium shouts out to someone approaching the group. Heads turn as a squad of elite third-year students arrives. Their leader, Lauter, steps forward to show respect. The professor praises Lauter's recent achievements. Leo side-eyes Runia low-key, asking who this new main character is. She explains he's a senior who pulled a total zero-to-hero transformation recently. Leo smells something fishy immediately. Professor Harold calls for attention, announcing it's time to finalize squads. Each strike team will consist of 3 members. Heridium drops the bombshell. The first squad will be Leo, Runia, and Loader. This is no coincidence. Runia starts venting the moment they're out complaining about the professor's choice. While the professor wants team bonding, Leo ruins the vibe by bringing up that thief comment. That triggers her instantly. She snaps that she still hasn't acknowledged him, but Leo just mutes her. He treats her voice like background static. Instead, she scans the area wondering where Loader vanished to. Leo remembers Loader went solo. He's definitely cooking something. Leo drops down and touches the ground. A chill runs through him. Something is wrong. Runia notes the forest is eerily empty of undead. 0 monsters in sight. However, Leo is hyper-focused on the strange texture of the terrain around them. It looks normal, but Leo recalls Karen's warning about the ancient curse poisoning this entire land. Only a survivor of the catastrophe could feel this filth. The culprit, Death King Hellkaiser. He was Erebus's top general. Leo doubts, the king is here personally. It's likely Kargor the Death Knight. Standing up, Leo realizes Silrod is desperately guarding something hidden deep within the fairyland. Runia just stares at him, completely lost in his intense cinematic train of thought. She asks if he sensed something, but sudden footsteps shatter the silence before he can reply. Sensing an approach, Leo draws his blade instantly, only to find Loader standing right there. Loader casually asks for an update. He checks if they've seen any undead, which they deny. He asks if Leo really saw a Death Knight. Leo confirms it while shaking his hand. Leo spots a mysterious black ring on Loader's finger. Loader smirks, suggesting the freshman is overreacting. He claims the rookie is just chasing clout. High-tier undead need a constant mana supply to exist. Without a necromancer acting as a battery, a Death Knight simply cannot stay summoned for long. That means a demonic summoner is nearby. Runia gasps, realizing a demon might be lurking nearby. Loader scoffs, reminding her they're in the capital, protected by Burkia's legendary star magic. Runia agrees, but Leo's voice turns cold. There's no law saying only demons can use dark magic. Other races are capable, even elves. Loader just bursts out laughing at such a wild suggestion. He claims elves are too arrogant for such filth, before abruptly ending the debate right there. He tells them to keep working, but Leo notices Loader is searching for something very specific. Even Runia picks up the bad vibes. That night, the students gather, but their reports are identical. Not a single skeleton in sight. Chelsea immediately calls Cap. This whole situation smells incredibly fishy. Everything vanished the moment they arrived. Carl tries to ghost the meeting and head to bed. Chelsea isn't having it and drags him back. Meanwhile, a certain someone makes a stealthy exit. Leo drops from his balcony like a shadow, landing silently. He's heading straight for the dorms. He infiltrates Loader's room like a pro, already betting that the man had slipped out. He finds a map with the fairyland entrance marked. Suddenly, Runia bursts in, screaming at him. She demands an explanation, but Leo quickly muzzles her before she alerts the entire building. He explains they're on the same mission, but Loader is already gone. Before they bicker, voices approach. Someone asks if Loader is asleep. Without a word, Leo scoops Runia up and leaps out. Aaron catches a glimpse of Leo carrying Runia. Her face explodes in a bright red blush. Her brain glitches into a full-blown romance drama as they vanish into the dark forest together. Leo finally asks why she's still tailing him. She questions if he truly thinks Loader is involved. Loader just arrived today, while Leo saw the night days ago. But her logic is interrupted. A new voice enters the chat. It's Aaron, who's been following them this entire time. Runia is about to short-circuit, realizing she was spotted. Leo just casually admits he already knew. Face burning red, she yells that student dating is strictly forbidden, catching them both off guard. She stammers about seeing them sneak out together, rambling about how cool they both look. But she insists this secret romance is wrong. Leo just facepalms at her total misunderstanding. Leo pleads for Runia to squash the rumor, but she is a blushing mess, barely stammering that things aren't what they seem. Suddenly, Leo pales as a chilling presence hits him. A rotted hand tears through the dirt, followed by a horde of rising corpses. Without missing a beat, Leo unsheathes his blade while a haunting voice echoes, mockingly welcoming them to the cursed fairy forest. As the ghouls crawl out, Leo grips his steel and commands the group to stay on high alert. Facing elite undead knights, Leo shouts to see if Runia is ready. In response, she slams her palm against the earth. Unleashing a massive firestorm, she incinerates the darkness and flashes a cocky smirk, asking if he is impressed with her heat. Obsessed with her own glory, she misses a knight charging her. Leo spots the threat, but he is too far to intercept. Suddenly, Iron intercepts the blow with Amazonian ferocity, revealing to Leo that she is actually rocking a legendary set of animus armor. Moving like a blur, she cleaves through the skeleton, turning the monster into just another pile of shattered bones. Following that brutal decapitation, Runia hypes up the bashful elf, who turns beet red, while Leo drops a casual remark. Comparing her to Berkia nearly sends her to Cloud 9, but the timid elf quickly snaps back to reality. She questions why they are wandering solo. Runia finally finds her voice and starts breaking down their secret mission. They were actually infiltrating the third-year dorms for clues. Flustered, she rants that romantic drama has zero place in her studies. She claims love only hinders her grades, leaving Leo in a total bruh state. But Aaron isn't letting her off easy. He declares Runia will stay at the top because she is destined to become a legendary hero one day. That compliment hits deep, making Runia realize Aaron's unwavering faith. Her thoughts drift back to their previous intense duel. Back then, Aaron struggled to tank her strike with a shield. Runia smirked, finally acknowledging Aaron as a worthy rival. Ready to test her limits, she channels a massive fire spell. But Runia's terrifying expression completely paralyzes poor Aaron with fear. Aaron's guard collapses, but it is too late. The spell erupts, swallowing her in a violent, fiery explosion. Now she finally understands Aaron's terrified gaze. She sighs, realizing her own aggression drove Aaron away from the academy. She earnestly begs Aaron to return to school, finally admitting that she sees her as a true friend. Though the timid elf hesitates, Runia doubles down with pure confidence, insisting that their friendship is the real deal. She wants their rivalry to burn forever. Suddenly, Aaron pauses and asks if they are absolutely sure they aren't dating. Leo just goes completely deadpan. Runia turns into a tomato and frantically shuts down that awkward rumor immediately. Leo gives off major old man vibes, chuckling at their youth. Meanwhile, in a hidden shadowy lair, a Death Knight snarls that the mage is spent while intruders swarm the area. The cloaked figure barks back in defiance. He claims the defense is the knight's duty alone. Removing his hood, he reveals himself to be none other than Loader. The skeleton calls him a brat. Irritated, the undead warrior looms over him and demands some respect. He fumes about being treated like a servant despite his elite status. Loader remains unfazed, simply flashing his ominous ring. He mocks the knight, claiming the Great Lich chose him. Walking off, he notes that once the summoning circle completes, everything changes. Tartarus will soon be obsolete, and Loader expects the knight's loyalty until then. The skeleton responds with a mocking laugh. He feigns obedience while clearly plotting a betrayal. Meanwhile, we cut back to our hero squad in the woods. Aaron is reeling from Loader's betrayal to the demons, and Runia is just as stunned by their senior's dark turn. Suddenly, Aaron shivers as a supernatural chill settles in. Even the red-haired elf senses a dark shift in the atmosphere. Leo remains silent, sensing danger. He effortlessly deploys several magic circles as if he were just scrolling through his phone. He warns the group to gear up before advancing. With a flick of his wrist, he summons his loyal spirit beasts. Runia goes into total fangirl mode over the fluffy red bird, trying to cuddle it while Aaron stares in confusion. Leo presents Fiore and Kieran to the stunned Aaron, before quickly snapping everyone back to the mission at hand. It is time to breach the forest's core. They plunge into the shadows, as Leo warns that the real nightmare starts now. The trio charges forward, clashing with monsters. Runia ends the skirmish by blasting a massive fireball into the fray. However, dark energy oozes from the scorched remains, and the undead begin reassembling themselves once more. Runia suspects a necromancer is lurking nearby. Undeterred, Leo starts swinging his blade with lethal precision. He pulverizes the skeletons and calmly notes that there isn't actually a summoner in the area. Runia remains skeptical, but Leo explains they are actually facing a persistent high-level curse of the undead. This shocking revelation leaves them both completely stunned. Runia confesses her ignorance, but Aaron interjects. He reveals it is a wicked hex that ceaselessly spawns the walking dead across the territory. A realm of eternal demise, Leo concludes grimly. He notes only a Tartarus general possesses the dark power to weave such sorcery. The Lich King Hellkaiser. Pure terror grips Runia at that name, and she frantically insists on alerting their professor immediately. An urgent report is mandatory, but an icy gale suddenly slams into them, feeling like a frostbite-inducing void has been opened. A malevolent voice greets the aspiring heroes to the Deadlands, as the Death Knight emerges from the shadows once more. Charging forward, it locks blades with Leo cackling hysterically, while declaring that their escape is now impossible. Leo ignores the chatter, parrying the strike with casual ease. Infuriated, the Death Knight begins, mocking the young students. As the ghoul army advances, Leo strides out, announcing he will be the one to dismantle this Death Knight personally. With the girls suppressing the horde, the creature sneers at Leo's combat stance before their steel sparks in a violent collision. Deflecting a heavy swing, Leo triggers his clan's hidden art providence. Utilizing this supreme power, he effortlessly repels the knight, slicing through its horn. Stumbling back, the skeletal warrior gasps, wondering if that was Phoenix fire. Leo maintains his relentless assault, revealing he infused the strike with Zerdinger's flame aura. The monster's confidence visibly shatters. Staring at its liquefying sword, the knight is blasted backward by another impact, crashing into its own mindless legion. The Death Knight trembles, baffled by this boy's monstrous strength and the savage, untamed fire burning within his eyes. Suddenly, a colossal fireball plummets from above. Runia wears a confident smirk while unleashing her signature blaze ability. She incinerates the entire skeletal squadron, instantly striking a triumphant pose, while Eren watches completely speechless at the destruction. After seeing her torch half the woods so casually, Kieran questions Leo if this fiery redhead is actually an elf. Her aggression is far beyond typical elven nature. Spotting a fresh trail, Leo halts, warning that the conflict is far from over. Navigating the charred woods, the girls feel suffocated by the heavy, putrid stench of death saturating the atmosphere. An authoritative voice demands their purpose in this forbidden zone. Runia flinches, realizing the speaker is none other than Senior Rauda. He claims to be scouting the forest's undead infestation. Runia explains that a potent high-level curse is behind the chaos. Rauda feigns skepticism, though the overwhelming curse energy in the air is enough to paralyze anyone with shock. Leo channels his inner detective, remembering that certain Lumern disciples had recently handled cursed relics from Tartarus. They inadvertently dabbled in forbidden arts. Raising his palm, Leo casts a detection spell to expose the lingering dark essence. The girls watch in horror. Staring at the glowing evidence, Leo directly confronts Rauda's suspicious behavior. He accuses the senior of willfully wielding dark magic and conspiring with Tartarus. Rauda's fist tightens in frustration. Grumbling about Leo's irritating persistence, Rauda reveals that a hero record fragment of Lady Luna is hidden nearby. Another shockwave hits the group. Rauda sneers at the council, mocking their ignorance regarding the artifact's very existence. He insists the relic is his prize. Eren cries out, calling his greed an insult to the legendary hero's legacy. Fuming, Runia urges Leo to pummel this traitor and drag his sorry hide back to the academy instructors. Leo unsheathes his blade, sternly warning his companions that they are now entering a lethal, no-holds-barred struggle. Rauda strikes with a lethal bolt of lightning, but Leo's reflexes are insane as he flawlessly mimics the spell. The spells collide and vanish. He tells the girls to brace themselves. This is what true war against evil feels like. Rauda is amused that a mere human wields elven magic, but internally, his confidence begins to crumble under Leo's gaze. This kid isn't just countering his moves, he's reading his entire strategy. If the girls intervene, he is in trouble. To prevent a messy brawl, he channels a sinister dark aura. Sensing immediate danger, Leo realizes something is horribly wrong. He screams for the girls to take cover as Rauda detonates another explosive spell. Eren instantly summons her animus armor. She protects Runia from the fading blast, horrified that a basic spell packed such power. Suddenly, her shock turns into panic. Leo is downed, and Rauda approaches him like a starving predator. Runia screams that they have to save him now. Suddenly, the Death Knight reappears, obstructing their path. He cold-bloodedly informs the girls that their journey ends here today. This only fuels Runia's rage. She commands Eren to stall the knight while she charges up a devastating counterspell. Looming over Leo, Rauda offers him last words. Leo retorts that the traitor is far too arrogant for his own good. He cues Kieran, who dives into the purple orbs surrounding Rauda. The resulting explosion sends the arrogant elf flying backward. Leo rises, blade at the ready. Rauda struggles to his feet, trembling under the boy's ice-cold, murderous gaze. He pathetically pleads for mercy, but the time for talk has passed. He just lost the right to his life. Kieran cheers for their win against the Death Knight, but his blood runs cold as Rauda's corpse twitches. A magic surge strikes the fairy, as the elf stands chillingly, snapping his head back into place. Grinning like a psycho fixing a broken doll, he sneers that he'll personally end this shining prodigy. 6 feet under, he rants about combining Lady Luna's divinity with the skeleton's dark energy. To him, Leo is just a bug to crush. Our MC senses the cursed ring tainting the elf's soul. He watches the elf launch another dark bolt, parrying it effortlessly while analyzing the situation. The brainwashing isn't finished yet. The guy is resisting with everything he's got. Leo blitzes forward, severing Rauda's arm before skewering his shoulder, mocking the villain's pathetic weakness. "You're all hype and borrowed power," Leo taunts. "Go ahead, heal. I'll just keep cutting." The cursed ring whispers again, mocking Rauda for getting absolutely cooked by a mere child. "Forget the kid." The voice commands him to prioritize finishing the ritual circle immediately. As Leo pressures him, Rauda's severed hand creeps across the ground. Leo glances toward the girls. They're okay, but something's wrong. Why isn't the elf's arm growing back yet? His instincts scream danger. Kieran shrieks as the crawling hand completes the sinister ritual. Spitting blood, Rauda declares their doom, while his entire form erupts in a hellish red glow. The party freezes as the ground ignites. Even the Death Knight pauses. Leo leaps back instinctively. Something ancient and evil stirs beneath. The earth splits as a massive bony hand claws out. What is that thing? Kieran panics. Leo's face pales. A skeleton king, a true legendary tier boss. Rauda cackles like a madman intoxicated by the dark power. Is this Lady Luna's divine blessing? Realizing Rauda is completely lost to the darkness, Leo charges and takes to the skies. The founder would never use such filth, Leo roars. Rauda just gives a mocking, sinister grin. The skeleton king strikes with crushing force. Leo narrowly evades as the villain's laughter echoes louder. He claims absolute dominion over the king. Kieran suggests a retreat, but Leo notices something weird. Weaving through attacks, he realizes the ritual was rushed. This monster is on a timer. He knows summoner basics. No mana, no monster. We just need to stall him out. He transfers mana to the fairy, prepping for a high-stakes game of keep-away. Kieran draws aggro, while Leo fires a light burst. The boss doesn't even flinch. Its hollow eyes flare crimson as the massive blade descends. Leo dodges once more. The power gap is insane, but time is on his side. Rauda won't let up. A surprise spell targets Leo mid-landing, but Runia enters the fray with perfect timing. A blazing firewall erupts, shielding him. I'll handle the senior, you kill the king. Can Aaron handle the knight, he worries. Runia scoffs. Aaron is anything but a damsel. Elsewhere, the shy elf tanks a blow with everything, but the impact sends her skidding back. Korgor mocks her solo stand, swinging his heavy blade as he tracks her movements. She narrowly ducks. I can't fail, she whispers. Not when they're counting on me. She stabs him, but the knight just laughs and punts her away like a ragdoll. As she limps up, he calls her a noob and promises to display her skull. Heroes aren't solo, she retorts. They're built on the faith of their friends. Rising with new resolve, Aaron unlocks a dormant power tied to her noble bloodline. Her ancestor Berkia swore never to falter. Aaron lifts her sword, glowing with conviction. Sensing fairy magic, the knight panics and charges. But Aaron is no longer afraid. Witness the forbidden art of the fairy knights, she cries as he lunges in. Skill evergreen. With one fluid motion, she cleaves right through the skeletal warrior. After the Gojo treatment, the knight evaporates, unable to believe a kid ended his reign. Aaron tries to keep standing, but her world spins. She collapses, her strength completely spent. Rauda smirks, asking Runia if she can handle another round. He unleashes a massive lightning dragon spell. Hell-bent on her destruction, he strikes. But Runia summons her flame turtle, using its shell to parry the bolt. Rauda's eyes widen in horror as his own lightning reflects back, piercing right through him. Runia just sneers. Did he really think she'd just stand there? She counters with a blazing strike that completely incinerates him. Rauda collapses, smelling like burnt charcoal. As the redhead turns away, her expression suddenly contorts in pure shock. He fires a sneak attack, embedding needles into her skin. Seeing her fall, Leo loses focus for a second. The Skeleton King seizes the opening, delivering a blow so powerful it blasts Leo away in a massive explosion. Miles away, Leo crawls from a shattered tree, clutching his wounded arm, while a panicked Karen circles him. The fairy frantically checks his vitals. Leo tells her to chill, he's still breathing. He forces himself to stand. Suddenly, the Skeleton King triggers a curse, warping the entire battlefield. Leo's vision starts to spin violently. To break the spell, Leo summons Fiora. The baby phoenix lets out a piercing, holy shriek. The cry shatters the curse, instantly healing his allies. Leo powers up, glowing like a literal Super Saiyan. He locks onto the enemy. The Skeleton King swings with lethal force, but Leo dodges by a hair's breadth. Watching him, Runia realizes this boy has zero fear. He fights with the soul of a true legend. She recalls her flame turtle, thanking it for its service, before launching another devastating inferno at Rauda. The fire snares Rauda's hand. He just laughs, mocking her flames as weak and pathetic as she is. Runia reminds him of her lineage, the phoenix's blood. Her ancestors swore to burn Tartaros and every demon within. Rauda tells her to shut up, but his instinct screams. Something is horribly wrong with this fire. The flames on his hand won't extinguish. Runia declares that as long as she breathes, her oath remains. His demonic eye makes him the perfect fuel. These flames won't stop until he's nothing but charred remains. She lunges forward, grabbing his arm tight. The heat intensifies, threatening to consume them both in red-hot rage. This technique burns the user too. Rauda calls her insane, but Runia is ready to die for victory. Unexpectedly, the fire vanishes. Rauda relaxes for a split second, thinking he's safe. Big mistake. He threatens her, but his own ring goes haywire. A dark vortex opens, beginning to swallow him whole. He screams in terror, begging it to stop. But the ring devours him, leaving no trace behind. Runia collapses breathless. If the summoner is gone, why is the Skeleton King still standing there? The ring pulses with a terrifying new aura. Leo freezes. He recognizes this soul-crushing pressure anywhere. The Demon King's voice echoes, commanding the monster to finish the job. The giant blade rises again. It's Hellkaiser. Leo realizes the Demon King is using that ring as a temporary physical vessel. He's not here to fight, he's here to shatter the barrier, protecting the entire zone. Leo charges, yelling for Karen to back him up. He intercepts the massive blade with every ounce of strength. The ground crumbles. As the barrier behind him cracks, the monster hurls Leo into the air like a rag doll. Karen screams as Leo is blasted across the field, smashing through the dying shield in a trail of dust. He slams into a distant structure as the barrier finally disintegrates. Silence falls over the ruins. Leo's eyes flutter open. His familiars are now just tiny flickering orbs. He stares at his trembling hands. His mana is completely tapped out. He surveys the destruction, his heart sinking at the sight of the wasteland. Fairyland has been reduced to ash. But then, something catches the light amidst the rubble. He spots a familiar knife resting on a stone slab. His eyes widen as recognition hits him like a truck. A memory from his past life floods back, transporting him to the day he gave that dagger to Berkia. She had snapped at him, accusing him of trying to get rid of her with such a trash gift. She threw a fit, calling it useless, but Leo countered that this blade saved his life 1,000 times. His old comrades called out it was time to move. He had to leave her behind once again. Despite her heartbreak, he just patted her head and stepped into the portal without looking back. Reality returns. Leo picks up the blade, whispering, still a little gremlin. He remembers her rejecting it. Suddenly, the dagger erupts with a blinding divine glow. To his utter shock, a gargantuan surge of mana erupts from the dagger, answering only to its true master Leo. Power surges through his veins as he weighs his options against the Skeleton King, finally settling on a lethal fire spell. The spell slams into the beast's skull, just as he notices Runia and Aaron are hitting their absolute limit. As the monster zeroes in on the girls, Aaron's eyes widen. She feels a colossal shift in the atmospheric mana. Suddenly, a blinding golden radiance erupts from a nearby structure, forcing everyone to brace for a massive shockwave. Runia realizes that if he truly forged a pact with the Phoenix, this insane level of power actually makes sense. Ascending into his true alien X form, Leo mutters that this spell is still just a shadow of the original. Still, it'll get the job done. With a casual flick, he literally makes the heavens rain stars upon the battlefield. The duo stands frozen in awe while Aaron's inner nerd kicks in, recognizing the legendary spell from ancient lore. This is Finale, the ultimate magic. The falling stars pulverize the Skeleton King, erasing it from existence entirely. Leo strolls out with cold composure and summons Kieran, who pops up, ready for a fight that's already over. Leo delivers the news that the threat is neutralized and sends the fairy off to reclaim his lost wings. Kieran vanishes in a blur of speed while the girls rush over. Leo coolly asks how they're holding up. Runia starts fuming because the injured guy just saved them, while Aaron is simply glad he's still breathing. When asked about that god-tier spell, Leo admits the dagger was the only reason he could pull it off. Aaron geeks out over the legendary artifact, but Runia realizes Tartarus has been hunting this power all along. Kieran returns, flaunting the wings his father hid away, and begs Leo to help him strip off the bandages. Runia's brain completely glitches when the hero fragment begins to glow, dragging the entire group into a spatial rift. Runia spins around in total panic, her eyes darting across the strange alien landscape they've suddenly landed in. A mysterious voice mocks them, calling their plan to take down Erebos nothing short of a delusional suicide mission. Despite the insults, the voice decides to tag along for the chaos. Leo slowly turns to face the stranger. She introduces herself as Luna the Star Shiner, and Leo realizes this fragment once belonged to him as Kyle. Back on the scene, the professors arrive in a frantic rush, terrified of what happened to their students. Runia spots Professor Herdium and presents the hero fragment they barely managed to recover from the chaos. Herdium is speechless while Professor Herod praises Leo's efforts, urgently checking if everyone made it out alive. Leo's expression turns grim as he mentions the casualty, and Aaron tearfully tells her grandfather about Senior Rauda. As the group departs, Leo casts one final glance, back the memory of Luna burning in his mind. On the final day, the students gather at the portal, while the professors exchange respectful farewells and handshakes. Runia makes a vow to get exponentially stronger, demanding a high-stakes rematch the next time their paths cross. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out as Aaron charges toward him at a record-breaking speed. She reveals she's finally returning to her classes, earning a proud smile and a hair ruffle from Leo. With a final promise to meet again, Leo turns and walks through the portal toward Lumern Academy. Kieran is on a total high now that his wings are back, using the baby phoenix for some chaotic target practice. He zips around like a maniac, but the phoenix shuts him down with a legendary soul-piercing side-eye. Undeterred, Kieran lands and prepares for round 2, looking ready to throw hands with the little bird. He starts hyping up his true fairy magic before Leo snatches him midair, threatening to yank those wings again. Amidst the bickering, Fiora's form begins to ripple and shift, eventually transforming into a mysterious young girl. Leo figures Kieran's magic triggered the change and tells the girl there's no need for the formal act. The persistent fairy tries to launch another attack, which honestly just serves to get on her last nerve. She catches Kieran in a death grip and tells Leo she wants to show her mother this new form. Leo agrees, opening a portal and telling her to drag the loudmouthed fairy along for the ride. Kieran's screams of protest fade as they vanish, leaving Leo to finally collapse onto his bed in peace. For the first time, he's had to surrender the dagger and hero fragment to the Siren Academy authorities. From the Monster Queen to Hell Kaiser, it's clear Tartarus is systematically erasing the legacy of the great heroes. The war is far from over, especially with treacherous moles still lurking within the walls of Lumern Academy. They must be purged, just like Rauda. Traitors are definitely crawling through these academy halls. Lumern needs to smoke them out immediately. Suddenly, the scene shifts to the bustling main assembly hall, where the night department head signals the principal's arrival. The crowd erupts into hushed, anxious whispers, baffled why they've been sorted by their specific fields. Then, the headmaster takes the stage and kicks things off by asking about their break before dropping a bombshell. The department tournament is here. The pieces click. This is the legendary showdown that determines which department reigns supreme for their entire grade. The principal reveals that along with their professors, world-class guest lecturers will be joining the fray. Chelsea is vibrating with excitement while Carl just lets out a massive bored yawn. But then, a voice rings out. Toru has read his magic report, and she's ready to roast him alive. She calls his work absolute garbage before declaring that every single first year is basically human trash. She puts them on blast, claiming they only scribbled their essays to scrape by with a passing grade. Emio timidly asks for her take on his work. She instantly recalls his massive 17-page monster, but dismisses it as nothing but basic theory. He starts yapping, and the entire student body immediately zones out. They can't track a single word. Suddenly, Senior Lee storms in, making an entrance that stops everything. He flexes his massive physique, preaching that true knights crush every obstacle with raw physical power. Forget theory training is the only way. The students instantly swarm him, ditching the boring lecture at light speed. Then comes Senior Ulta, who poses a single question. What is the ultimate key to being a summoner? The crowd throws out wrong answers left and right. Finally, Ulta drops the big secret. It's love. The entire room goes dead silent with pure disbelief. Shaking it off, the principal continues, announcing that these Lumerny elites will be your mentors. But then the old man suddenly freezes in confusion, asking why on earth Leo is standing all by himself. Every eye in the room locks onto him. Leo just gives a smug smirk and declares he's in the all-class zone. Toru looks at him like he's crazy, wondering if he's finally lost his mind. The principal clarifies that this competition is strictly department versus department. Every group starts fighting to recruit him, but the old man just grins, realizing Leo might be right. He reminds Leo that this is a golden ticket to learn from the best. Our hero's response: he's not letting this slide. In fact, he's going to enroll in every single department's training. The principal's vibe turns cold. Does Leo realize he'll be a one-man army against every other department? Leo doesn't flinch. After a tense stare-down, the old man sighs in defeat and asks for a moment. Terua and the magic professor are already scheming to drag him into their camp. Meanwhile, Lee watches him stand there like a total alpha, deciding he belongs in the night department. Suddenly, Yura appears, putting Ulta in a brutal headlock for being a terrible mentor. Clearing his throat, the principal continues, declaring that this year's tournament will be a full-blown battle royale. It's every department for themselves. Back in the office, the staff is fuming. They fear this infighting will shatter the academy's unity. The principal disagrees, arguing that real bonds are forged in the heat of battle, but Professor Lin persists, insisting this is completely unprecedented. The principal just smiles. This year, they have a true wild card among them. Initially, his all-class status shocked everyone, and the staff expected him to hit a wall immediately. Yet Leo defied the odds and kept his throne at the top. Then comes the real shocker: the board is personally watching his every move. The night professor can hardly believe it, asking if they really intend to etch Leo's name into the hero records as an all-class legend. Yura looks uneasy, recognizing that those high-level board members are the ones pulling the strings for our protagonist. Professor Lin is ecstatic. This could pave the way for a whole new generation of all-class masters. The principal cuts through the hype, reminding them that eventually Leo will be forced to pick a side. Fast forward to the training grounds, where the students are shivering and whining about the cold. Professor Ein barks for silence, explaining that this massive ice wall is their target for aura training. He then singles out Celia, who looks completely caught off guard. His challenge: see if her blazing flame aura can shatter his wall of ice. Adrenaline surges through her. She ignites her core and unleashes a cataclysmic fire blast, triggering a massive bone-shaking explosion. Behind her, Leo strikes a dramatic JoJo pose just for the vibes. But as the smoke clears, Celia's jaw drops, the ice remains untouched. Stepping forward, Professor Ein announces a game-changer. He's about to teach them a legendary aura technique known as Hero's Breath. Approaching the frozen barrier, he explains this ancient power originated from the Beastkin before being refined specifically for human warriors to master. Celia is stunned when the ice specialist professor suddenly radiates a blazing heat, launching a flame attack far more devastating than her own. Sweat beads on the students' foreheads as the ice shatters into dust, leaving everyone wondering if that mystical breathing is the secret. One student screams in pure shock, unable to process how an ice mage is wielding fire, but the tension only thickens. Duran quickly clarifies that the teacher once conquered the deadliest dungeons, likely awakening this auxiliary power during those life-or-death struggles. The professor nods, confirming Duran's sharp intuition. He explains that even though fire opposes his natural element, his version is superior. This technique amplifies his aura to levels Celia can't yet reach. With a sharp gaze, he declares the training session has officially begun. Leo stands there, completely floored, realization hitting him like a truck. This was Arian's secret technique all along. Moments later, the training grounds are a whirlwind of activity. The professor watches with a satisfied smirk, impressed by their rapid growth. Eliana hits the dirt, completely drained. When he offers her a tissue, her eyes sparkle, convinced he's actually the sweetest person ever. They both spot Leo locked in a trance-like state of focus and wonder why the class prodigy is struggling so hard. The professor chuckles internally. Seeing Leo stumble is a rare treat, since the boy hasn't managed to manifest the skill yet. He figures this struggle is a perfect opportunity for Leo to grind even harder during his mysterious late-night training sessions. Suddenly, Ein's eyes go wide as he notices something bizarre about the boy's rhythm. He marches over to Leo with intense curiosity. He demands to know who taught him that technique. Ein reveals that Hero's Breath actually originated from a legendary Beastkin warrior. While humans use a modified version, Leo's specific breathing pattern is a carbon copy of how a true Beastkin would wield power. Our hero confirms his hunch. Intrigued, Professor Ein asks if Leo can shift his focus to mana charge from a specific point. Guided by the master's advice, Leo prepares to ignite his aura. In a flash, he triggers a flame that pierces the sky. Leo ignites his aura into a spectacular pillar of fire that pierces the heavens. Duran is completely floored by the sheer magnitude. The other students erupt into frantic whispers, desperate to understand the phenomenon. The teacher beams and praises Leo's god-tier potential. He admits Leo is a total wildcard, unlike anyone he's ever mentored. Leo just offers a humble smile and thanks him. Later in the halls, Chloe is struggling to breathe while lugging a massive mountain of heavy textbooks. Leo appears out of nowhere to help, offering to walk her to the magic presentation since they're both headed to the event. She turns bright red internally, screaming because she can't even look him in the eye, despite him just being his usual self. Out of the blue, Terua teleports into the scene and starts teasing the poor flustered girl without mercy. Chloe is shook that a senior noticed her, but Terua admits she's a fan of Chloe's brilliant research on northern magic. She then shoots her shot, asking Leo when he'll finally join her department. He retorts that pressuring students is a red flag. He thinks her aggressive recruitment style is way too much to handle. The group finally reaches the clearing, but Terua suddenly freezes. A heartbeat later, she bolts forward, demanding an explanation for why Professor Albie is standing right there in front of everyone. He calmly reveals he's the new guest lecturer, a bombshell that leaves her completely speechless and visibly triggered. She starts throwing a massive tantrum about him, skipping out on their batch, while the students in the back grab their popcorn. Watching her lose it, Leo realizes that everyone would kill for a spot in his class since he's a master of fairy magic. Professor Lin finally arrives, announcing that the legendary Golden Professor will be taking the lead for today's special session. He spots a suspicious-looking first-year student nearby. He then hauls Terua away like a naughty toddler to finish her tournament duties. The session begins as the professor introduces himself by his terrifying and world-renowned alias, the Evil Eye Magician. People also know him as the Tartarus Destroyer for the countless demons he's obliterated. With a sharp gaze, he quizzes the class. He asks what the single most crucial element in a magic battle is. Emio confidently bets everything on sheer mana capacity. The professor shuts him down instantly. Chelsea suggests that chanting speed is the real secret, but her answer is rejected too. Carr gambles that the variety of spells matters most, but that's also tossed aside. Leo raises his hand, catching the master's eye. Leo argues that mobility is the ultimate deciding factor, earning an immediate nod from the Golden Professor. Watching from the sidelines, Terua mutters that she totally knew that already, while Professor Lin orders her back to work as Emio continues his salty rant. The classroom tension rises as students realize that mastering movement might be more complex than any high-level spell they've learned before. He claims mobility is dead now that magic has evolved. Professor Albie smirks, asking if he means those basic wings. The peanut gallery murmurs in agreement. Everyone has those. Time for a quick lore drop on how things work. Wing magic is essentially a levitation hack that crushes regular flight spells with its blinding raw speed. It even telekinetically lifts heavy objects. Albie summons Emilio and Leo. Emilio is out here staring daggers at our boy. Leo is confused by the unprovoked beef. The Golden Professor asks if Leo buys into Emilio's magic, is superior logic. Leo shuts it down instantly. Albie grins. It is time to settle this debate with a high-stakes head-to-head race. No magic gear, no problem. Leo is empty-handed, but Albie just tells him to figure it out or fail. Leo locks in, ready for war. The objective, a frantic sprint to the Isle of Beasts and back. Return first or lose everything. Emilio charges his board overflowing with raw mana and a massive ego. He blasts off like a rocket toward the Isle. Halfway there, he looks back to talk trash but gets ghosted. ZAP. A random lightning bolt snipes him mid-air. Car screams, demanding to know what Leo thinks he is doing. As another bolt charges, Leo deadpans that, in a mobility test, sabotaging the opponent's movement is just valid strategy. Albie approves the big brain play, though Car is fuming. Then our boy finally ignites his legendary aura skill. Phoenix Step launches him like a literal comet. Car screams cheat code, but Albie just watches the spectacular display. He reminds them in the tournament the other departments will absolutely be using aura to crush their opponents. Facts only. Meanwhile, Emilio is barely hanging onto his malfunctioning wobbling board for dear life. Teetering on the edge of the water, he swears Leo will pay for this absolute humiliation. His ego shatters when Leo suddenly blurs past him. He can only watch his inevitable doom approach helplessly. Leo slams into him like a freight train. The gray-haired brat shrieks as he plummets toward the depths. Saved just in time. Later, Emilio jolts awake while the professor drops some final cold truth bombs. Albie reveals wing magic is mid. Fly spells are superior in every way, even if they are the original versions. New magic lacks finesse and control. Focus on the basics if you actually want to win. The class is hyped and starts grinding. Afterward, Leo pulls the professor aside to ask for a major favor. He wants into the forbidden archives. Albie balks. Even the elite teachers are barred from that restricted zone. Leo does not blink. He addresses Albie as a Juron, not a lecturer, effectively silencing the entire room. The magician asks why. Leo is hunting for a legendary hero's lost records. Albie finally agrees to help. He will write the recommendation, but warns Leo the head's permission is the final boss of this quest. Altec, the Infinity Mage. A man who is basically a living library of every spell ever written. Bad news, the head is away from keyboard on a mission. Leo will have to settle for the acting representative instead. Albie drops the name Elena Gueron. Cut to the Summoning Island, where the campus rumors are already flying. Whispers swirl about other departments leveling up their training while Albie made a surprise appearance for magic class. Leo recalls the tea his friend spilled about Elena. Chelsea explains that the girl is literal campus royalty. Third-year rep at only 18, absolute prodigy. She is already ruling the magic department with an iron fist. Carr adds that she is a total 10, rank 2 and drop-dead gorgeous. It is almost unfair. They call her the queen for a reason. She has a massive cult following and major political clout. Future student council president vibes. Leo wonders how to even get an audience with someone that high tier. Approach strategy, non-existent. Suddenly, Professor Yura's screaming snaps him back to the chaotic reality. Where did Ulta run off to? The students light up. Their special summoner training might actually begin. Ulta crashes in with a dramatic apology, hauling a mountain of strange, questionable equipment behind him. He looks proud, but the class freezes at his loot. Yura looks like she is about to explode. Why the butterfly nets Ulta? He just whispers in awe that a rare fairy was spotted nearby. Everyone is shook. Leo thinks of Karen, that tiny chaos gremlin, and instantly suspects foul play. Yura is reaching her boiling point. Is this really the special training he promised? It is a joke. She lunges for him, but an associate stops the murder. Ulta just turns to the students starry-eyed. Ever wanted to bag a legendary beast? Who is ready to go fairy hunting? Get hyped. The crowd erupts in chaos. Yura keeps her cool, demanding the real play. Ulta gives a reassuring nod. Hunting fairies is just the start. He asks what makes a summoner truly elite. Eliza suggests tolerance. Wrong. It is love. He explains that a true master must hold genuine affection, not just for their contracts, but all living things. They must sync with nature's very heartbeat. That is the soul of summoning. Leo sighs. The guy is a total weirdo, but he is right. Yura adds a twist. Bonding with wild beasts is mandatory. Then she drops the big news. They are stuck here for 3 days of intense training. Ulta flashes a terrifying, jagged grin. He already filed their leave papers. There is no escape. The class panics at the survival mission. They whine about canceled plans. Eliza stays stoic until Ulta shoves a butterfly net into her hands. She is stunned. Then comes the bombshell. Summoning magic is strictly forbidden. No aura, no magic, just pure survival by their own hands. The entire class starts freaking out. Ulta dips, leaving a chaotic mess. Students howl about the dangers. One guy tries to talk sense. She shuts him down. Summoners aren't like other departments. They are the bridges between human and beast. They must master the wild's laws. That is why Ulta emphasized the power of love. Who here has witnessed a real summoning? Most of you just hide behind family relics. You have never seen a beast's true soul. She smiles, wishing them luck for the next 3 nights. Peace out days blur as they struggle to survive and sharpen their primal instincts. Through brutal tasks, we shift to Leo, who is busy foraging for wild berries. Honestly, these summoning lessons are a total vibe shift, challenging but legit. Suddenly, a scream rings out. A student shrieks about finding a fairy. Leo turns and sees one unlucky soul in deep trouble. A massive plant is swallowing him whole. The class just stares, offering zero help. Instead, they just roast him for his lack of spatial awareness. Leo spots the tiny troublemaker lurking. It is watching from a branch. Leo decides the sprite needs a lesson. Kieran immediately bolts. He wonders which student to torment next. Suddenly, a trap snaps shut, catching him totally off guard. A basic butterfly net snags him. Leo sighs, picking up the caught sprite. This is pathetic. Leo reminds him he gave a fair warning. Kieran swears he is just investigating the forest's vibe. Something is off with the forest. Leo isn't buying it, but the fairy insists it's super weird. By the campfire, Leo demands answers. Kieran explains that the island's beasts have gone totally rogue. They have turned hyper-violent. He stumbled onto the students and became an instant viral sensation. This is Purina's territory. The Phoenix should have ended this chaos already. Something is very wrong. Purina isn't even here. The news hits Leo like a freight train. Fiora found a note. Her mother left to visit the Oathbearer. The baby Phoenix was devastated. Then they noticed the forest beasts were acting completely unhinged. Investigation time. Fiora dove into the shadows, and Kieran followed close behind. Fiora is a powerhouse. She should have sensed if something was truly wrong. Why now? Did this start because Purina left? This is definitely not a coincidence. Telepathy fails. Total radio silence. Leo grabs the fairy and prepares to move. He hops on Leo's shoulder. They are finding her. Leo senses a dark aura to the west. It is coming from the west side. Kieran just whines about being dragged into another mess. Cut to a glowing lake deep in the woods. Fiora crouches by the water, whispering softly. Her eyes sparkle as she admires a mysterious glowing stone. It is breathtaking, she whispers. She pops the stone in her mouth like candy. Suddenly, a voice startles her. She tries acting innocent, but Leo catches her red-handed. Eating magic stones again, are we? You have been doing this since day one. Magic stones are common in spirit beast territory. They are basically evolution fuel. Fiora claims she's just trying to grow up fast. Kieran checks her ego, reminding her she's an elite spirit beast. He admits those stones are gourmet. But gatekeeping them from others is a major L. She caps immediately, claiming she totally planned on sharing. Kieran sees right through her, sparking their usual chaotic banter. Leo finally intervenes to pivot the conversation toward the forest's unsettling vibes. She reveals sensing a twisted, corrupting power surging deep within the shadows. Mid-sentence, the atmosphere turns ice cold as a suffocating dread descends. Our hero recognizes that signature malicious frequency from that psycho beast summoner. Sensing imminent danger, he instantly manifests his blade and orders his familiars to battle stations. Suddenly, he screams a warning as a massive fanged maw lunges from the dark. With insane reflexes, he zips away and glares at the intruder. That creep, the beast summoner, has returned. Looking like a nightmare fused with writhing tentacles, he begins gloating about the vanishing supply of mana stones. Cackling like a total lunatic, he prepares his next move. He smirks, claiming destiny pulled them together once more. Leo grins, noting their blood feud dates back to ancient lifetimes. As Leo draws steel, the villain whips a lethal tentacle at him, aiming for an instant kill. Leo weaves past, letting the limb smash the tree behind him. It heaves it skyward. The summoner screams it's over as a hidden tentacle erupts from the earth, snaring Leo's ankle tight. He realizes the creep had subterranean traps waiting all along. Caught lacking without a single warning sign, Leo watches as the summoner hurls that massive tree. Leo shuts his eyes, unleashing a primal roar as his phoenix aura explodes in a fiery shockwave. The flame severs the limb, but it regrows instantly. Leo faces the mage with a cold question. Is that a Gorgon tentacle? A chimera hybrid? The villain smirks, asking who Leo really is. To solve that puzzle so fast, Leo just grins. I'm merely a first-year hero trainee. He orders Fiore to strike. She blitzes the summoner, her impact triggering a colossal blast. Karen hypes the baby bird's lethality, but Leo knows the real battle is just starting. The villain rages over his broken toy, swearing bloody revenge. He plunges his hand into the dark water, pulling out a giant death slime like some twisted Pokemon master. Karen gags at the sewer stench. Leo conjures a windshield, thrilled to face one of the apex slime monsters. The villain smirks. He declares victory is his. Suddenly, a booming voice demands to know what the coward is doing. To his junior, a divine lightning bolt screams from the heavens, smiting the summoner, who shrieks in agony. Ulta dives in on a majestic Pegasus, leaving the foe smelling like burnt meat. The thug can't believe his beast armor shattered so easily, but he knows who he's facing. The department's elite summoner. Karen's eyes are glued to the winged horse, wondering what it's saying. Leo identifies the mythical Pegasus. Ulta scoffs, noting the enemy monsters look as hideous as usual, and commands his steed to purge them. The villain realizes he's too hurt and needs to heal, sending his death slime into the fray. Another thunderclap roars, frying the slime where it stands. Karen questions if they're even in the same league. Leo explains it's more than raw power. It's the summoner's domain power, amplifying every single strike to god-tier levels. The villain tries to stay composed, desperately igniting a fresh summoning circle in the dirt. A shadow protects Leo, asking if the thug is ready to die today. Professor Yura has arrived. She berates the mage for corrupting spirits into chimeras, unleashing her own massive summoning crest. Energy warps the air, as the villain calls forth a massive cyclops, mocking Yura's resolve. He laughs that her summons are trash. In response, she brings out a tiny, harmless rat. Karen loses it, but Leo warns him, never underestimate a devourer rat. They may look cute, but they're pure nightmare fuel. The rat multiplies, swarming the battlefield in seconds. Yura orders the feast to begin. The rats swarm the Cyclops, who shrieks as they devour him. The mage breaks into a cold sweat watching his beast get eaten alive. Things are looking grim. He grabs a portal scroll, but Ulta shouts for him to freeze, launching another bolt. Despite the hit, the villain tears the scroll, vanishing into a cloud of obsidian smoke. Ulta stares at the dissipating fog, annoyed his strike missed. Silence finally returns to the woods. Professor Yura starts scolding Leo for trespassing. He admits he was just chasing after Fiora, who was snacking on lakeside mana stones. Yura softens while Ulta weeps with pure joy. Moved by Leo's devotion to his pets, Yura turns serious that Summoner was trying to corrupt the area. She hops onto her black wyvern, heading off to brief the headmaster on the situation immediately. Yura tells Ulta to resume training but stay alert. The danger isn't over yet. Ulta acknowledges Leo as the Phoenix's contractor, even spotting the invisible Karen nearby. He keeps quiet though. Leo pivots, asking if the tiny Pegasus belongs to the senior. Iria introduces herself gracefully. Leo pats her head, and she instantly melts, shocking Ulta. Pegasus are notoriously temperamental, so the senior asks if our boy is a pro. Leo plays dumb, but flashes of his past life resurface. He once mastered these winged beasts, and the nostalgia hits deep. The senior barks at him to get back to training. He warns that Leo's secret mana usage won't be ignored. Leo just nods, keeping his cool without a single protest. Leo's mind begins racing. If the beast summoner is this cracked, the mole inside Lumiere must be a high-level professor. Days later, the squad finally reunites. Carr starts prying for the tea on Leo's intense summoner training. But Leo's too drained to give a real answer. Eliana wonders where the prez went, but Carr reminds her of the rules. The representatives have their own top-secret meeting. Inside a massive tent, Reese welcomes Leo to the big leagues. Second-year rep Luce is already simping while the fourth-year powerhouse Hark is knocked out cold in his chair. He's snoring away. Leo scans the room until a mysterious hand strokes his face, calling him a total cutie. That voice is unmistakable. She asks if he's the star freshman rep. It's Elena, the girl holding the keys to the archives. Without missing a beat, she drops the ultimate bombshell. So wanna be my boyfriend. Leo shuts her down instantly. Luce is just vibing with popcorn. Elena leans in closer, doubling down on her prey. She promises to take care of him, but Leo, a true legend, tells her she's way too young for his taste. That curveball leaves her wheezing. She bursts into laughter, realizing this kid is going to be pure chaos. Luce is impressed. Leo's even more cold than the rumors suggested, standing his ground against a predator like Elena. Reese checks in on the third year's mission, but she calls it mid. He turns to the sleeping giant Hark to wake him. Hark wakes up, choosing violence immediately, demanding a duel. Reese just smirks, promising to settle the score later. Eliana starts flaming him for being a meathead. But the fourth-year rep isn't about to let a junior talk down to him. He roasts her as a mere mascot who knows nothing of real combat. The two begin bickering like an old married couple. Luce steps in before things escalate. Reese asks Leo for his honest first impressions of this dysfunctional squad of elites. Leo awkwardly jokes that they seem like besties. Fast forward to the big assembly, where the atmosphere turns heavy. The principal arrives, dropping a bombshell on the students. Effective immediately, the rules of the academy have changed. The entire campus is going dark. No contact with the outside world until the grand tournament concludes. It's a total lockdown, no exceptions. Leo tenses up, realizing the stakes just went through the roof. The principal is clearly setting a trap for the traitor. Back in class, Eliana and Chelsea are losing their minds. They hate being trapped. Suddenly, a student shouts that the forbidden Battle Royale arena has finally been revealed. The destination is Nigrong. Carl digs through the lore, finding it's a ruined ghost city in the southeastern wasteland. A hero dungeon stampede wiped it out years ago. Now it's a cursed dead zone where no life can flourish. It's a total wasteland. Nella looks absolutely terrified, but Chelsea tries to play it cool despite the eerie rumors. She claims the monsters there are just low-tier fodder, hoping to calm the rising panic among their classmates. But the class is still shook. As Leo stares at the photos, a sudden chill runs down his spine. Cold sweat breaks out as he remembers. This is where he and Lucina first took down a terrifying Legion commander. Leo hits the library like a man on a mission. He discovers 5 mysterious lakes hidden within the restricted zone. He's searching for Erdia. His goal, recover Lucina's lost relic, the legendary Spirit of Radiance Luminous. It's finally time. The day of the grand tournament arrives with an electric tension in the air. The hype man roars about the freshmen, while parents in the crowd pray for their kids' survival. High above the principal and Yura overlook the arena, noting the extreme risk of hosting such a massive crowd. The professor wonders if the lockdown was enough. The principal is confident. Their heavy hitters are back. Purina's flames flicker in the distance with raw divine power. Yura is silently fangirling over the phoenix. Then Sejun takes center stage to address the nervous students. He's the official overseer. He confirms the battle royale is a go exactly as the twisted plans intended. It's a winner-take-all bloodbath. One victor to bring absolute glory to their entire department and claim the crown. Every student gets a life-monitoring bracelet. If things get fatal, the tech will warp them to safety instantly. But then comes the real kicker. This tournament is also their final exam, sending shockwaves through the crowd. Everyone is stunned. Sejun explains that camping won't work. Just surviving isn't enough to pass this ultimate test. Low grades mean their every move is caught on camera via those bracelets. The professor adds that aggressive brawlers might actually score better than some coward camping in a corner. With a final nod, he kicks off the chaos. Leo sports a wicked grin, knowing that playing the sacrificial lamb for the squad is a one-way ticket to failing. The inter-department tournament begins. As a blinding golden radiance engulfs the crowd, our main character snaps his eyes open. He quickly realizes they've been dropped into a literal battle royale, plummeting through the clouds. While others lose their minds, free-falling towards certain doom, our boy stays cold as ice. He scans the horizon, spotting lethal curses festering everywhere. These dark energies pulse and spread wildly. Leo notes the only clean zone is a tiny patch dead center on the map. The sheep will obviously flock to that safety net, leaving him the perfect opening to ghost everyone and track the lake. Mid-air students finally snap out of it and spark their powers. Suddenly, Prince Duran and Eliza collide in the sky. They're ready to scrap right then and there, but a sudden flash of crimson heat interrupts the tension. It's Leo. He blazes past them with his phoenix aura, totally ruining their dramatic face-off. Furious, they scream his name as he vanishes. Crashing down near a crumbling ruin, Leo recalls that Lucina's sealed relic is buried somewhere in this wasteland. A wave of curse energy washes over him, trying to cloud his mind, but he shrugs it off with sheer willpower. While he figures the rest are struggling, a familiar figure drops from the sky. It's the formidable Chen. Leo points out she's heading the wrong way, but she's not lost. She's got a major score to settle with him. Sliding into a combat stance, she demands a duel. Leo just smirks at her sudden boldness. Chen's been itching to see the massive gap between their power levels. She lunges, unleashing a torrent of water arts. Leo doesn't flinch. She's impressed he blocked her tide with just his flame aura. Suddenly her posture shifts, getting dangerously low, and Leo's instincts scream. She's channeling a high-tier water spirit. Chen strikes again with lethal precision, but he erupts a wall of fire in her path. The flames consume her attack, but it was just a clever feint. Sensing her presence behind him, he spins and shuts down her sneak attack instantly. Chen skids back wide-eyed. Shocked, he read her move. She's lost the element of surprise, but she's not backing down yet. Leo starts dropping wisdom, explaining that water should be fluid, not rigid. He advances his flame blade, glowing with heat, and tells her she's way too stiff. Chen starts sweating, knowing one wrong move means an instant KO. She raises a shield, but in a blur, he's already behind her with a fireball aimed at her back. Your footwork is trash, he notes. As the dust settles, his blade rests against her throat. Game over. Chen admits she was fighting a complete monster. She's baffled when he tells her to just leave. You're not eliminating me, she asks, completely stunned. But he says it is his choice. Walking away, he tells her to handle the 2 idiots currently charging their position. Right on cue, Duran and Eliza come screaming in like heat-seeking missiles, ignoring everything else just to get to Leo. They're bickering like toddlers over who gets the first crack at him, acting like total brats as they close in. Chen watches them with pure secondhand embarrassment. Why are they even here? The objective is literally miles away. The prince assumes Chen got wiped and asks where the target went. She plays along, claiming she's injured, so they should head to the center. Duran is ready to protest, but she shuts that down immediately. She reminds him they're teammates in the same department. Logic wins this round, leaving the prince speechless. Chen turns her sights on Eliza, asking for a lift. but the icy white-haired girl immediately reminds her they're from rival departments. Chen pulls the victim card, acting totally hurt, and even brings up those late-night study sessions she helped Eliza with. That guilt trip hits harder than a physical blow. Eliza claims she pays her debts, but this is a battlefield. Then Chen drops the legendary puppy eyes maneuver, and that ends the debate. The two powerhouses reluctantly agree to a temporary truce as they carry her back. Eliza warns this peace ends at the center ruins. Meanwhile, the water girl hopes Leo finds his prize fast. The scene shifts to a red-headed speedster named Juradan from the summoning department. He's sprinting toward the castle, muttering about finally breaking free from the curse's grip. Suddenly, a massive blast of fire slams into his path, forcing the boy to slam on the brakes. "Getting a bit ahead of yourself, aren't you, Celia?" looms over the north gate, looking like a total boss. The surrounding students bolt for other exits, but it's the same story everywhere. The gates are locked down tight. While Chloe anchors the west gate with her frost arts, a nearby student gulps, realizing the south and east are all that remain. He remembers Eliza is hunting for Leo, and prays Walden successfully locked down at least one entrance. Suddenly, a colossal shadow swallows the horizon. Panic erupts as a student shrieks about a black wyvern. Jordan snaps at him, identifying the beast as the cursed variant from the summoning trial. Absolute chaos breaks out. Everyone wonders how this nightmare got here. Meanwhile, Zeist Zerdinger scans the carnage. He sees Celia holding the line, but finds it suspicious that Leo hasn't reached the ruins yet. Observing Chelsea, her uncle beams with pride, acknowledging she's finally ascended to a true mage of their lineage. They share a brief moment over the student's tenacity, but Zeist's expression instantly darkens as he senses a disturbance. A mountain-sized beast emerges. Panic hits the staff as teachers storm the control room, demanding answers. The mage inside screams that communication with the other hub is dead. Harold turns to Segion with a grim look. "We need to get every student out of here now." The silver-haired professor floods the crystal with mana. Total silence. The system won't respond. Harold doesn't waste a second, bolting toward the headmaster while yelling to keep trying. Elsewhere, a group of students is trapped in a skirmish. An exhausted NPC huffs that the other departments are just built different. Walden watches from a crumbling rooftop, deciding it's time to end this, before the monster invades his turf. Right then, the cursed black wyvern swoops in, freezing everyone in terror. Someone screams for them to take cover. As the beast unleashes a lethal energy blast, Walden moves like a blur, raising a massive firewall to shield his team. Ignoring departmental rivalries, he barks an order to his teammate to open the gate and get everyone inside. The guy tries to act tough, refusing to follow orders, but Walden instantly shuts him down with a one-armed choke. Clock's ticking. Walden declares himself captain and repeats the command with ice in his voice. No more talk. Across the map, Leo is systematically checking the lakes, but his search keeps hitting a dead end. He knows the others must be deep in battle until a sickening aura suddenly saturates the air. This curse of severance is foreign here. It clicks he last felt this malevolence during the war with Tartarus. His phoenix aura ignites instantly. In a flash of fire, he rockets toward the source at breakneck speed. He remembers this curse doesn't kill. It isolates, severing all contact and trapping them like flies in a web. Is the Academy's traitor finally making their move? Tearing through the terrain, he knows he has to find the others. At the central ruins, Ella desperately pours healing magic into Carr, pleading with him to stay awake. Another student trembles, crying out why the emergency teleport bracelets aren't activating to save them. Meanwhile, Chelsea refuses to yield, facing off against a massive minotaur at the east gate all by herself. The beast brings its heavy axe down in a surprise strike. Suddenly, a blast knocks the minotaur back just in time. Her brother Abad steps in, reminding her that she has a whole arsenal of spells to use. "Stay focused," he commands. Chelsea struggles to her feet, her mind spinning as she tries to grasp the situation. A bone-chilling roar echoes through the ruins. Her brother locks in, declaring the department competition officially over. Right now, it's about survival. Everyone must band together to survive these monsters. He bets the smart ones are already retreating toward the inner castle. Now their only job is to prepare and hold down the fort.